obviously we got like some serious news to cover as well. I know this is whiplash. I went from Streamer University and Wardrobe and Black Boy Max to just like to the real news that we normally cover. But Crowley re-entering the Wisconsin governor's race. Yeah, I didn't watch his speech, but I did cover it.
Like there are people in my chat like probably today who are like, shouldn't you be on like Hasan's leash? And if like I reply to that shit, then everyone else in chat's like, oh, brother, like can we just do something fun?
Got you.
It's like I want to have fun today, bro. And you end up being like, you know, like a stereotypical teacher. It's like in the middle of the
what the yeah, mad people harass him all the time. It's really annoying. Why are you guys saying Ludwig? He's right about this. It's lame as shit. He's 100% right. Like his he's Mr. Mogul, but he's the guy he was talking to is being mad annoying to people. Yeah, Ludwig has been doing great work at Streamer University. We'll talk about that in a little bit. I've been watching from afar. Wardrobe is now my favorite content creator from that entire new group of content creators. I got a lot of thoughts on Streamer University. I'm going to tell you all about it as a 35-year-old man who happens to be one of the largest content creators on this platform, but is like something entirely separate on this platform. I've been paying a little bit of attention to it because it just keeps popping up. Northern Line on that same shit. It's a shame, but they get hounded if they even reference you lightly. Yes, there are a lot of psychopathic stalkers that I have that will go to every single community, wait for like any sort of mention of me, and then we'll turn around and like bully and harass the people. For mentioning it. It's just fine, but that's really goddamn annoying. But wait, what is this? Your Rage talked about this too. I used to do all that stuff, but since October 7th, since like the Israel stuff, I have. Yeah. Why don't you try joining Streamer University? You could cold connect to those audiences. Well, I mean, it's a little late for that, don't you think? Today's the last day of Streamer University. Okay. We'll get to all of that. Personal news. I was, dude, I'm all over the place. Do we have a blast off meme? I got personal news. You stop using the streamer space? Man, shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, Everyday Streamer University with Dr. Jihad. Yes. All right. What was I going to do? Oh yeah. Let me just blast off real quick. But yeah, I'm here. I got off the plane, changed my fit, and we're here. We're live. We're a live streamer. U-Drama, LA, back in LA. War is on. Situation monitor. Michigan heats up. College Dems of America convention. Pisses off. Right-wing Dems and more. Yeah. Okay. How to cut through the controversy with Dr. Jihad. Yeah. I mean, I could have done like. There's a couple different classes. I was thinking about this because, like, look, this has been a very busy season for me. The midterms are happening, so I didn't even consider applying for Streamer University. I didn't even consider it. There's no guarantee that I would have gotten in regardless. But I probably should have. But I probably should have applied at least, you know, because it's cool. It's wonderful. It's fantastic. There's a lot of fun shit going on. You know what I mean? But what I will say is this. I actually appreciate it quite a bit. I think Kai is doing a phenomenal job. Obviously there's like controversies and shit like that, but I mean, all those situations are always going to be somewhat chaotic, but I think it's far more positive than it is negative. Right? And as far as like what I would do, there's a bunch of different things I could do. Crisis management, crisis PR. So you've been canceled, you know, 101. That's number one. The other one obviously is like ethics and conduct, you know, like bare minimum, basic shit, basic stuff to follow along to be a little bit more. I mean, this is ironic coming from me, but like, obviously, as long as people are not talking about political issues and whatnot, you know, basic ways to not come across like a nuisance streamer and be bad. Politics 101, something like that. Anyway, but regardless, yeah, fundraising, impact, how to make an impact with your community, things like that. But yeah, it's the midterms. I didn't even think about it. I didn't even consider it. And then while it was happening, I was like, wow, I feel really old watching this stuff. But then also at the same time, I was like, this is probably a good opportunity regardless. But I do have a lot of thoughts on it, and I'll get to that in a little bit. Was Wisconsin covered yesterday after the speech? What? I've already covered it. Wardrobe and Max have been such an unexpected duo. I agree. It's been great. I mean, he's great. Wardrobe is great. I really like him. And yeah, I'm going to talk about the Max situation in a second. There was another U.S. service member killed in an Iranian attack on Iraq. The military has reported. We'll be talking about that in a second and more. Obviously, we got like some serious news to cover as well. I know this is whiplash. I went from Streamer University and Wardrobe and Black Boy Max to just like to the real news that we normally cover. But Crowley re-entering the Wisconsin governor's race. Yeah, I didn't watch his speech, but I did cover it. Yes. Yeah, Fentcom is giving updates. We'll be talking about that and more. Yeah. Troy Jackson basically has so many delegates that even super delegates won't matter. Troy Jackson blowing everyone out. Pause. Even with 100-part delegates, he has it locked up. Have you seen Odyssey? No. Evers endorsed them. The Dems are trying to hong. Chatters. I think what you guys fail to consider is that the Democrats are actually... the Democrats are trying to Francesca Hong. We'll talk about Wisconsin and the chaos that's unfolding. But the irony is this decision is actually probably one of the worst decisions that they could have done. And it's really interesting that I think they hate... Do you wear Vigs? You can see my scalp. Vigs? What's a Vig? Like a wig? Is that the new meta? That I wear wigs? Is that what we're doing? When will you wear Vigs? Oh, it's a meme? Lord of the Rings reference. When will you wear wigs? Okay. That's a... God, everyone here is like 55 years old. Holy... Okay. Where was I? What was I talking about? Oh, we got the Toyota. Obviously, Toyota-thon is taking place in Maine. 0% down. Toyota Tacomas, if you want, for all. You're in an AI ad? Yeah, I saw. I'm in a weird ass AI ad that like pro-Israeli groups are pumping. Stop sending me the Elijah Wood meme. I don't care, man. That meme is literally older than most people that are on this platform, dog. Jesus Christ. It's literally, the meme itself is like 2p. What is this? You attack me just defending myself? What? There's nothing more insulting than watching a bunch of streamers LARP. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? It's a good meme though. Yeah. I'm refusing to play this 28-second meme. I'm refusing it. Okay. We're here. We started. We're live. We're alive. I'm all over the goddamn place, dude. I'm all over the goddamn place. Sorry. Meme that can drink, drive, and vote. Yeah. Meme that's so old, it actually loves voting. Like meme that is so old that it loves voting. It's just, its favorite thing is voting at this point. Yeah, I know I'm in an AI ad. A lot happening. I'm all over the place. My brain is mush from constantly traveling and doing things all around the country. I have the playlist. Don't worry. We're going to get started with all of that and more. But before we do, let me blast off. Did I blast off already? Jesus Christ, I'm all over the place. Jesus Christ, dude. I did. Okay. Oh my God. My brain is mush and I need coffee. I need coffee desperately. Yeah. You trying to blast off twice, bruh? Yes. I am. Here it is. Streamer U drama back in LA. War is on. Situation monitor. Michigan heats up. College Dems of America convention pisses off right wing Dems. Sunday Fun Day World Cup final and more. You desperately need to take Adderall, my ADHD princess. No, I'm fine. Okay, I'm fine. I just need to lock in, okay? And I haven't been able to. I haven't been able to lock in. Is serious, no laugh, no fun? No, there's fun. We're going to do fun. Don't worry. We have fun. That picture was the first thing on my feed last night and it hurt my feelings. I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. Starting off with Streamer University. So for those of you who don't know, Kai Cenat does this Streamer University thing. This is the second year that he's doing it. They pick from basically hundreds of thousands of young content creators, older content creators that want to make it in the world of streaming. And he brings them together on a college campus that's on break. And then they all have their own phone cameras. They all have their camera person. Then they stream throughout the entire process. It's been going on for the entire week. It's the biggest thing on this platform. But of course, because this community is like completely removed from everything else that happens on Twitch, you probably are kind of oblivious to it. But you know, I've been watching. There's some friends that are there as teachers. There's some people that I've collaborated with as like alumni that have gone there as well. One of the teachers is Ludwig. Valkyrie is another teacher. Sin is another teacher. Agent is another teacher. Some of these classes are actually like for memes. Some of these classes are pretty serious, right? And basically, there's always chaos. There's always drama when you put all of these different like major personalities together and a lot of younger people that are just simply trying to make it. Grandma's there as well. She's a librarian. I Just Love Puzzles. Grandma is also I Just Love Puzzles is there. So, you know, that's awesome. And it's been actually very exciting and very cool. And I think, you know, Kai Cenat's doing a phenomenal job overall because, look, these sorts of events are always going to be chaotic. I mean, look at Streamer Awards, right? Like Cutie Cinderella puts that together. That's a one-day event. It's not like an almost week-long event. And even then, there's plenty of drama and plenty of chaos and controversy that takes place whenever you bring a lot of these people together. It's going to happen regardless. A lot of people are going to be upset that they're not invited. A lot of people are going to try to make drama from the outside. There's going to be drama on the inside. That always happens. You're wrangling a bunch of clout goblins together, and you're there. It's pure chaos, especially because a big part of what they're trying to do is to fire off clips, right? They're trying to get clips out. They're trying to go viral. This is their biggest opportunity to become famous, right? So, it's a chaotic situation regardless. It's very difficult to control. But ultimately, what I will say is this. I think regardless of all of the negative shit that happens on Streamer University, as an old school streamer that has been doing this professionally for years, is one of the biggest content creators on this platform for almost the last, you know, almost decade or so, I will tell you this. It's fucking awesome. Okay. There's always going to be growing pains. Part of that is because it's not like a super professional event, but it's not supposed to be a super professional event. But there is no one else out there that is bringing this many new eyeballs, this many normie eyeballs, and on top of that, platforming younger content creators this much. No one has the capability to do it. No one has the infrastructure to do it. No one has the bandwidth to do it. And Kai Cenat is the only person doing this. So regardless of your own personal feelings about him, he is actually unbelievably impactful. He is actually phenomenally impactful, and I think is a really, really positive figure for this space in general. A big part of why I also feel this way is because Streamer University is fairly diverse. The space, Twitch, was not always so diverse, right? Streamer University, on the other hand, is unbelievably diverse. As a matter of fact, I'd go so far as to say it's like an unapologetically black event as well. Okay? I know I sound like a super white guy when I say this, but I think that's a great thing. Okay? That's a wonderful thing. That's a really, really cool thing to see. There are a lot of young black content creators that get platformed through this process, and it's a really, like, there is nothing else that I've seen that has given this much opportunity to this many young, creative black men and black women. DreamCon obviously does this as well, and I love RDC, as you guys know. I've attended DreamCon, and I really appreciate the RDC boys, but overall, this very directly will pull up and coming young black content creators with dreams who are very creative, and then allow them an opportunity unlike ever before, unlike they would ever receive, to become famous. It's crazy. It's really good. And I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Of course, there are still going to be issues along the way. Got a lot of culture vultures and clout goblins and the like. And for that reason, there's of course going to be some friction. One of those things that I saw that I really did not like, I saw the data that almost nobody knew from last year is successful today. Wait, what? That's not true. There were plenty of people that were already on the, there were plenty of people who were on the up and up that went to Streamer University and became unbelievably successful. Are you kidding me? Arky, Yugi, there are so many people. Yeah, Paige. You just don't know about them. Yana. Yeah, there are, it's not going to be every single person became massive content creators. That's not how this works. It's a very top heavy platform in general, but there are so many content creators now that are known figures in the space, mid-level content creators, and even larger content creators now that have really popped off in the process. Most people who debuted there don't have more viewers than they did before the event, at least according to the stuff I saw. Oh, you're talking about look, data analysis that tries to quantify something that is also qualitative is going to be difficult. It's still a very top-heavy platform. Ludwig had Auto do the actual data. Oh, that's where you guys are coming from. Yeah, but I don't know what the secret sauce is. I don't know what the recipe is. I don't know the secret sauce or the recipe. But I think if you're already on the up and up, if you're kind of a known content creator, you do get a lot more opportunities from it. The number he's talking about is 87% don't see the same views as they do at Streamer University. Yeah, that's a silly way to look at that data. That's a wrong interpretation of that data. I don't even know if Ludwig himself was making that point. I mean, I'll look at it. I'll look at the data and I'll give you my assessment as someone who's a nerd when it comes to this kind of stuff, because it's my fucking job, right? It's the other part of my job. But overall, I think it's a great way to establish your name. The average viewer increase after Streamer University's 4 viewers. Yeah, I hate stuff like that. Data points like that are created. They're designed. Data points like that are designed specifically to show you that most people don't make it. I could have told you that already. Okay? That's not what we're looking for here. Okay? Yeah, of course most people don't make it even when they get this opportunity. Yeah, but averages in that situation is dumb. It's a single platform analysis that's not going to give you the full scope of the information. There's all these other platforms that these guys exist on as well. There's buzz around them. If they have been able to seize on that opportunity or not is a whole different story. That's not the full story, though. Unless Ludwig's point was simply attending Streamer University is not going to cause you to become successful overnight, and you shouldn't take for granted all the additional views that you're getting during the Streamer University, then that absolutely makes sense. He's 100% right about that. Okay?
The average viewership of all the streamers.
Yeah, which I suspect is the point he's probably trying to make. That it requires so much more consistency. It requires an unfathomable amount of consistency that most people don't have. And it's what you make of this opportunity, right? It's what you make of this opportunity that matters. So data analysis, top-down data analysis like that is good for a broader point that he's making. If that's the point that he's making, I agree with it. But if the point he's making is like, oh, it doesn't actually help people, well, the reality of the matter is it does help every single person. To what degree it helps every single person is obviously limited. But then also on top of that, oh, wait, hold on. I got to fix something while I do this. So you guys see this? You guys see this fucking shirt and how it like gets fucked up and it does artifacting? Apparently there's a way to fix that. And I got to do that real quick. Visual artifacts. Nick Andros, the YouTuber, has gotten annoyed by my artifacting. And there's an easy way to do it, apparently. How to fix. Hold on. I'm going to do it real quick. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Where do we go? Scale filtering? I think so. That's it. Let's see if it worked. Is it better? Nope. It's still happening. So I guess it didn't work. Wait, hold on. Is it better? Is it better? I can't tell. Do it in the other scene too. It is better, right? It's a little bit better. It visibly got better. Still not enough though, it seems. Okay, shout out to Nick Andros for helping with this. You have disable checked. Yeah, no, it's currently, it was on disable. Scale filtering was on disable. And then putting it on Lankzos actually helped a little bit. I care more about if this impacts readability of small tweets you do sometimes. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't happen here anyway, but it does happen when I'm, it doesn't happen in this situation, but it does happen certainly on the, when it's like tiny on the corner. Nice suit, by the way, our favorite Never Nude. Anyway, here, let's play this real quick.
Participating in Streamer U 2025 is down 287 viewers. Wow. They have lost viewers year over year. Wow. Now, obviously, that's outweighed by people with larger streams. Okay, they have much more of an impact. Streamer. All right, the median. We know what the median is, right? You slash both ends so you get the person in the middle. All right, Marlon, you shaking your head no?
No. Sarah is only, again, like...
It's all right. The median viewers, all you need to know, has gained 4 viewers before and after Streamer U. Okay? This is you. This is what you will be, all right, next year after all the excitement's over, after all the collabs happen, all right, after your viewership skyrocketed, your followership skyrocketed, you are going to get 4 more viewers. Over half, if you got a white star, that is you. Over half of the streamers have gained single-digit viewers or lost viewers year over year. Okay, why do we think that is? Streamer U is supposed to be the trip of a lifetime. You're supposed to have made it.
They didn't capitalize.
You're in the big leagues. Marlon, why not?
Well, I do think when you come here, everybody's going to spike. Big streamers, small streamers. When you leave, you got to make sure you're entertaining on your own as well and try to capitalize on it and just grow, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, capitalize. I like that. What else?
Kind of like what he's saying, but you also got to find ways to maintain the trajectory, because it's like this is going to skyrocket you in one way or another, but if you just instantly go back to not changing anything about your content or not implementing things you might have learned or not collabing with people that you met, you just gonna end up right back where you were.
I think ultimately, when shit's going good, when the viewer number's up, it's really easy to spark stream, all right? It's really easy to post clips with Streamer U in it and they do amazing, okay? You know what sucks? Is doing it when you don't have a great game plan, when you have nothing going on, all right? So motivation is great, but we should discipline ourselves in small things and from those progressive things of greater value. This is Marcus Aurelius, okay? He was the leader of Rome, the largest empire in the world. He wrote himself a journal called Meditations. It was his private thoughts. It was never published. They published it after he died. He's the most powerful man on earth. He's writing this, okay? He has everything in front of him. He is writing this. So what does it mean to be disciplined versus motivated? Okay, we all know motivation's fickle. Discipline's forever. How do we get some discipline? This is an activity. I want you guys to all be doing this right now. This was your homework. If you did it, good. If you didn't, do it now. Pen and paper. Pen and paper right now. If not, you can put it in your phone right now. That is fine. But I need you to write this down later.
Anyway, it's a top-heavy platform. So it will always create top heavy results regardless. That's the biggest reason. So you'll see some people who really blow the fuck up. It's a zero-sum game for the most part, okay? Unless you're just like constantly bringing in newer audiences from the outside, like TikTok and other platforms, which is what Kai has done, which is what Keizo has done, which is what Jinxie did initially as well, and I think continues to do, okay? It's a very top-heavy platform. Sunyan, what are you wearing? I'm just showing my support, dude. I'm just showing my goddamn support. You see what I'm wearing. These colors don't run, baby. You already know what it is. Okay, don't even get me started. What's the problem? Issue an apology to Zoran for making fun of him? Never. I just woke up from a 3-month nap. Is it still a bannable offense to be from Naperville? Yes. Yes, it is. Okay. As I was saying, as I was saying, okay, he like Ludwig is right that obviously you need to stay motivated. It's really difficult to stay motivated. It's really difficult to stay motivated when you don't have a lot going on, when you don't have built-in content, when you don't have a lot of excitement around you. You have to generate that buzz. One of the worst things, at least in my experience as a streamer, is when I pour my fucking heart and soul into a piece of content that I've tried to generate buzz around and like worked really hard to put together, as opposed to my like regular shit that I do, and it never reaches the same results. It's really sad. One example of it is like there's a lot of work, a lot of planning, and logistics that go into, for example, flying out to different places, doing these speeches, things of that nature, right? There's a lift associated with it that you don't have when you just fucking sit around at home. And like when I went to China, for example, but because of all these other issues, because my audience simply wants me to do news, because my audience doesn't want any IRL content, like people just don't watch. It sucks. It's discouraging. I obviously am super stubborn, so I will do it regardless, but that kind of stuff is super discouraging. Anyway, so you just got to push through it. But ultimately, I'm not, giving streamer advice or whatever. I was just going to talk about Streamer University in general, and then we got into like silly shit. Oh, here. This is what I was going to talk about. Your son? This is what I was going to talk about. So, Black Boy Max, he's doing his own thing. Love the guy. As you guys know, he's great. You've probably seen him on the stream before. I beat him in basketball before. It's not a big deal. But basically, he's like, a lot of people have been kind of clowning on him because he got a diva tattoo. And they're saying he's like zesty, regular like teenager memes for the most part from people who are just like not very comfortable with their own sexuality. So when they see someone express themselves in a way, when they see someone express themselves in a way that doesn't fit like regular stereotypes, gender norms, sexuality norms, oftentimes people who are insecure will push back. And that's precisely what happened. There's this guy who is a TikToker, OJ Suave. Okay, he's like a fashion TikToker, which makes this situation extra strange. And OJ Suave, why are you defending this? Defending what? You don't even know what I'm about to say. Shut your bitch ass up and take a goddamn week off, dumb fuck. What do you mean defending this? You think I'm gonna fucking not call out people being weirdly homophobic? Are you stupid, Taz Kid Noah? You've been in here for 42 fucking months. Hello? Is this your first encounter with me talking about shit like this? This is in my fucking wheelhouse, okay? Anyway, so Max so in Streamer University, for those of you who don't know, for Streamer University, everyone is like staying with a content creator, right? Like most people are staying in rooms, and Black Boy Max is in rooming up with this kid named Wardrobe. He's 17 years old. He's actually phenomenal. Very funny content creator. I believe he's gay. I don't want to assume, but you know, he is, right? Is Wardrobe not gay? Okay, he is gay. Okay. I mean, he's awesome. So, and it's been very wholesome, like seeing them collab with one another. Plaque Max has always been like very far more open-minded than a lot of people his age would be, right? A lot more open-minded about that sort of stuff. And they've made great content together, right? They've made great content together. It's like very funny. It's you know, funny seeing their interactions with one another. You know, it's great. It's encouraging. It's open-mindedness. It's more of what we need in this space. But this guy apparently did not really appreciate that. And he had some choice words for it. I mean, here, I'll give you a little taste of this, dog. I'm sorry, but this gay guy right here is so fucking funny. He's wiping the tears off his glasses. Let me see this.
What building are you in?
A Miller building.
Miller? Okay. Who's your roommate?
Playboy Max.
Oh, you don't like it?
No, we cool. He just keep trying to, he want to do shit together. Like, no, I don't want to eat with you. I don't want to, like, girl, no, I have cheer practice. I told him, he was like, no, come. So now I got to get a slushie because he said get a slushie. So I had to get a slushie with him. And then he probably waiting outside. I'm like, no.
This is Wardrobe. This is Plaque Max's roommate.
And then he leaves in the room dirty. There's no way a chair should be on the floor. It ain't no way, like, it's ridiculous, you know? Like, I'm trying to give them space, you know?
They coming right now. Hello, I'm in Wardrobe right now. He's crying, like he's you know, he's little.
Oh my God.
He's wiping the tears off of his glasses. Anyway, this was in the beginning. So, he's hilarious. Okay, he's fucking hilarious. Always want to say this: when it's easy to defend Plaque Max, let's be a reflection of the things the LGBTQ community feel and have to deal with every day without the support and nobody in the room or the internet. I mean, that's crazy to say that here for the record. Because this is the one community where we do that all the time. And I have a broader opinion on this in general, but you're right. You're absolutely right. A lot of people, I think, feel like this is part of the reason why it's like difficult to come out. It's part of the reason why it's like even in 2026, you know, things like gay pride do matter. If I'm gonna, you know, take off my faux hat for a second, because I know I like we do irony here. I joke around a lot, but the reality of the matter is this is a safe community, and the rest of the internet and the rest of the real world is simply still objectively unsafe. Okay, is this clip a bit or is he serious? Yeah, this is a bit, chatter. Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. This clip, on the other hand, is not a bit. Anyway, I think I'm sufficiently giving you a backstory of Plaque Max and Wardrobe, just so you guys understand. So Plaque Max has been getting, you know, Plaque Max has been getting yelled at a little bit on the internet. People say he's like zesty, he's gay, all this stuff, because he's expressing himself in a way that is, you know, not the norm, right? Like there's this expectation, there's this gender expectation, there's this expectation of your sexuality. Oh, you're a cisgender heterosexual guy, you're supposed to dress a certain way, you're not supposed to do certain things. It's very very restrictive, and not only is it very restrictive, but it's very insecure. This comes from a place of insecurity for those of you who don't realize, like, especially amongst the youth, this kind of stuff still very much persists, right? Like there is definitely this weird, there's definitely like this weird restrictive attitude from weirdos who are uncomfortable with their own sexuality and want to make it everybody else's problem, in my opinion. Also, here's a cute clip from Plaque Max watching Wardrobe and supporting Wardrobe during cheer practice. Or the talent show, not cheer practice, sorry. Anyway, so this streamer, OJ, he comes up to Plaque Max and he starts talking to him about, that was the talent show. I apologize. Okay, I don't know all the details. Give me a break, okay? And for those of you who don't know, Plaque Max, if you don't know, he's you know, an artist, a producer. He has a lot of other musicians on, and he does these collab streams with them and stuff. And also on top of that, he's like, you know, as a guy, he's like a little bit, he's on his Prince vibe right now. Okay, he's on his Prince shit. He's you know, doing the Prince thing a little bit. Okay, Grammy nominated for the record. So let's see what this conversation looks like now.
Stick dick type of gay, like.
Yeah, diva. Why you wanna be a diva?
On some flash.
Why you wanna be a diva?
Some flash.
You're a demon. You need holy oil, right? You need to sit down in the holy oil. You need to go get a church bath and cleanse your body, right? I think you are confused. I think you need some guidance. I think your parents feel a little way about that. I think you're clip farming and you're getting your clips. You pushing the persona. You smart. You loyal. I know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. You've been at this. But you are not a diva. Diva's bent over. I don't think you're bent over. You're not the little boys in Clover. You're not Tota. You're not a diva. You are a grown man. Black boy Max. Not black.
Like, look at his initial reaction of excitement, because he's like, oh, I know this dude, whatever. To like, who are either of these people? Okay, man, subscribe and fucking rewind. Okay, subscribe to the goddamn broadcast if you want to fucking hear me explain it. This ain't Google. Okay, some of y'all have grown far too comfortable. You think I didn't already spend the last 35 minutes explaining the backstory? Jesus fucking Christ, man. Literally, as soon as I got done with the explainer, motherfuckers come in and go, hey, run it back for me right now. Holy shit. Full clips gives more context. Dog, this literally is the full clip. There's even longer. It's a 7-minute one now. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, he basically gets Black Boy Max ends his 24/7 stream after a berating rant from OJ Swalway, calling him a sellout over recently expressing himself and getting a diva tattoo.
Well, say what's up, bro. I want to see you.
See you later.
High five, shot.
Nigga fly.
Look how excited he is to talk to him. He's like, oh, you're fly as hell. All this shit. Because he's like a fashion. He's like a fashion guy. He's like a fashion TikToker, I think. He's like live streaming now.
Plastic dick type of gay, like.
And then he starts giving him, and then he starts ripping into him. He's like, you're not a diva. You're a grown man. You don't bend over. All this shit, right? So he's just being homophobic. What is this, dude? I ain't gonna lie. You're a complete sick to your chat. You're a complete sick to your chat sometimes, and people can't rewind or don't know how, and they're just finding you, and they're doing that. Isn't a good look. Just saying, okay, man, shh, it's okay. I'm sorry. I can't do customer service 24/7, man. Can we fucking lock in, please? I know the environment and the medium requires interaction all the time, but like there's 22,745 other people in here, and most of them already got the context because they were watching ahead of time. It's crazy. I think people develop this expectation that it's going to be customer service time. It's customer service o'clock all the time.
Are you gonna tell your son that you are a diva? Daddy, what's diva? Hey, get the fuck out of here. That is an abomination, Max.
Yeah, he says it's abomination. He says you're not a diva. He says all this shit. Sorry, I'll play it from here.
I am not proud of you.
And then he says I'm not proud of you.
You did. Nominations. Changing the game. Changing your skin to Bati Diva? Diva start with D. Diddy. What else? You know, it's like this, Max. And you know, I could speak like this because after the clips go up and they don't like me, I don't use social media no more, so I can be a crackhead for life. When you keep pushing that barrier, Max, when you keep pushing that barrier and time passes, what happens? What next?
I'm misunderstanding. He needs to rise to the diva title? No, he's just straight up fucking telling him like, basically he's saying stop with this gay shit. You're not gay. Gay people are Diddy. Okay. That's what he's saying. But I will say this, homophobia in the big 2026. But I will say this, the response from the community has actually been quite positive. Everybody fucking clowned on this dude. Everybody was like, bro, stay in your own fucking lane. What the fuck are you doing? Like a lot of people were clowning on him for being like, says you, motherfucker, you're a fashion guy. Like you're flamboyant as hell past for getting your nails done with like a French tip or whatever. So it has been kind of it turned this like negative situation into a positive situation. It is also kind of funny that this community doesn't understand what the conversation is about because the dude is, dressed this way. So they're like, wait, what does he mean? A diva title is something you can only, choose to achieve for the seek to arrive at for the rest of your life. No, it's not like it's not a gay dude telling him the diva title is too difficult to achieve. How dare you call yourself diva? Okay, no, this is not. This is a person who is being super fucking homophobic.
What's the next engagement? What's the next clip?
He's saying you're being. He's saying like you're doing this like demonic gay shit just so you can farm clicks.
Lose yourself. Don't sell your soul, Max. They want your soul because you changed the game. Don't sell your soul. You know I have a soul. You know I don't hold my tongue. You know you the first person that ever subbed me up as a big streamer in my chat. You ain't mention it. You don't know how much I appreciate you. But you bigger than that. Don't forget like you for your personality. Is you crazy? You don't need to put on no persona. You broke through with music. Is you crazy? So suck my. I don't like.
What is this? Important for chat to understand because I'm seeing too much of this. This says nothing about the black community, the Caribbean community as a whole. This is just regular homophobia. You don't need to try to rationalize it by attaching generalizations like that just aren't true. Yes, I say this as a Caribbean person. Yeah, that's also another part of this because like most of the people that clowned on him in his immediate vicinity are also, I mean, there's like his roommate, his Wardrobe. We just showed you like his roommate Wardrobe also fucking defended Max as well and like criticized him too. And Wardrobe is 17. This dude is old as hell. I think he might even be older than me. In his old ass age, Unc is out here fucking talking mad shit. Weirdly enough, doing old school homophobia for no reason.
It's like the character, but your main like you. Rage bait you.
When he got called out later, he said it was a Caribbean joke. Yeah, that's bullshit. It's bullshit.
Your own stream, is you crazy? You him? You're not no diva. What the Oh, not drive that. That's not true. You playing the character too much. God, you not no diva. I'm gonna pop it because I'm not gonna get no comments today. I'm talking about I'm gonna get my because I went to SU. But I'm not no diva. You fly though. You got fire. I'll give you that. You have to dime me on that. You got fire. I'll give you that. You fly.
Like, he didn't do.
You're not no diva.
Yeah, and then basically he's 25. Oh shit! I thought he was old. Anyway, never mind. Not the point. Anyway, so yeah, after all that, he made our boy tear up. He had done like 24-hour streams before this.
I don't really want to chill. I want to just chill. I've been having a lot of fun. You know, people just really just accepted me for who I am, honestly, the whole time. So it's just felt like, damn, I felt like I enjoyed it. But, you know, the reason I turned it with y'all, like, that's why I started doing it. I feel like, streaming, give me the ability to do that. You know, that's why I love it in the first place. I feel like I've always been able to be me. And even if they don't f with me, or like viewers, if they, how do I explain it, hate on me, or that's cool, because at the end of the day,
so, look, I'm gonna give you a broader top-down approach to all this. Okay, I mean it's really fucked up, and I'm glad that he was honest with his audience. Like he was vulnerable, he was honest with his audience. He explains like what he's going through as far as like being able to express yourself in a creative way, in a different way, and then getting that kind of pushback is really goddamn annoying. It's straightforward bullying. And let's be real, in many respects, it's also very homophobic. I like Max isn't, as far as I know, I don't think he's gay. But regardless, like you don't have to be gay to be victim to homophobia in general, right? But one of the things that I'm really frustrated by, because Streamer University overall very positive. I want to put that out there one more time. Overall great. There's situations like this that happen, but it's overall a very good experience, very positive experience. A lot of new content creators get the notoriety for the first time ever. They get the looks that they never would, right? This is not just a problem for Streamer University. This is not just a problem that exists in the W community or whatever, just so you guys understand, this is a broader issue on the platform, and it's a broader issue on the internet. Most people in our sphere, they lean into metas. Okay? If something is considered appropriate to do, if something is like an easy joke to fire off, people will be careless and people will be thoughtless without recognizing what they're saying and doing because they just want that clip. And basically what ended up happening is it became trendy, as it always was, right? But it became extra trendy to just like clown on Max for his diva tattoo and just do like gay jokes, right? And amongst friends, it can be fine. Obviously, there's a fine line, right? Like there's context to it, there's nuance to it. But that clearly pushed way past that point. And I assume that if you're getting inundated with this kind of commentary all the fucking time, it weighs on you, right? It weighs on you. It just like starts being unbelievably fucking annoying that like every interaction that you're having, especially with like people that you don't really know, this is a chaotic environment where like everyone is kind of, the knives are out almost, or everyone's just kind of trying to fire off a clip off of your name, off of your reputation. Everyone's just trying to fucking maybe clown on you or respect you, right? And Black Boy Max at this point is a large content creator in this space. He's no longer like a new content creator. This is the new generation coming in. And if every interaction is that he's having, or most interactions that he's having, end up revolving around, sorry, I don't know why I went there. If every interaction he's having is clouded by this, this negative experience where people are just trying to call him gay or like bully him or something like that, it's going to weigh on you. And it did. And it's clear that it was weighing on him. And it's totally fucked up and totally unacceptable. And we, as a community and as people who are on Twitch, as people who are on this platform, also play into that a little bit, I think. But the space in general has shifted more and more to the right. And I've noticed this because of what I do. I've noticed this in general. Like, there was a period during peak woke. There was a period during peak woke where like there was a lot of social pushback and a lot of pressure from other content creators that if you did something like this, people would say that's not acceptable. Okay? And I think over the last couple of years, Elon Musk purchasing Twitter becoming a right-wing shithole, Twitter's right-wing attitudes seeping into every other website, every other platform, Reddit, and certainly Twitch, Kick, and its malignant and odious influence on streaming in general has made it so that a lot of people are seeking out the bottom of the barrel content. A lot of people are behaving like nuisance streamers, and a lot of people are pushing those boundaries and making this a less safe space. Okay? A less safe space overall for people who don't fit in to gender norms, for gay people certainly. And I've obviously noticed this trend line from where I'm standing, given that this is a community that covers mostly social issues and political issues. But I think a part of that is because it's just gotten normalized. Like more and more right-wing and reactionary content gets normalized. This isn't to say that like jokes are unacceptable or whatever. I love cracking jokes. I make jokes myself. I do ironic homophobia all the fucking time. It's like a big part of what I do is I tell people I'm a LGBT foe, right? But there's context and there's nuance. Like this is a safe space, right? This is a space where that kind of stuff, what just happened to Max, would never happen, right? Like that's the difference. Like this is a very gay friendly, very queer friendly community. Perhaps maybe the most queer friendly community on this platform, especially at this size. So you're also telling people you're boning Mitch McConnell? Yeah, exactly. Obviously, because you want to know why? Because I'm fucking comfortable with my sexuality. That's where That's where a lot of this comes from. A lot of these people are not. Yeah, I don't mind being written up in the fucking Atlantic or Huffington Post being like, I'm actually having gay sex, or as I like to call it, sex with Senator Mitch McConnell, 84, Kentucky. Okay? That's the difference. That's the difference. That's the context. That's the nuance, right? Whereas there are places where people aren't being ironic. There are plenty of people who aren't comfortable, especially young people who are still not very comfortable with their own expressions of sexuality, expressions of gender. And then this kind of stuff happens. Speaking of which, by the way, Mitch McConnell still hasn't denied. Still haven't heard from Mitch. Just pointing that out there. This is a totally separate issue. But yeah, anyway.
It's like, I don't know them. But on my own platform, it's like, damn, bro, if you fuck with me and really felt that way, why would you say on the stream in front of hundreds of niggas?
Yeah.
You don't care about it for real. You just will know it go viral.
Yeah.
This is me. I'm pretty. This is me. Like, I don't give a fuck, bro. I might be a little weird, bro. I might tap some shit. Oh, bro. I don't give a fuck. What's wrong with being gay? There's nothing wrong with that, bro. Y'all just whack. You're corny. And you just think out of the next thing. You don't have your own mind, bro. That's whack. But I'm gonna be myself, regardless. None of y'all can just fuck with me. I don't care. You might think that because you're closed-minded, but it's one love, bro. It's one love. It's one love, bro. It don't matter. Niggas gay, it don't matter. They straight. It don't matter, bro. Why don't we just love each other? So I don't care, bro. OJ, if you fuck with me, you said that off camera. You could have pulled me aside. I'd love to talk to you off camera. Why you saying?
I mean, it's not even, I don't think that's a conversation that you need to have with him at all. I don't think he should be saying those things at all, for the record. Like, even in this moment where he's like calling OJ out, he's like, why didn't you have this conversation with me off camera? Like that's still indicative of the fact that, like, that's a valid conversation to even be having at all. It's not, right? Yeah, he doesn't have that right to tell you anything like that. He's just being a fucking weirdo. Off camera, on camera. On camera makes it far worse, of course. Just fucking being a goddamn weirdo is none of his goddamn business. You know, you do whatever the fuck you want to do, man.
That's on camera. But it's cool. I love y'all, bro. I'm good off this, to be honest. I'm gonna just go chill. All right? I love y'all. But remember this always. Always be yourself. What they say. I don't care. I'm gonna wear my wigs. I don't give a fuck. I got diva tag. I'm gonna keep it forever. This is who I am. Thief on fly. I'm on my own shit. That's me. So always be yourself. Embrace what make you different. Because that's what's gonna make you pop. All right? I love y'all, bro. I'm out of this. I don't care. This is amazing, though. I'll probably go live tomorrow, but I'm not trying to party, bro. When who just really, you don't give a fuck about me, bro. It's cool. But I love
I think his point is that OJ didn't say any of that out of genuine care for Mac. He was just clip farming. Yeah. Also, it's not a valid conversation. Even if you're a fucking family member, it's not a valid conversation to have. This is a conversation that many young gay men, many young queer people have to have with their fucking families. It's a goddamn annoying conversation to have with a loved one. Is important for them to be more understanding and be more accepting regardless, right? That's my point. My point is, if you are watching this unfold, one, it's none of your fucking business, and two, it's completely unacceptable to be like, I don't really appreciate what you're doing. Like, who the fuck are you? Anyway, it pisses me off. It really pissed me off seeing this shit. But there is a positive ending to it, I guess, which is that the community did actually immediately kick in and they checked them, right? I mean, I said, what does this chud-ass nonsense man take that shit to kick? But there were a lot more people who actually talked about it. There's a clip from, I want to see the Wardrobe clip, because Wardrobe found out about it. Again, I'm gonna repeat this one more time. Wardrobe is 17 years old, okay? This guy is 17 years old. He is half my age, bro. Half my motherfucking age.
I don't know why you trying to be funny or some talk shit about Max. Like, he didn't do nothing. Did he say something to you directly?
Nah,
Wait, did he say something to you directly?
I went up to Max.
You went up to him, exactly.
Yeah.
So you bullied him first, right?
I have so much respect for this dude. Little dude popped off, okay? 17 years old, surrounded by all these other people that he doesn't really know. He's going up to a person who's like, almost twice his age, straight up confronting him immediately after, this dude is a legend. Okay?
So if he say some shit about you first, then it's gonna be a problem though, right?
Okay, are we gonna have a conversation here, or are you gonna walk to me and walk away? Because I'm a person with multiple perspectives.
Okay,
So
well, there could be multiple perspectives, but you still don't disrespect somebody like that. At the end of the day, that's still highly rude. If you got a problem, keep it to yourself, boo. If you don't respect nobody, then you don't get respect for yourself.
Okay.
Hold up, I'm not done.
Oh,
then,
King! Oh my God. Oh, amazing.
Okay, exactly. You talk about some idea, boo, 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 boo. You the one. Okay? Okay. Second of all.
So I just want to.
Hey, I'm not done. I'm not done.
Is this a clip?
No, because I can put the cameras down.
No.
I can put the cameras down.
No, but I want to have a conversation.
No, because I can put the cameras
with
down.
Max walked away from me.
He walked away from you because he felt uncomfortable with you. Obviously, you coming up there pressing him. Okay, you're a human being bullying other human beings over somebody that didn't do nothing. He's going to the club. What the fuck do the club got to do with him doing this and that, doing this and that?
Perceive it as bullying.
No, it's not. I'm there. No. What do you perceive it as? No, what do you perceive it as? What do you perceive it as? I'm in the middle of talking. You keep interrupting me. I'm actually, go ahead, talk.
Okay, so one, I had a conversation with Max. Max walked away. If Max felt away, I've been knew Max. Max was one of the first streamers I knew. I feel like as a person to a person, if you feel away about something, you enlighten me. You don't walk away. Everybody talks about streaming. This, when I'm talking to somebody, I'm just talking to them. I'm talking to you right now. You're looking back in your chats.
Yeah, I am. Because I don't listen to anything you say. I'm not listening to what you
So, I mean, this is fucking amazing. Okay? This is amazing. He's amazing. What can you say? Absolutely cooking his ass.
I'm not listening to anything you're saying.
About my opinion.
I really don't. I really don't give a fuck because you still disrespecting somebody either way.
Bullying him.
That's what you do. That's literally.
Look, I don't know the other dude. I don't know OJ. I don't know Wardrobe. I've only seen some clips of Wardrobe. Okay. All I'm gonna say is this. All right. I don't know what his background is. I don't know what his perspective is. I've only learned about it basically off the clips that I've seen. Obviously, like a lot of people are saying, like, can't believe he's calling someone else a diva. Like the fact that he's also like the little bit of information that I got about OJ, it makes me think that this is literally the reason why he was doing this to Blackboy Max, because he probably gets yelled at a lot and he gets called gay a lot. And that makes him insecure about expressing himself a certain type of way. So it's like, it's projection. It's pure projection, right? It's insecurity and it's projection. Like there's
I don't know why you're trying to be funny or something.
I just don't understand what the deal is here. Like a lot of this comes down to insecurity. Okay. That's it. I know people are going to use sociological terms. You're going to say this is male fragility. This is queer phobia. You know what it is? It's insecurity. Okay? It's insecurity. That's all it is. You feel vulnerable. Other people have bullied you in some ways for putting yourself out there and experimenting with the way that you look. And then you take that insecurity and then you try to fucking make other people feel small. The appropriate thing to do in that situation is not to bully others because you got bullied. The appropriate thing to do is stand up on your own. Stand up for yourself. Stand up for who you are and what you want to do. Okay? That's it. That's what I really, really appreciate what the Wardrobe did here too, because it shows that he is secure in himself. That's the difference. That is the major difference here. He is very secure in himself. This takes a lot, man. It really takes a lot. Especially because like most of these spaces are there's nascent homophobia in most of these different spaces. It's not indicative of the individuals that comprise this universe, this little corner of the internet that we're in. But there is that attitude all the time. And for him to, especially do this at the age of 17, he has to be unbelievably confident in himself. So I really, really respect it. And the same goes for Max too. Same goes for Max as well, to be vulnerable like that in front of his own audience, to be like, look, I didn't appreciate that experience at all, to come out and be able to say that, knowing full well that there are always still going to be people who respond like they're fucking chuds. But yeah, Black Boy Max is young too. These guys are all very young. And if you're out there and you're watching this stuff unfold and it reminds you of your own personal experiences, okay? It reminds you of your own upbringing, your own development, maybe a friend that did the same thing to you, maybe a family member that had a conversation with you because of the way you express yourself or the way you feel. Just remember, okay, it gets better. Okay, it always gets better. You will find your community, you will find a space where you belong, and that it is totally fucking unacceptable. And most normal people in the real world understand that. Okay? Most people, they don't give a shit about this stuff. I know it feels like, especially when you're on the internet, especially when this kind of stuff is left unchecked, it kind of feels like the environment is very hostile and that everyone around you feels the exact same way. That's not the case, okay? That's not the case. It's not the case at all. Most normal people, most good people understand right from wrong. There are obviously always going to be people, due to social conditioning, due to their own vulnerabilities, their own insecurities, that will then turn around and try to compound on that hatred and make others feel small as well. So just remember, it's their behavior, it's their own insecurities that is causing them to project this way. So I know it's tough, especially if you're on the receiving end in the moment, but that's number one. And number two, the overwhelming majority of people are kind people, good people, and they don't have these sorts of feelings. Okay, they don't harbor this kind of fucking resentment. I know it sounds, especially if you're going through it in that moment, or if you watch something like this unfold, and then you're reminded of your own personal experiences that you've had in your life. But it gets better. Okay, it always gets better. Just remember, it's a self-report, it's projection, it's their insecurity. Okay? What a dumb argument, Hasan. This feeling would not be there if most people gave a shit. Bullying only exists because everyone allows it to happen with zero consequences. So, no, most people are not good. Well, that's really interesting because I'm literally showing you overwhelming support for people who actually called him out and the community that he's a part of checking him for this behavior. We're watching people stand up to him. Also, it's kind of funny that you're in this community of all fucking communities for 28 months and you have this kind of cynical attitude. This is one of the largest communities on the fucking website, on this goddamn platform. And it's one where that kind of behavior is never allowed, is never considered appropriate. So it's kind of strange for you to have this kind of cynical opinion when you're surrounded by like-minded individuals. Well, not like-minded on this issue, but surrounded by individuals who obviously do see right from wrong. So it's very odd for you to have this kind of doomer cynicism.
What you did? All clips need to be confronted. I'm confronting you about what I just saw.
All clips.
All clips, blah, blah, blah.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Okay. Max, and he
oh my God.
recorded.
Look at how they smashed too.
I'm gonna kill him, and I'm gonna mail something to his address to let him know he violated my Maxi Waxy.
First of all, number one, I'm not even gonna say that.
Human and get out your head.
You be a human. Girl,
Okay, so-
all
okay,
humans deserve respect.
okay,
You got them little ass
okay,
breasts on,
so-
you doing the most.
Okay,
but I'm asking you a question and I'm
okay,
telling you to
but you're not trying to
apologize or don't apologize.
Okay, you see what I'm talking
apologize
about?
or don't
But you're not
apologize.
being a person.
Apologize or don't apologize.
Oh my God.
Apologize or don't apologize.
We are in a
Apologize.
Look. His response immediately is to say, you're faking it for camera. Meanwhile, what he's doing is actually faking it for camera. What he's doing is wearing a mask, okay? That's another case of projection. I've seen it so many fucking times. I see it in my comment section. I see it on the internet broadly, especially on fucking Twitter. This kind of behavior, again, comes from vulnerability and comes from insecurity. He's the one who's actually putting on a fucking mask. I'd go so far as to say even the outward homophobia he's demonstrating towards Max, and even in this circumstance a little bit, is actually partially real, right? Partially real, partially due to social conditioning, but it's also partially just his own vulnerability. So he's like projecting again. He's like, oh, you're faking it. You're confronting me. You're not being real. You're only confronting me and faking it for the cameras. We wouldn't be having this conversation if it wasn't for the cameras. No, I think the very fact that he's doing it in front of the cameras is good because the incident happened on camera. So it's important for other people in this space, in this community, to understand that this kind of behavior is fucking unacceptable. Okay, and not only that, but it's, you know, it's very clear that he's coming at it from a real place. But yeah, this is a microcosm of like normalized bigotry that we see all over the place. I mean, there was another guy, Ant, humbled OJ after he came at Black Boy Max yesterday. Here, let's watch this.
I feel like because Max publicly posted his tattoo, he was okay with whatever opinion. Same way, this is where everybody comes on, and I appreciate it.
So it's a difference from the public and then his friend. Why would you make it worse on somebody that you call your friend? That's fucked up. If you call a nigga your friend, just hear me out. If I say you my man, and I already have the public fucking me up, why would you make it worse? And now I'm just broken down. I just thought you was on my side. You get what I'm saying?
I understand that perspective, and I can sit down and reflect. But as far as
anyway, but then look at this shit. Look, the only people who have problem with are gays, Twitch streamers who act like they care for the brand, emotional grown men. What he said to Max was snap out of it until it gets worse. Gay people will never understand this, and that's why they're attacking OJ, grown ass man crying. Bro, that kind of attitude is so fucking commonplace on the goddamn internet, man. This is part of the reason why these conversations have to be public. Okay? This is part of the reason why these conversations have to be motherfucking public, because there are a lot of dumb fucks out there who, through this environment of silence, if there's no pushback whatsoever for this kind of fucking behavior, will think that this kind of bigotry is totally cool and totally normal. I've been saying this for fucking my entire career, and certainly for the last 3 years. We experience this in this space all the time. Asmongold is an unbelievably hateful person, right? And because most people in this sphere are too afraid to call him out, even if they don't actually agree with what he's doing, right? A lot of people in his community and also outside of his community think that sort of behavior is actually sweet, think that sort of behavior is actually totally appropriate, think those kinds of ideals are totally appropriate. It's okay to be bigoted. It's okay to be reactionary. It's not okay. Okay? That's it. It's not okay at all. This is why it's important for the community to self-regulate a little bit, because if nobody says anything, okay, if people are too fearful to call it out, if people are too fearful to just like push back because it's the meta, the understanding for those at home watching is, oh, these kinds of jokes are totally fine. Okay, what Kami says, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. These kinds of jokes are totally fine. And it's not just homophobia. This extends to everything. It's like, you know, behavior like Asmongold running around and fucking saying Somalis are parasitic and they need to be excised by force from the nation's boundaries, that we should be hunting down immigrants in this country. Like, that is Nazi shit, okay? But because there are very few places on this platform, there are very few spaces on this platform where people actually push back, and most of the other communities are too afraid to call it out, even if they have an opinion on it. A lot of people think it's okay to say stuff like that. It's not okay. He called you an invasive species just fucking yesterday. Yeah, he's a nasty little freak. Nobody gives a shit. You know, obviously, I'll continue pushing back. Yeah, I love that they're showing people defending Max. Some kids watching might not have seen that before from someone in their life, and this gives them a way to relate and know that what they've experienced is wrong. Exactly. That's why it's good. That's why it's fucking good that this kind of stuff is happening in public. Hasan shows support towards Black Boy Max after he started crying on stream, saying he didn't appreciate OJ disrespecting him. I don't like that. I'm 5-star. We're supposed to be coming together. Max sparked that stream, he says.
As soon as I start leaving, I see Max start crying. People making fun of other people. I don't like that. Dean don't like that. I'm 5-star, not star. I don't like that. It's his university. We all supposed to be coming together.
Yeah, he's right about that too. It's like, dude, he's right about that. A safe space, a space for fun, people getting together, people interacting with one another, growing a community, and then behavior like that is totally unacceptable. Okay? Behavior like that is totally unacceptable. This is part of the reason why there is a fucking terms of service, by the way. I know that for the longest time, people were like, oh, why do we have a terms of service? Oh, you're stopping me from being real. You're stopping me from being real. Oh, you're doing this just to be brand friendly. And perhaps people are doing it just to be fucking brand friendly, but I don't give a shit. Okay? Back in the day, brands did have this kind of standard that they would apply, and it made the space more habitable for gay people, for women, for trans people. We have to stop normalizing bigotry, man. It's fucking annoying because a lot of young people see that shit and they also want to fit in, right? A lot of young people see this stuff, they want to fit in, and they think this kind of behavior is the easiest route this kind of behavior is the easiest route to generate clicks. This kind of behavior is the easiest way to make a quick joke. And I think a lot of people don't realize that, like, wanting to fit in is a huge part of how people develop their personality and how people develop their politics. Okay? That's part of the reason why I've always tried to make a community of this size that recognizes right from wrong. And actually, here, Max is live. We'll watch him address it too.
Like,
but
like first couple of days, like, bro, just like, yeah, just been fun as fuck. You know what I'm saying? That ass, yeah, bro.
Yo, 5-star.
Good.
Yo, how did I think that?
Dude, everyone's voice is gone. It's so funny.
I saw that nigga out on the grass. He was racing girls in heels. I don't know what the fuck that nigga was doing on that.
Yo, chat. They made mad as shit that you ended.
Yeah, by the way, the irony of people discovering in real time what people that go to college or university end up woke is not because of brainwashing, it's because you associate with others with different backgrounds, you're socialized properly and engaged in society in a healthy way. Exactly. It's also, we're inventing terms of service from first principles here. This is also part of the reason why you have to be like, this is appropriate, this is inappropriate. Like, you have to do pushback. You have to have some fucking rules and standards of engagement. Because if not, most people are going to lean in their fucking reactionary attitudes thinking that is like the easiest route to make jokes. Okay? That's what's so funny about this is like, this is why some rules have to fucking exist, and because motherfuckers don't know how to behave.
I came to the university chat and everyone here kind of was just like nice to me. I don't know.
For the record, you're not real. You're not real if you fucking behave that way. Okay? A lot of people on the internet especially have substituted, a lot of people on the internet have substituted leaning into their base desires, their vulnerabilities, their insecurities to bully others as like being real. You're not real, motherfucker. You're actually the most fake when you do that. Okay? When you're just like bullying someone else, when you're like, oh, cut it with this gay shit, it's demonic. You're not being a real one. You're not having real talk. You're fake as fuck. You're so fake that you're fake to yourself. Okay? You're fake. He doesn't know how Twitch works. No meme. Wait, what? What are you guys talking about? What the fuck is wrong? What happened? Why are you guys bullying me for my age?
Like, my character got attacked. And a couple things. One thing I'm going to tell y'all is that at the end of the day, bro, nobody knows you like you know yourself. Remember that always. No one knows you like you know yourself. So I'm a person who's very emotional. I'm a very emotional person. That's just me being honest and real. And I kind of had an emotional roller coaster there where I'm just like at this high point, just having fun. And it's just like, damn, bro, you just kicked me to the bottom, bro, and just stepped on me. And how you feel about me, the things I do, you don't have to agree with them. I don't ask you. I don't ask anybody. But I just want you to respect me as a person and let me be. Because at the end of the day, bro, I have love for every single person on this planet. Why? Because we're all human. So regardless of what you do in your life, your opinions, your thoughts, your mind, how you choose to represent yourself and portray yourself, that's on you. But I'm going to love you because God put us all here to serve him and to love each other. And the problem with social media, which I've told y'all many times if you watch my streams, is that it makes us hate each other. Why? Because we are competing with each other. Why the fuck do I know what Sally's doing in Wisconsin on a random Tuesday? That was never a thing before social media. So it's like, what I try to push is it's one love. Let's all love each other. Let's be a little less judgmental and appreciate what makes each other different. That's the only way this world will come together and become a better place, right? So when someone comes up to me and talks to me like that and tells me I'm a devil, I'm a demon, and compares me to the likes of Diddy and says my parents aren't proud of me and all this to get a clip off on me.
The thing that's mad annoying about this shit is also like,
because
like, Diddy isn't bad because he's bisexual. He's bad because he's a rapist, bro.
Damn, you attacked
like, what the fuck is wrong with people? I like that the substitute for like Diddy's behavior,
and you know what?
It became a catch-all term for just being gay, doing gay shit.
Imagine what LGBT.
Like, what the fuck's wrong with people, man? No, it's because he, you know, abused people. Okay, that's what's wrong about Diddy.
There are girls out there who dress like tomboyish, if that's their style. They might be straight, they might like guys, but they still dress like tomboyish. There's no problem. What's wrong with me wearing a wig, having deer tatted, or wearing jackets with no shirt? If that's my style, that's my style. I feel like that's just not your business, bro. That's how I choose to portray myself. Why kick me down and compare me to somebody who has harassed and harmed people in the real world when all I do is spread love, positivity? And if you cared about me, why are you doing that in front of hundreds of thousands of people?
But yeah, it's good to see
OJ,
support. Like, it's good to see
before. I've known you since
someone putting themselves out there like this, and then also receiving, you know,
you could pull me to the side.
Support from the community in general. That's good.
Cared about likes, views more than my well-being. So do not portray as you are trying to help and save me when you are just trying to boost yourself. And for that reason, I know you told Kai you feel bad. You want to talk to me, but you don't feel bad. I don't believe you feel bad. I don't want to have a conversation with you because if you didn't get this backlash, you wouldn't feel bad. If the comments were like most of any comments to any other video talking about me, which is, yeah, this Max nigga, he's on the loose end, he pushing weird shit to kids, he's an oddball. OJ's right. OJ did great. I love OJ. You wouldn't have probably talked to me the rest of the university. You would have just been happy and content with what you just did. So,
how many people are watching this right now? Like 50,000, I think.
But I don't wish any ill will on anybody, and I wish you the best in your journey and your success.
How did the bully think it would go? The bully thought that he would get positive clips off of the interaction. That's how he thought.
But regardless, though, yeah, bro, I lashed out a little bit after that happened. As y'all saw on stream, I walked away from OJ because I knew I was going to start crying. And I told Luca, cut the cam.
Even this is good. Like, he's just being, like, again, he's being real. This is real. Being vulnerable, and being open about your emotions is being real.
With this internet shit, all you see is what niggas choose to put up. Right? I don't have to be live right now. I choose to be live. So niggas can carefully construct their life to make it look like the best form and version of themselves, which is very dangerous to all of you guys that are watching me right now. It's very dangerous because you end up being influenced by a life that is not real. So that's why I turned my camera back on, because even though I'm crying, some niggas might call me a bitch. Niggas might call me, hey pussy, why you crying? I'm being myself. I'm an emotional human being. I feel emotions. As a man, it's okay to have emotions. And I wanted to share that with y'all because I had something to say. And I'm glad I did that, regardless of what someone might have to say about it. And at the end of the day, that's all I want y'all to do. Life is a roller coaster. You have your ups and your downs. It's never perfect, ever. But that ride still keep going after that drop. All right? But yeah, in the stream, I just want to chill for a little. Yeah, I know my throat fucked up, my voice fucked up. But Kai has put on a great event. And shout out my cousin, Morgan, as y'all know, Fat Boy Dip. He was telling me how much this shit blew up. And I don't want to end it on such a negative note. Like, it should be positive. Niggas made friends. Niggas had a great time. Kai's probably spending no pocket watching shit. Millions of dollars to make this shit happen. So, and I appreciate it. Let's end this shit on a good note. And I don't want to stopped this stream because of one person who was kind of off-putting. Because that's fucked up to y'all, all y'all people that watch me and support me and pay to watch me, you know, pushing me through this journey. You feel me? I'm gonna entertain y'all to the end of this stream or shit, to the end of time, to be honest. Because I have something, a message to share that's bigger than a fucking stream or Black Boy Man. So, I love you guys. Thank you. We have club presentations like 15 minutes. I'm gonna go IRL. Y'all can take it out emote only. Let's have a good ass last day. Also, I want to say thank you to anyone that hit me up or texted me or checked on me. That shit really means a lot to me. Real shit. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Like it does. It does. It does. Thank you guys. Love y'all. Love y'all. Love y'all. Love y'all. Love y'all. Love y'all. Love you guys. Thank you for all of the subs. Lost Boy Bums.
Some of y'all are so fucking parasocial. Did you text them? Yeah, I did. I did. Why the fuck does it matter to you? What is this question, bro? What is this fucking question? Y'all are so goddamn parasocial sometimes. You're fucking 30 plus years old too, this community is. Jesus Christ. Anyway. All right. Yeah. So the good and the bad. The good and the bad. It's important to sometimes have a little bit of tough talk. Okay. It's important to sometimes have a little bit of tough talk. But yeah, I think this was a negative experience that turned into a learning experience fairly quickly. And a big part of that is because people were like, this is unacceptable, right? People in the community were like, this is unacceptable. And it's important to push back against that sort of thing. It's important to push back against that sort of thing because a lot of people are learning how to behave socially and who they are in the universe on the internet. Okay? And as more and more people spend more time with their social development online, they can learn the wrong lessons. Because as I've repeatedly explained over and over again, so many people lean into, so many people just want to fit in. We've all done it, right? We've all been there when we were growing up. You want to fit in, okay? We all want to fit in. And when we see other people that we think are cool, right, behave this way, when we see people that we consider to be cool behave this way, when you're in school, and if the jocks were, clowning on the weird kid, like the student that didn't fit in, and you wanted to also present yourself as a cool kid, you would do the same thing. That's why I think it's important for content creators who have a shit ton of influence, regardless of their age, to recognize that responsibility that they have. Jocks in the Big 2-6. I mean, you know what I mean, man. I'm trying to fucking explain in the most simple terms possible, okay? The fuck do you want me to do? There's a lot of dudes who see other people behave a certain way, and then they tailor their entire personality around that. And if no one is fucking checking them, if no one is being like, that's not cool, if no cool person is checking them and pushing back on it, then they think that kind of attitude, that kind of opinion is totally normal. And slowly but surely, that kind of behavior gets normalized. That's how it works. And yes, in this analogy, the streamers, the influencers, the personalities that a lot of young people are looking up to, a lot of young people are watching, are the quote unquote cool kids that are shaping the youth's perspective. Okay? So friction isn't necessarily bad. And we're getting back to the real world. U.S. Central Command. U.S. response to the Iranian strike to 2 American service members. Obviously, the tit-for-tat strikes have expanded. Now we're getting to the adult news, okay? Everyone, hold on to your butts. We've gotten to the, real news and information. And the right is not coping well with this, okay? Since this news came out, there's actually 4 in action, and I believe more that are missing in action as well. CENTCOM has identified CENTCOM announced that there are unidentified remains of the missing soldier was found, and that another soldier was killed during a controlled explosion of an unexploded shahid in northern Iraq yesterday. CENTCOM announces that two more soldiers were killed, and one is missing as a result of an Iranian strike in Jordan yesterday. There are a number of injuries as well. This is not just in Jordan, however, there's some in Iraq. The IRGC strikes are actually far more successful in the way that the American side is presented initially. And this is causing a lot of panic amongst the right. Obviously, we are not oblivious to this reality because we have working brains in this community, and we've been watching this stuff unfold for the longest time. And clearly, a lot of Republicans, on the other hand, are who have, I guess, been deluded by the way Trump has presented it, are going, what the f- is happening? What is going on? We thought that the IRGC's capabilities were destroyed. It doesn't seem like it's destroyed. How are they actually doing this? That's the real question. Maria Bartiromo on Fox News said this as well. Here's Bartiromo. Here's Bartiromo bringing up this point right here. We'll start with Matt Wansvoll first. I'm confused. The USA has the most powerful military on earth. We're bombed the hell out of Iran for 4 months. Trump says the Air Force, Navy, and nearly all their missile capabilities are destroyed. So how is Iran still capable of hitting U.S. bases right now? Hey, man, perhaps it's because Trump has been lying. Perhaps that's the reason. Has that ever been a factor in this equation? We've been telling you this whole time. This is a healthy exercise. Recognize what's actually going on. Trump has been lying this whole time. Okay? Of course he's been lying. He's lied every day of his life. And he will lie tomorrow. He lied yesterday. He's lying today. He's going to lie tomorrow as well. He's a pathological liar. And a lot of you are dumb who, I guess, want to believe him or believe him because you think he's fantastic. He's the real one. He's defending your interests or whatever. But he's lying.
CENTCOM says that there will be outsized action in retaliation, but I don't understand how it's possible that Iran has the capabilities to fight this way and continue to try to lash out at Gulf countries and U.S. military bases, because the U.S. has obliterated Iran's military, and the president continues to reiterate that.
Yes, and if you look at the numbers of missiles that they've been able to fire off from the beginning of this war, late February, early March, and what they're able to do now, it is very seriously degraded. They've gone from over 100.
This is why the lies continue, by the way. This is how you continue the narrative. Oh, no, it's been seriously degraded. Oh, really? Oh, really? How much longer can you continue doing this, man? How much longer can Fox News continue with this narrative? Here, I'll give you a dumber example of this, right? A sillier example that you may have seen on the internet. Odyssey. Christopher Nolan's adaptation of Homer's Odyssey. Republicans and right-wingers, right-wing slopulists have talked about how shit this movie is for months. Why is it shit? Because there's a trans man in it. There's a black woman playing Helen of Troy. They've been losing their minds. Well, it turns out it's actually awesome. People love it. It's a major hit. Of course it's a major hit. It's a masterpiece is what people are saying. And now they're like, what? Why won't people hate on this like I did before watching the movie? I don't know. Maybe because most normal people aren't morons like you that don't just go, oh my God, a black woman is Helen of Troy. I hate this. Boycott the movie. They're so stupid. This is where the alternative reality that right-wingers construct meet the actual reality on the ground. This is where right-wingers are reminded that they're actually the can't shut up minority, okay? They're not the silent majority. They're just a majority of the voices that people unfortunately hear because of our base-boosted, right-wing slanted algorithms. Okay? When the expectation finally meets reality, all of a sudden right-wingers are supposed to have a reality check. Many of them don't even do that, though. But there are so many different versions of this. This is the entire ecosystem now on the internet. It's so annoying. Haramkar says the irony of the right-wing Odyssey controversy is that it can only be recast so easily because the West treats European history as universalized while everything else is specific and ethnic. The right can never be happy because they want it to be both white and universal at once. But yeah, it's a silly aside, but it's the same exact principle. From something as dumb as my expectations of the Odyssey movie is that it's going to suck because there's like literally a 5-second Elliot Page moment in the entire thing versus how normal people perceive it, where they go, I don't give a shit about this. Yeah, Christopher Nolan has canceled all screenings of the Odyssey with movie influencers. He's only allowing approved critics to see it in advance. He's waving the surrender flag. They know that they have a financial disaster on their hands. Elon Musk, how pathetic. Yeah, it turns out Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey is now heading to record-breaking $117 million domestic opening weekend, shattering initial projections of 90 million to 100 million. Like, what are we doing? Why do you want to live like this? That's the question I have. Why do you want to live like this? Who wants to live in this alternative universe where you're constantly angry, where you're constantly mad all the time? You're constantly scared. You're constantly deluding yourself into believing that the world is supposed to be a certain way. Yeah, it's 257 million actually in its worldwide opening weekend. This is what I don't get. Okay, I know we moved on from Iran to the Odyssey, but it follows the same trend line. Right-wingers construct an alternative reality in which everyone actually feels the same resentments that they do, and they constantly try to get others on board with feeling said resentment. Whereas most normal people don't have that opinion. Yeah, I don't think it's a great thing that critics are able to manufacture a consensus on media like this, says Asmongold. I don't think it's a great thing that critics are able to preemptively manufacture a consensus on media like this, especially when this movie has so many hot-button social issues tied into it that critics refuse to address. Critics now offer propaganda rather than insight. I don't think it's a great thing that critics are able to manufacture a consensus on media like this. You're just mad that you couldn't manufacture a consensus ahead of time. That's it. Thank God most people in the real world don't give a shit about these idiotic assumptions. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. Just eat the goddamn L and sit down. Hopefully this is a learning moment for you. Stop trying to farm outrage about pieces of art that haven't even come out yet. How many fucking times do these guys have to fall flat on their faces over and over again? And the same thing goes for Iran. The same thing happens on a much grander scale with Donald Trump. Okay? The same thing happens on a much grander scale with Donald Trump and the way that he's covering, the way that he is basically trafficking in nonsense on a daily basis. We're destroying Iran. We've destroyed Iran. There's a peace deal that Iran is begging to put together every week. And his fan base, his cult, Trump's cult, eats it up. And yet real world events are unfolding all around us. And unfortunately for right-wingers, what Donald Trump says can move markets. But ultimately, you can't out-yap reality to this degree. Because eventually, troops are going to die. And when that happens, you're going to be like, how did that happen? Why are troops dying? We're the most powerful military on the planet. How is this taking place?
Overnight, the U.S. launching new strikes on Iran. Retaliation for the drone and missile attack that killed 2 American service members and injured several others at a base in Jordan Saturday. 1 service member is still missing. In these new American strikes, CENTCOM saying the U.S., quote, targeted Islamic Revolutionary Guard forces that launched those attacks in Jordan. Video circulating online appears to show multiple projectiles raining down from the night sky the moment that base was hit. 4 injured service members were taken to hospitals in Jordan and later released. Several others suffered minor injuries and have returned to duty. So far in this war, 16 American troops have been killed and more than 400 wounded, according to the Department of Defense. These latest combat deaths are the first reported since the fighting restarted. Responding to word of the deadly attack, President Trump reportedly telling the New York Post, quote, "It's a shame, but in this case, they died because they don't want to see Iran have a nuclear weapon, and they don't want to see the Middle East blown up." The attack came after 7 straight days of U.S. strikes on Iranian targets, including surveillance sites and military logistics infrastructure. Both sides now say the ceasefire agreed in mid-June is over. Iran, meanwhile, has been targeting its neighbors, launching missiles and drones at American bases in Jordan, Bahrain, and Kuwait. Those strikes raising questions about the status of American missile defense. It's estimated that the war is severely depleting critical U.S. munitions, including for the Patriot missile batteries crucial to protecting American troops and allies. But just last month, Secretary Hegseth dismissed reports of any shortages.
Ultimately, our stockpiles are great, and they'll only get stronger.
The U.S. has now carried out strikes on Iranian targets for 8 straight days, and several countries have condemned the Iranian strikes and are calling for restraint. But for now, Rachel, it seems there is no end in sight.
Yeah, 140 days into this conflict. Okay, Marcus, thank you. The escalating tensions between the U.S. and Iran, well, it's sending gas prices up again. ABC's Christian Cordero joins us now with the numbers. Good morning.
Hey there, Rachel. Good morning. So gas prices are rising with the tension around the Strait of Hormuz, where a fifth of the global oil supply passes through. U.S. oil is trading at $82.47, up about 4.5%, while the national average for a gallon of regular gas in the U.S. is now $3.98, according to Gas Buddy, a 14-cent increase from last week's average and $1 more expensive compared to when the war began. This is all coinciding with the busy summer travel season and the lack of traffic moving through the Strait of Hormuz. This morning, Iranian state media reports the regime intercepted 4 ships in the strait today, warning those waiting to pass that they must directly coordinate with the IRGC. Data from maritime analytics firm Kepler shows ship traffic dropping significantly, as low as single digits in recent days, compared to about 70 ships that crossed per day during the temporary memorandum of understanding, and roughly 100 per day before the war began. Our team has spoken with shipping executives who have vessels waiting.
I've explained this to you guys already. There's only so much out yapping you can do, but you can't out yap how people feel in their wallets. Okay? Obviously, the Trump administration, alongside the rest of the world, has tried to keep up with the imminent energy crisis by unleashing their strategic petroleum reserves. But there is going to be a hard limit to how much manage the imminent volatility. Okay? It's at a certain point, everything is going to collapse when people realize, like, okay, market factors are actually not looking at the hard limit with this actual commodity that is necessary for survival, right? It's going to happen. It's already beginning to happen regardless, because there's like obviously supply shortages that are compounding, right? And it's going to lead to, and it has led to, an inflationary crisis anyway.
To cross, they say they want more clarity before they feel safe enough to move ships through. And until the bottlenecking eases, analysts say gas prices will keep going up.
Yeah, such a back and forth on these gas prices. Yeah. Christian, thank you so much.
Well, moments ago, President Trump posting to Truth Social with this message on Iran, saying Republicans should add Iran to the Russian sanctions bill. That's what Lindsey wanted to do, referencing the late Senator Lindsey Graham.
It comes after the deaths of 2 American service members in Jordan.
Mike Tobin is live in Tel Aviv with the latest. Mike.
And Lisa, and guys, let me start you out with some breaking news. Air raid sirens are sounding right now because Iranian missiles are inbound for the Jordanian town of Aqaba. Why Aqaba is particularly concerning? It's at the tip of the Red Sea, right where Israel and Jordan come together. So
Giganik. Slowly but surely, the IRGC missiles have been able to successfully take out a lot of the batteries, a lot of the anti-air defense systems inside of Jordan. Jordan is obviously very important for Israeli security. Jordan is basically the last line of defense. In the last 130 days in the Operation Epstein Fury, Iran successfully took out the radar installations, the eyes and the ears that the Americans had in the entire region that would play a formative role in the Israeli response, in Israeli air defenses, right? But of course, after they took out the radars, they started taking out the batteries. They started taking out the offensive strike capabilities, but more importantly, from the Israeli perspective, the defensive strike capabilities. And as of this week, the IRGC has hyper-focused on the Jordanian defenses. Jordan operated as a key hub, says Murtaza Hussein, for executing the February 28 attack on Iran, and also seemed to have specific detail on the type of operation it would be, including the killing of Iranian leaders and attempts at regime change. It would be more respectable to just own the conflict than attempting to deny the obvious or acting like an innocent bystander. This goes equally for the other GCC states that have been involved in the war. This is, of course, in response to Ali Yunus's reporting. Jordanian Foreign Minister Ayman Safadi denied publicly days ago that the U.S. has a military base in Jordan, a line that has been repeated by other officials and government media. It's not clear why Jordan keeps denying the existence of a U.S. military base the U.S. built with its own money publicly. And this has, of course, gotten Israel nervous. Argentina received a red card. Oh, hell yeah. Get fucked, Argentina. Fucking finally doing Taekwondo for 70 minutes. People in Israel are getting more anxious than usual now, especially after the strikes on the border with Jordan. Amir Bohbat is reporting that the defense establishment is expecting a missile attack from Iran. This could also just mean that Israel is preparing to attack Iran. Okay? Israel has made it, Israel put a no-fly zone for drone operators, commercial, civilian, across the board recently. That means they're expecting possible drones as well, beyond ballistic munitions. This is a big deal. As I reported yesterday, the reason why they're attacking Jordan is because they're making it easier. They're making Israel more vulnerable, okay? They're making Israel more vulnerable because they expect Israel to possibly join with the United States of America post-MOU as they did prior to the MOU. Because right now, up until now, America has been striking. Israel's been awfully quiet. Israel hasn't actually accompanied the American strikes on Iran. But Iran is basically creating an environment where they can retaliate against Israel if they see it necessary, if they see it to be a necessity. And that's the reason why they took out the air defenses in Jordan. That's the reason why they've been pummeling the Jordanian bases. And that's the reason why Americans died in Jordan. Now, one might ask the question, why the fuck are American troops stationed in Jordan that are playing defense for Israel? But, you know, that's, I think we all know the answer to that question, right?
Anything that threatens Aqaba threatens Israel as well. To this point,
I gotta pee.
The Iranians have not fired on Israel in this round of fighting. But as you mentioned, an 8th round of airstrikes has now concluded in Iran. U.S. strikes in Iran. The military operation now amplified by the 2 U.S. servicemen killed, a 3rd missing, and 4 wounded. These are the first U.S. troops killed since that memorandum of understanding was signed. The casualties were at the Muwafaq Salti Air Base in Jordan, and they're a result of Iran's repeated shots at U.S. bases in neighboring countries. At least 1 strike got through the defenses. The Institute for Study of War writes, Iran has enhanced their ballistic missiles with greater speed and maneuverability, and that the Revolutionary Guard is getting some help from Russia and China. Now, as fighters launched from aircraft carriers, Tomahawk cruise missiles blasted off from warships, U.S. Central Command stated that this 8th round of strikes was intended to punish the Revolutionary Guard forces who launched the attacks that killed the U.S. service members in Jordan. Now, President Trump, speaking to the New York Post, said those servicemen who sacrificed their lives did it because they don't want to see Iran get a nuclear weapon, and it just shows you how bad they, the Iranians, are. To this point, the majority of targets have focused on disabling ports, destroying the ability of port towns to resupply, and preventing the Revolutionary Guard from threatening shipping. Dramatic evidence of that, a tower destroyed in the port town of Khabahar. The U.S. says the Revolutionary Guards used that tower to track ships and attack them in the Strait. Now, since this war with Iran began, 16 U.S. service members have lost their lives. 430 have been wounded. Guys, back to you.
All right.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube.
Obviously, we're going to continue situation monitoring. However, Jake Tapper had Abdullah Sayed on. That's another situation that we will be monitoring today. But so far, there's also some additional developments. Iran's getting a little frisky because of the confidence that they have. There are some Iranian analysts that are now talking about entertaining strikes, or not even strikes, but an offensive operation an invasion, if you will, on Kuwait. And for the record, since the news came out about the 2 soldiers that were died, a third service member was reported to be dead.
I've got to
This is the 8th night of successive strikes.
Give you an update
back
on
and
the
forth.
loss of life of U.S. service members. We reported earlier that 2 U.S. service members had been killed and a third was missing. The remains of that third missing U.S. service member have been recovered. So you're talking about 3 people killed by that strike. And another unfortunate incident, service members were disposing of the explosives in an Iranian attack drone with a controlled explosion. Something went wrong and another U.S. service member was killed.
God damn.
All of this according to Central Command.
200
now,
gifted
last night,
subs.
the U.S.
Thank you.
responded to the U.S. loss of life with an intensified round of strikes into Iran. This marks the first time the U.S. has had any loss of life since that memorandum of understanding was signed, the memorandum of understanding which is now largely disregarded. The casualties were at the Muwafaq Salti Air Base in Jordan, and they are a result of Iran's repeated shots at U.S. bases in neighboring countries. At least 1 strike got through the defenses. Now, the Institute...
I mean, these guys are just straight up dying for Israel. Just make no mistake. Like, there's no clearer example of dying for Israel than sitting in a fucking base in Jordan that is playing a formative role in striking Iran and also playing a formative role in defending Israel. That is straight up what this is. Trump is sending these people and lighting the region on fire. Trump is sending these people to their deaths because he wants to lean into whatever Israel's demands are, destabilizing a sovereign nation that has the capability of fighting back. Germany and Britain are evacuating their diplomats from Kuwait, by the way, since there's some reporting. And obviously the strikes are ongoing. It hasn't stopped. Reports of missile and drone launches towards Bahrain, Kuwait, Erbil, and Iraq. A U.S. soldier was killed last night during the same type of attack in Erbil. There's extensive damage on these bases, and Germany and Britain are evacuating their diplomats from Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia. The U.S. has advised its citizens to leave the Middle East region. A lot of indications that massive escalations are being prepared. And Israel is also preparing for additional strikes on Israeli soil as well. Here is Trita Parsi on the issue, says, to say that the U.S. underestimated Iran's missile capabilities is only half true. Yes, there was an underestimation, but there was also a deliberate effort to downplay Iran's capabilities and silence and deplatform those who early on pointed to their efficiency after the first round of attacks between Israel and Iran. And the reason was clear: to get Trump to agree to a larger war, a media narrative of Iranian weakness were non-permissible. And that's why we're here. This just came out. Is Iran becoming another forever war? John Goetsheimer and Chris Hedges, they had a conversation about this. We can take a look at it in a little bit. But yeah, goat talk over and over again. Yeah, this is reporting from some on the Iranian side. Iran is actively planning and seriously considering a ground incursion into Kuwait to seize the U.S. military base, including Camp Beering, Camp Arifjan, and Ali al-Salam Air Base, and then take 100 U.S. soldiers hostage before quickly transferring them to Iran if the U.S. continues its military campaign against Iran, per prominent Iranian analyst Mahdi Khanalizadeh and former Iranian Foreign Minister Mottaki. I don't know if this is real. I don't know how real this is. I don't know how real. I don't know. If you're asking me, does Iran have the capability to do this? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Kuwait is perhaps less protected than all of the other countries in the region, and has less overall protection. Saudi Arabia is obviously one of the immediate regional actors that could potentially defend Kuwait. The reality of the matter is, I don't think that they're going to do this. I think this is unlikely. I think it's just an empty threat for the most part. But if there's one country that is uniquely vulnerable to something like this, it would be Kuwait. Iraq obviously has its own problems with the Shia population, so they can't do anything about it. And Saudi Arabia has its own problems with the Houthis because that's another front that is opened up when the Houthis flew back from Iran to Sanaa, and the Saudis blew up the Sanaa airport, and then the Houthis responded by attacking the civilian airport in Saudi Arabia and the military air bases in Saudi Arabia, creating a unique security environment for Saudi Arabia, one that they have they've certainly experienced, one they do not want to go back to, right? The Saudis are too busy dealing with the Houthis, and therefore they're probably not going to send any troops or any military to Kuwait to defend Kuwait. So that's a threat, I guess. Overtime, Spain has dominated both the field and the football, but have yet to score, while Argentina has had multiple aggressive situations, with Spain showing restraint 0-0. Of course, Saudi Arabia is in a unique situation because they have to implement some sort of blockade from their perspective on Yemen, because if you have a direct route between Sanaa and Tehran, all of a sudden the Houthis can open up a new route to potentially receive weapons from Iran and become a much bigger security threat for Saudi Arabia, especially if they develop capabilities or they are able to re-up and rearm and can control the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which then doesn't just present a unique security threat for Saudi Arabia on Saudi Arabia's soil, but also an additional threat for Saudi commerce, for transiting oil tankers through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. So they have their own vulnerability here as well. Khanalizadeh adds, the city that should be evacuated is not Tehran. It is Doha, Manama, Abu Dhabi, and Kuwait, warning that a flood of American blood will flow in the region, with Kuwait being considered one of Iran's principal options for the ground incursion. He says no political border will be safe and that Iran would shift to a full-scale offensive if U.S. strikes continue. I think this is just a threat. Khanalizadeh also warns joining the U.S. in a ground invasion is tantamount to a declaration of war upon Iran, with the Iranian land force prepared to punish any state that participates. Okay. Drop site news alluded to Syria letting Iran smuggle weapons through their territory to Lebanon. Do you think the Syrian leader is playing both sides? I highly, highly doubt that. Unless Turkey is playing both sides. But I also highly doubt that. Because HTS, or not HTS, but, Zelensky is an American asset. He's a Turkish asset. He is, woke Al-Qaeda, woke former Al-Qaeda. There's very little indication that they would ever allow Iran to operate inside of Syrian borders. I mean, the whole point of overthrowing Bashar al-Assad, develop Syria or anything. I'm talking about like from the Western perspective. They don't give a shit about Syrians or developing Syria at all, or allowing Syria to exist as a normal country. Their goal is to sever the land bridge between Iran and Lebanon, so that there is one element of the logistical supply chain between Iran and Hezbollah in Lebanon is gone permanently. That is the primary focus. That was the primary goal, right? So that would be highly unlikely unless Turkey decided that they want to, unless Turkey decided that they want to move a chess piece in some way against Israel somehow. I don't know. But I don't see it happening at all. And I also don't know if this conflict would expand into Kuwait. I don't know if Iran would actually directly invade Kuwait. The Islamic resistance reaffirms its commitment to directly engaging in the battle against the American enemy. Should it continue to escalate its aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran, it will target all American interests and bases in the country and the region with full force and determination. In this context, we would like to point out that the Islamic resistance in Iraq has not carried out any military operations against American bases in Iraq or the region in the past few days. Yeah, there's the Iraqi resistance as well that were lasering American bases. I mean, they killed, I think there was like a French guy that they killed, if I'm remembering correctly. Like they are obviously also an ever-present threat as well. Spain goal, just wait. You're celebrating too early. It's Vargentina. Turkey threatened to provide air assistance to Iran if Kurds invaded the country as a part of a Mossad ground operation, senior Israeli officials say, reportedly what Trump meant when he claimed Turkey was on the verge of involvement in the fighting. There's a NATO base in Iraq, Kurdistan. Yeah. Is this World War III? I mean, I guess. It's not the same as World War II nor World War I, but one could say that World War III is kind of happening already, I guess. I don't know. Ref Insta called it. Vargentina. Did I call it without even seeing it? That's crazy. I didn't even see it happen. I just said Vargentina. That's unbelievable. You did this? Bitch, I'm wearing the fucking jersey. What more do you want? This is your fault? That's crazy. I'm sorry that I predicted the most obvious thing. The most obvious thing of all time. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, Vargentina. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it gives me great pleasure to inform you that Vargentina, Infantina, has been vanquished. España is the champion. 1-0. Spain won. This is not just a victory for Spain. This is not just a defeat for Vargentina and FIFA as an institution, but this is a defeat for Israel as well. Make no mistake. Not only because their flags have the same color scheme, but also because Israel took ownership over Argentina's victories and specifically Lionel Messi. And today of all days, the entire world celebrates. Itamar Ben-Gvir says, yes, Messi, let's go Argentina. I'm sorry, but this foe had to have been vanquished for the rest. You might say, oh, Spain is a colonizer. You might say all studies show that Lionel Messi fans are more likely to be on the right side of history. But let's be real. Once Israel got involved, I was already partial. I was already a little biased because of Yamal waving the Palestinian flag. But once Israel laid their stake, laid their claim on Argentina's performance, I'm sorry. From that point on, it was only a matter of time until Spain would vanquish this foe. We're at level 3 hype train, folks. And if we get to level 10 hype train in honor of Spain, I will play Somos Charlie Kirk. We are Charlie Kirk. Espanol version. Okay? That's right. Subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, folks. The People's Broadcasting Service. For tomorrow's news today, if we get to level 10 on the hype train, we're already at level 5. I will be carrying the flame once more. I have yet to carry the flame in the last couple of weeks. Or not in the last couple of weeks, but in the last couple of days. Just be sure it's Spanish and not South America Spanish. I don't know about all that. That's too much. That's too expert level for me. No hablo español. No hablo español. Me amo Charlos. Me amo Carlos Quirque. Level 6 hype train. As a Latino colonized by Spain, Argentina. Yeah, this is I want to get a reading of this in Latin America amongst the LATAM chatters. I know that many of you feel some type of way about Spain, but you hate Argentina more, right? At least in my experience, like most people that I've encountered, like Argentina is the #1 enemy of South America, the rest of South America. Like they will literally, they'll be like, yeah, Spain, you know, Spain is old shit. Second order humiliation. Lamau, Trump needs to hand the trophy to the country he's been freaking out about and trying to sanction ever since the start of this dumbass war. Yeah, that actually is adding insult to injury. But what's insulting is we're only at level 7 on the hype train. Only 3 more levels until we carry the flame. Ladies and gentlemen. Also, something awesome happened for the record. I Show Speed performed his song Champions during the 2026 FIFA World Cup closing ceremony. I don't know if I want to watch this and risk getting a ban here, but It makes me really happy to see that. He also specifically wore his like double, like his quadruple jersey or whatever because he doesn't want to curse the team that he actually wants to win. He obviously was also rooting for Spain as well. Almost done with level 7 hype train, ladies and gentlemen. About to hit level 8 hype train. 98% of level 7 hype train.
Yes, Spain! Spain, yes! Yes! I'm saved! They're fighting! Oh my God!
He said, wait, someone in the chat said, Spain literally colonized us, but I have so much more smoke for South Germany, Argentina. Hello, is your Afro-Latina mod? We all hate Argentina more because they're the most racist and dumbest motherfuckers in all of LATAM. They literally go out of their way to claim whiteness by claiming they're superior to other Latin American people. I literally had an Argentinian girl in college say she was a good Latina and not an ugly, hairy Mexican. Yeah. All right, that's the vibes I've gotten as well, which is strange because like, I mean, there's a lot of memes. It's just I'm of two different minds on this because on the one hand, I do feel bad because they're stuck with Javier Milei. Their currency is worthless. The entire country is out of a job. So this is like the only thing that they're rooting for. It's funny because Uruguay is whiter than Argentina and they get none of the smoke. Yeah, because Argentina is like established as a outwardly white supremacist country. Yeah, Uruguay is chill. Level 8 hype train, ladies and gentlemen. Only 2 more levels remaining. Level 8 hype train at 48%. It's Amy. It's Amy with a Y. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. At level 10 hype train, we will celebrate. Para España.
Yes, Spain! Spain, yes! Yes! I'm saved! They're fighting! Oh my gosh, they're fighting! Oh my gosh! I am saved!
I mean, I understand why he feels this way because he was specifically victim to Argentinian hate crimes during the entire FIFA process. Like, think about it this way. This man is so beloved. Is probably the best thing FIFA did was associate themselves with iShowSpeed. Let's be real. He was welcomed at every game. He was allowed to stream the games from the sideline, from the stands. He was allowed to show support. He literally did the halftime show. And the Argentina fans spat on him, called him the N-word, told him to go back to his country, which is ironic because he's in his country, whereas the Argentinians are not. Like, they dumped drinks on him and shit. Level 8 hype train at 1 minute remaining, ladies and gentlemen, at 70%. No, you cannot feel bad about this. Oh, yeah, Argentinian voter, the classic. I voted for Javier Milei, and now I can't afford rent. I'll either vote for Milei again or I'll leave the country, but I'll still never vote for the socialists. Yeah, classic. Argentina football fans at a rally spot Rabbi Shmuley, an active supporter, and immediately breaking the chance of free Palestine. Free Palestine. Thugs recognized me at Argentina rally and started attacking me.
Argentina. Javier Milei loves Israel.
Bro, this is literally pro-Argentina propaganda. I swear to God, you ain't slick. 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 Themasius, you are not slick. Level 9 hype train, only 1 more level remaining. Yeah, he literally said, which goes to show these dudes don't even know their own president. It's like a Trump supporter saying like, "Oh, Trump doesn't love Israel." What are you talking about? Many such cases.
These guys think because I'm outnumbered, I'm gonna do.
When was Speed spat on? They had like drinks dumped on him. Did he not? Did that happen to Speed today? You say no. I don't know if it happened today. Level 9 hype train at 28 remaining. Level 9 hype train at 28%, 29%, 3 minutes remaining. Yeah, it was the Argentinian fan incident literally made it to a FIFA investigation and made its way to the New York Times, for those of you who don't know. Yeah, FIFA investigating alleged abuse involving iShowSpeed supporter and supporter at, God damn it, come on. God, I can't do it. For the record, You are literally anti-Argentina propaganda. What do you mean we're poor? What propaganda can we afford? Google Jujuy and see how our country really is. Google some more before you speak of a third world country. I will say this. Every country has its chuds. The problem is the only people that have money that are from Argentina that are capable of traveling around the world happen to be the worst chuds. That's it. Obviously, not everyone in Argentina is like this. And for the record, there's no like being poor magically makes you less or some shit. That's not how it works. And no country is like entirely. All I'm saying is, look, no matter what happens, as far as football goes, Argentina will always have Maradona. Okay. And as far as goats straight up across the board, you will always have Che Guevara. Okay. Che Guevara is one of the best people of all time. So no matter what happens, at least you have those two. You have one in the football side. You have more than one in the football side, but specifically Maradona for his political opinions back in the day, which is the reversal of Lionel Messi, ironically enough. Oh my God. 10 seconds remaining at 90%. 10 seconds remaining. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Will we make it? Will we make it? Hold. 97%. Oh my God. 99%. I didn't even realize it's happening. Although he spent a good deal of time criticizing Lindsey Graham and the like, he would have had a great time defending this current iteration of the war as long as Trump demanded him to do so. And finally, after numerous days of refusing to carry the flame, we're back to carrying the flame once again. All right, let's get to the Chris Hedges GOAT talk on, is Iran becoming another forever war?
15th and 16th among U.S. service members in the war with Iran. The U.S. has all blockade on Iranian ports.
This is why PBS, this is why you sponsor PBS with your voluntary subscriptions, okay? Because you get tomorrow's news today, you get the next hour's news right now. That's why the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people, and nothing but the people. I am here to serve. The People's Broadcasting Service is entirely funded by your voluntary contributions. Please subscribe. And if we get to level 10 hype train, we get to level 10 hype train, we'll carry the flame. We haven't.
To halt its shipments of crude oil. Iran's supreme leader, in response, issued a statement calling Donald Trump's signature on the Memorandum of Understanding, which initiated the now broken ceasefire, quote, worthless and invalid, end quote, and suspended the agreement. The latest round of strikes is ominous. They include attacks by the U.S. on Iranian desalination plants, which remove salt from seawater, and power plants that provide the electricity to carry out water production. Iran has responded by bombing desalination plants in Kuwait, where U.S. warplanes are based. Nations in the Gulf rely almost exclusively on desalination plants to provide fresh water. In Kuwait, about 90% of drinking water comes from desalination, along with roughly 86% in Oman and about 70% in Saudi Arabia. There are hundreds of desalination plants situated along the Persian Gulf. The water supply for millions of people is within range of Iranian missiles and drones. Should the targeting of desalination plants continue, it will trigger a humanitarian crisis. Iran has once again closed, for the most part, the Strait of Hormuz to shipping. U.S. bases in the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and Jordan have been attacked. Iran has called on their Houthi allies in Yemen to close the Bab el-Mandeb Strait should the U.S. attack Iran's power infrastructure. This would block all shipments out of the Gulf, including oil from Saudi Arabia. Trump's escalation is a huge gamble for the United States, whose strategic petroleum reserve has fallen to its lowest level since 1983. Its stockpiles of missiles and interceptors are also being exhausted. After initially projecting that the war would cost $29 billion, the Pentagon is now saying it needs $80 billion. Once indirect costs, such as increases in food and fuel prices, are added, the cost to consumers and taxpayers is about $132 billion and rising. Where do we go from here? Will the steady escalation ignite a regional war? What will the renewed fighting do to the global economy? And will a negotiated settlement at this point even be possible? Joining me to discuss the latest round of fighting in the Middle East is Professor John Mearsheimer. He is the R. Wendell Harrison Distinguished Service Professor of Political Science at the University of Chicago. Professor Mearsheimer, who graduated from West Point, was a captain in the U.S. Air Force. He is the author of numerous books, including Conventional Deterrence, Nuclear Deterrence Ethics, and Lydell Hart and the Weight of History, The Tragedy of Great Power Politics, the Israel Lobby, and U.S. Foreign Policy and Why Leaders Lie, The Truth About Lying in International Politics. So, John, before we began, you made a point that last night the United States apparently did not attack infrastructure within Iran, and you suggested that the Iranian attacks on desalination plants and oil facilities, we should add, in Kuwait, as well as the two bases in Kuwait that are staging areas for U.S. warplanes, may have functioned as a kind of deterrence. I just wondered if you could address that.
Yeah, let's just talk about the big picture here. This tit-for-tat strategy that has been going on for over a week now started on July 7th. And this past week, early in the week, President Trump made it clear that if the Iranians did not surrender by the end of this week, that he would then go after civilian infrastructure in Iran. He'd go after bridges, he'd go after power plants, and so forth and so on. But what happened was that at the end of this past week, he started, or the United States started, to go after civilian infrastructure. We went after bridges, we went after power plants, and we went after a desalination plant.
I think the goal for this was to basically cut off routes of transit that the military would use, the Iranian military would use to get to Qeshm Island and potentially create an environment where America could invade some of the Iranian coastline, specifically in the southern part of Iran. It's still a war crime. It's still unacceptable. I'm just trying to explain to you what their reasoning is for why they were targeting critical infrastructure like this, that civilians were using, land bridges, and the like. You just made that up? I made that up. Really? You think I made this up? What's your goal here? What's your opinion here? You think they were just blowing up one specific area's bridges that connects it to the rest of the country? Like, they're doing war crimes, yes, but they're also doing it for a specific military purpose, okay? This doesn't make the war crimes appropriate, especially when the easier route to take would be to implement the memorandum of understanding that they already had at the table. You kind of just shape events to your narrative sometimes, man, Law. I explained this to you when they did this at the time, when they were hitting these bridges. I explained it at the time as well. It's not just my narrative. There are far smarter individuals than myself that I read that also have a similar assessment. Chatters will come in here and be like, how dare you do analysis? I came here to just watch me go based over other people's commentary?
Inside of Iran. Now, what the Iranians did was they instantly retaliated against similar targets in countries like Kuwait. Furthermore, they ramped up the bombing campaign against Jordan, and they bombed Saudi Arabia for the first time in almost 4 months. So they made it clear that they were going to play tit for tat. Moreover, the Iranians made it clear that next week, if President Trump went after civilian infrastructure in a big way, they would basically shut down the flow of oil out of the Persian Gulf and out of the Red Sea and out of the United Arab Emirates, which has a very important port that's located outside of the Strait of Hormuz. All of this would be shut down. And furthermore, the Iranians would go after all sorts of power plants, desalination plants across the Middle East. So the Iranians made it clear that they were playing hardball. Now, when you look at these threats in the context of what the Iranians have actually been able to do over the past few days, in terms of hitting various targets in Jordan and in other places in the Middle East, it's manifestly clear that the Iranians have the capability to target all sorts of infrastructure inside of these Middle East states and do great destruction. And both the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal have run articles in recent days about how effective the missile strikes are. So I think what has happened here, Chris, and I'm just saying I think this is what happened, is that last night, which is Saturday/Sunday night, the American retaliation against Iran did not include civilian infrastructure in any meaningful way. They did not go after bridges. They did not go after power plants. They did not go after desalination plants, which they had been doing. We had been moving in that direction, but that stopped last night. And the question you have to ask yourself is, number one, why? And number two, is that a harbinger of what we think will happen in the coming week? Now, my guess is that it stopped last night because the Gulf states called up President Trump and said, you absolutely cannot go after civilian infrastructure inside of Iran, because if the Iranians retaliate, they will destroy our societies. They will wreck our power plants. They will wreck our desalination plants. And it looks like, again, just looks like Trump listened. And then that raises the question, what will Trump do this coming week? Because he has promised that he is going to unleash the dogs and go after all this civilian infrastructure in Iran, but he now knows what the consequences of that will be.
Well, he's so mercurial. Of course, it's very dangerous to predict. He could very well bomb civilian infrastructure tomorrow night. One senses he's flailing about. Of course, the entire war on Iran was built on a fantasy that didn't come to fruition, fed to him largely by Bibi Netanyahu. But it doesn't appear that there's any real strategy other than an escalation of force. And I think the naive hope that that will make the Iranians bend. But you may have another take on that.
Well, I think you're right that he signed the MOU on 17 June. And as I've emphasized on numerous occasions, on numerous platforms, that was a surrender document.
Yeah.
The Iranians won on every point. Then after signing the agreement, he decided to challenge the Iranians on the whole question of who controls the Strait of Hormuz. To me, it was very clear from Article 5 of the Memorandum of Understanding that Iran controlled the strait in the 60-day negotiating period. And then moving forward, control of the strait would be settled between Iran and Oman. That was the deal. There was nothing about the United States controlling the strait. But what President Trump tried to do was open a U.S.-dominated channel in the Gulf that got around Iranian control of the Strait of Hormuz. And the Iranians said, unsurprisingly, this is unacceptable and it violates Article 5. And I'm just saying, I think this is what happened, is that last night, which is Saturday/Sunday night, the American retaliation against Iran did not include civilian infrastructure in any meaningful way. They did not go after bridges. They did not go after power plants. They did not go after desalination plants, which they had been doing. We had been moving in that direction, but that stopped last night. And the question you have to ask yourself is, number one, why? And number two, is that a harbinger of what we think will happen in the coming week? Now, my guess is that it stopped last night because the Gulf states called up President Trump and said, you absolutely cannot go after civilian infrastructure inside of Iran, because if the Iranians retaliate, they will destroy our societies. They will wreck our power plants. They will wreck our desalination plants. And it looks like, again, just looks like Trump listened. And then that raises the question, what will Trump do this coming week? Because he has promised that he is going to unleash the dogs and go after all this civilian infrastructure in Iran. But he now knows what the consequences of that will be.
Well, he's so mercurial. Of course, it's very dangerous to predict. He could very well bomb civilian infrastructure tomorrow night. One senses he's flailing about. Of course, the entire war on Iran was built on a fantasy that didn't come to fruition, fed to him largely by Bibi Netanyahu. But it doesn't appear that there's any real strategy other than an escalation of force. And I think the naive hope that that will make the Iranians bend. But you may have another take on that.
Well, I think you're right that he signed the MOU on 17 June. And as I've emphasized on numerous occasions, on numerous platforms, that was a surrender document.
Yeah.
The Iranians won on every point. Then after signing the agreement, he decided to challenge the Iranians on the whole question of who controls the Strait of Hormuz. To me, it was very clear from Article 5 of the Memorandum of Understanding that Iran controlled the Strait in the 60-day negotiating period. And then moving forward, control of the Strait would be settled between Iran and Oman. That was the deal. There was nothing about the United States controlling the Strait. But what President Trump tried to do was open a U.S.-dominated channel in the Gulf that got around Iranian control of the Strait of Hormuz. And the Iranians said, unsurprisingly, this is unacceptable and it violates Article 5. Confident that he could basically throw the MOU under the bus and he could engage in a tit-for-tat military strategy with the Iranians where the United States would win. In other words, he seemed to believe that we had newfound coercive leverage over the Iranians after signing the June 17th MOU. But this is delusional. Nothing has changed in the dynamics of the conflict, as we have seen over the past week or so. The Iranians have a formidable missile and drone capability, and there's nothing we can do about it. And the idea that we have a newfound advantage over the Iranians.
It's actually worse. So not only do we not have a newfound advantage that Donald Trump thinks we have or is operating like he thinks we have, but we actually have a bigger disadvantage this time around, because the whole purpose behind the MOU, even in the most charitable estimations, if we're to assume that like these guys know what they're doing and it was deliberate, the MOU was actually fake, it was a concoction to normalize the oil prices, that would be the most charitable to the administration, right? Like they didn't have any intentions of following through on it. They just wanted a moment of respite. If that's the strategy, then that comes with the recognition that America has less leverage now than it did before the MOU, because that recognition is now the strategic petroleum reserves are diminishing to a degree that is critical. Okay? That's the problem here. So it's actually worse. Not only do we not have the military capabilities, not only do we not have any military leverage, like any military coercive capabilities against Iran, we actually have less time and less opportunity to even continue militarily engaging Iran, because the strategic petroleum reserves are about to collapse.
Iranians now that we didn't have when we signed the June 17th MOU agreement makes no sense at all.
Well, the irony is that there was huge opposition from the hardliners in Iran to essentially agree to this MOU, and that's.
I worry that this is going to go up the escalation ladder, and then Trump is going to do something crazy. Congratulations to Spain for the goal, by the way. I worry that Trump is going to let like the Israelis nuke Iran or something. I do worry about that a little bit.
This is the other issue. If there is a negotiated way out, it isn't going to look like the MOU, which was a surrender document. It's going to look a lot worse for the United States because the MOU was predicated on phases. At this time around, the Iranians are going to demand that they have about $100 billion in frozen assets. They're going to want that a release. They're going to want a lot of stuff up front.
I agree with that. I mean, there's no question that the moderates won with regard to whether or not Iran should sign the MOU on June 17th. The hardliners said, don't sign it, you can't trust the Americans. But the moderates prevailed, and then the hardliners proved to be correct. So they're now in the driver's seat as best we can tell. And it seems to me, given that we don't have any military strategy for defeating Iran, that we're going to, at some point, have to move to a memorandum of understanding number 2. And it will be the hardliners, not the moderates, who are in the driver's seat. And as I think you correctly point out, those hardliners will push forward a tougher deal for Trump to swallow. I would imagine that in addition to your point about them wanting all of those frozen assets up front, they will also demand that the Israelis get out of southern Lebanon. If you look at Article 1 of the 17 June MOU, it dealt with Lebanon. And it was very clear from that memorandum of understanding, and the mere fact that the Lebanon issue was the number one issue on that agenda, that the Iranians really do want the Israelis to stop bombing Hezbollah and to get out of southern Lebanon. And it could be, One can't tell for sure, but it could be that the Iranians will demand that that happen before they sign a memorandum of understanding. And this, of course, will put Trump in an extremely difficult position because, as we both know, the Israelis have no interest in getting out of southern Lebanon. But the problem that we face here is that the Iranians, I think, probably have more leverage now than they had before the June 17th agreement. I would note, Chris, that I said, not publicly, but I said privately to a number of friends who I go back and forth with on this whole issue, that I thought the Iranians were foolish to sign the 17 June Memorandum of Understanding. I've long believed that the longer the war goes on, and the more oil that's cut off from the Gulf, the better off the Iranians are. And just to elaborate on that a bit, and this will put some meat on the bone when it comes to talking about what might happen this coming week. You want to remember that there were about 20 million barrels per day coming out of the Gulf on February 27th. You know, when people talk about 20% of the world's oil came out of the Gulf, that 20% represents about 20 million barrels. And since the war started, we've devolved to a situation where 7 million barrels are still coming out of Saudi Arabia and the UAE combined. So it's only, in my opinion, about 13 million barrels that have been bottled up in the Gulf. Now, where are those 7 million barrels coming out of? One is that Saudi Arabia is sending probably somewhere on the order of 5 million barrels out through the Red Sea, not through the Strait of Hormuz. And I would guess that the UAE is sending out close to 2 million barrels from Fujairah, which is a UAE port on the Gulf of Oman. In other words, it's outside of the Strait of Hormuz. So you have this roughly 7 million barrels of oil, 7 million out of the original 20 million that are still coming out of the Persian Gulf. I think the Iranians have a vested interest in shutting down the flow of oil through the Red Sea, that's the Saudi Arabian oil, and shutting down Fujairah. And there's some evidence they've already shut down Fujairah, because this will worsen the oil situation, the global oil problem that the United States and the rest of the world faces. So if the war goes on and the Iranians are able to shut down the Red Sea, which they're threatening to do, and also shut down and keep shut down Fujairah, this will work to their advantage. It will give them more coercive leverage. So all of this is to say, Chris, if Trump does up the ante this coming week and goes after civilian infrastructure inside of Iran, the Iranians will retaliate by shutting down almost completely the flow of those 7 million barrels of oil that are now coming out of Saudi Arabia and probably the UAE as well.
Let's talk about Israel. Israel has not carried out strikes in this latest round, and Iran has refrained from attacking Israel, although they did, I think the Iranians attacked the port of Aqaba, which is, of course, very close to the Israeli border. There were Israeli officials who objected to the fact that American refueling planes were stationed in Israel. Netanyahu had to override them. Let's talk about the wild card of Israel. If Israel gets pulled back into this, it does feel like Armageddon at that point.
Well, the Israelis definitely want to stay out. They'll let the Americans wage this tit-for-tat campaign. I would imagine.
Yeah. Because remember, the conditions have not changed for the better for Israel. By the end of the MOU, Iran was successfully hitting Israel by way of Hezbollah, but also directly with their own ballistic munitions. And the impact and the frequency of successive and successful hits was far higher, which means that the Israeli defensive capabilities had diminished. This is precisely the reason why it is not in Israel's best interest to join this round of attacks alongside the United States of America, because Iran will retaliate. They've shown that they will retaliate. And not only that, but Iran also retaliated against Jordan now. For the 8 days, Iran has been pummeling their Jordanian anti-air defense systems. And not only that, but they're also pummeling the Jordanian offensive capabilities as well. This has made Israel's vulnerability even larger.
Imagine if a major air war started again, which is extremely unlikely. The Israelis would willingly participate. But I think the Israelis understand at this point that if they get involved in the fight now, if they get involved in the tit-for-tat conflict, then they become a giant magnet for Iranian missiles. The Israelis are surely watching what just happened in Jordan, what's happening in Kuwait, what's happening in Bahrain, and what the Iranians are promising to do in the UAE. And they fully understand that Iranian missiles invariably get through the defenses. Maybe a few of those defensive missiles, those Patriots, will knock down an incoming ballistic missile. But most of the ballistic missiles and cruise missiles and drones that the Iranians fire at those Gulf states get through. And they will get through in Israel as well. We now know that the Israelis were not very successful in shooting down Iranian ballistic missiles and drones during the 40-day air campaign, which ran from February 28th to about April 8th. Israel really got pounded, and the Israelis don't want to get pounded again. So they're perfectly content to sit on the sideline and let the Americans wage.
If Argentina strikes again, guys, you have to understand, if you're playing against Argentina, you have to do double the amount of goals. Okay? First goal always gets eliminated by FIFA. Then the second goal, they have to literally recognize. The third goal, deleted again. Fourth goal will be recognized. That's just how it is. You have to double up in your scoring. And then you have to be extra careful because there's also the other side of it. Because when it's 1-0, if you don't actually get it up to 2-0, in the last second, they will also find a penalty for Messi. If you get in the box, if you get an Argentinian player in the box, it's going to be a penalty. I'm calling it. I'm not jinxing it. Stop being superstitious. I'm just telling you. It's pre-watch Piker, okay? I don't even need to know that much about football to understand how Infantino's operation works, okay? Take off the jersey. Okay, calm down.
This tit-for-tat strategy.
The other issue is that the accuracy of the Iranian missiles and drones has increased exponentially from the inception of the conflict back to the 40-day conflict, largely because I think they're using, or it's assumed they're using, Chinese and perhaps Russian satellite systems.
Yeah, it's not just the accuracy, Chris. It's also the missiles. In many cases, many of the ballistic missiles can maneuver as they're coming down toward the target. And that enables them to dodge or avoid the missile defense systems that the Gulf states and Israel have. And I think maybe most important of all, it appears that both the Chinese and the Russians are supplying Iran with excellent intelligence as to where the key targets are. So in other words, it's not just the accuracy. It's not just that they can, put these missiles in the pickle barrel. It's also the fact that they know which pickle barrels to hit, because either the Russians or the Chinese or both of them are providing them with excellent intelligence. And, the maneuverability, the accuracy that you mentioned, and the intelligence information, you combine all those things with the fact that they have ballistic missiles that have powerful warheads, and you can see where they can do one heck of a lot of damage. And they are doing one heck of a lot of damage. And again, we don't want to underestimate that they're promising to do even more damage. And when you see what they have done up to now, and you think about the promises, you begin to say, these are credible promises. And this is why at the start of the show, I was saying to you that I think that this is why President Trump did not go after civilian infrastructure last night, and why he, and I want to underline the word might not go after civilian infrastructure this coming week. Although, as you pointed out, he is flailing around. And I think your use of the word flailing is exactly the right word. He is flailing around, and he is in desperate straits. So nobody knows for sure week. But it does seem that if basic deterrence strategy or basic deterrence logic kicks in, that he probably won't go up the escalation ladder this week.
How much damage has Iran inflicted on U.S. bases in the region? It's all classified, so we're kind of groping.
Well, it's quite clear from what you read in the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal, and these are newspapers that are deeply dedicated to the American cause. It's not like these are pro-Iranian newspapers, but it's quite clear what you read from these newspapers that we have suffered an enormous amount of damage on our bases. Usually the rhetoric in these newspapers is that almost all of the bases have been either badly damaged or destroyed. And of course, the Iranians have continued to go after those bases in places like Kuwait and Bahrain. The 5th Naval Headquarters are at Bahrain, and the Iranians have continued to pound those headquarters and that naval base more generally. They've continued to bomb all sorts of U.S. targets in Kuwait. Now, very importantly, Chris, just recently we started bombing Jordan. And the question you want to ask yourself is, why are we now bombing Jordan when we hadn't been bombing Jordan for most of the war?
You mean Iran? Iran is bombing Jordan.
Yes, I'm sorry. Iran is bombing Jordan. Why is Iran bombing Jordan? And the answer...
I said we. Oop. A mistake. A mistake that I also try not to make. You can tell. You can tell which side this man is on by his Shia smirk. Look at him. Look at him doing the Shia smirk. Even Chris is doing the Shia smirk a little bit. A little baby Shia smirk from Chris.
The answer is that we have moved lots of military assets to Jordan because they are so vulnerable in places like Kuwait, Bahrain, the UAE, and so forth and so on. So Jordan has become an important staging area. Well, the Iranians responded by going after U.S. targets in Jordan. And this is why they ended up killing 2 American servicemen. They've also, it appears, wounded many other American servicemen. They've attacked one base and destroyed a significant number of Black Hawk helicopters. And they have attacked the main U.S. air base in Jordan as well. And they are...
Our man Chris has resting bureaucrat face. Yes, he has resting Politburo face, which is funny because he hates the USSR. But he would be... he would be like the Secretary of Agriculture in some faraway oblast in the USSR. You know what I mean? He really does look like that. Do not give this man bad news from the production line. Yes. I'm glad that it is 5 minutes. Not rooting for Messi, but just because I like the drama. No, end it. End it now. End it now.
To continue those attacks on Jordan. And what the Iranians are basically saying, there is no place to hide. Wherever you go, we're coming after you. And you want to understand that we have a lethal missile and drone force, and we will use that force in very effective ways. And they have demonstrated quite clearly that they have that capability.
A lot of the air attacks have been concentrated in southern Iran. And there's been speculation that this is because the United States is considering seizing parts of Iranian territory, some of the islands, perhaps Karg Island. I don't know how they would do it. I guess they would have to do it by air. I'm not sure how that would work. Certainly they can't do it by ship. I think the Boxer is their amphibious, and that's 200 miles away or something. But how do you see that as a possibility, and how would it play out?
Well, I'll make a couple points, Chris. First of all, you have to ask yourself, how many, here we're talking mainly about infantry and Marines, U.S. Army infantry and Marines, combat troops, people that you can use for an amphibious operation. How many troops of that sort do we have in the Gulf? Now, you'll see in the media, people say there are 50,000 American troops in the region. That's true, but those 50,000 troops are not all combat troops. And in my opinion, most of them are not combat troops. My guess is that there are at the most 8,000 Marines and Army troops from the 82nd Airborne in the region. About 8,000 combat troops at most. What are you going to do with 8,000 troops? That's a tiny number of troops. If you're seriously talking about invading a country like Iran that has 93 million people, a formidable military, represents a huge piece of real estate. I mean, this is a big territory that it covers, has forbidding terrain. What are you going to do with 8,000 troops? Not only do you have to invade with those 8,000 troops, you have to sustain them, and then you have to reinforce them. This is just not in the cards. And if you listen to President Trump talk, he says that it's not going to be American ground troops that do the invading. It's other troops from the region that are going to do the invading, the ground operation.
Hold. It's so funny that most of the chat is second screening the game. And then there's like people that are in Maine that are like, bro, Troy Jackson basically clinched up Troy Jackson is going to be the fucking candidate in Maine. No one is listening to Professor Gottheimer. Okay, it's crazy. All right, let's get back to Gottheimer versus.
So I scratch my head and say, well, who is that? Are they going to send in the IDF? No, I mean, they're bogged down in southern Lebanon, and the Israelis are too smart to invade Iran. That's not going to happen. So who's going to do it? And it looks like, if anybody, it's going to be the Kurds coming out of Iraq who invade Iran. But the Kurds are not going to do that unless they're crazy. And if they do invade, it's not going to have any meaningful consequence. The Kurds are our ground force option? This is not serious. 8,000 troops in the region are a ground force option? I don't think so. Furthermore, if President Trump were foolish enough to try and seize an island or to land somewhere on the coastline of Iran, many American soldiers would die. This would be a highly dangerous operation. The Iranians would go to great lengths to retaliate and drive those American forces off the beaches. And the question you have to ask yourself is, what does the cost-benefit analysis look like for President Trump? There'd be zero benefit, right? What is he going to gain by invading an island or, establishing a beachhead on the Iranian coast? What are the gains from that? I don't see any. And the cost is that many Americans will die in what almost everybody will see as a futile military operation. And he'll pay an even greater political price.
Yeah, considering that there is no way to reassert military dominance over Iran as it stands currently, and considering the reality that every day that goes on, every day that continues, every day that this war wages on is worse for America overall, worse for the rest of the globe overall. There's nothing that they can do about it. There's nothing. They're going to keep risking bigger and more military assets. They're going to keep risking bigger actions. They're going to keep risking more military assets and potentially put more troops' lives at risk as well.
For that. So why would he do that? So I don't see any ground force option. Chris, just to elevate for a second here, we started with a strategic bombing.
The only way would be ground invasion, if that's not happening. Dude. There's no guarantee that the ground invasion would actually hold either. Because in order to actually do a successful ground invasion, you can't just invade militarily the coastline of Iran or the islands of Iran, right? You have to invade the rest of Iran too at some point. And in order to do that, we don't have the sufficient number of troops amassed or even drafted to be able to militarily dominate and engage in a permanent military occupation over the entire Iranian nation state. It's just not going to happen. And as far as the current predicament, there's no supply line to Keshem Island. There's no supply line to Karg Island. Even if they were to defeat the conventional forces on the ground, they would not be able to establish a supply chain with any of the military bases in the region, because Iran has been destroying those military bases with ease. So it's all fucked.
Campaign that lasted 40 days. It failed. We were running out of munitions, and despite all the talk about all the damage we were doing to Iran's missile and drone capability, that proved not to be true. So we quit after 40 days. Then we went to the blockade. That lasted just a little over 2 months. And then we quit when we signed the Memorandum of Understanding because the blockade didn't work. Then Trump welched on the deal on the June 17th Memorandum of Understanding, and we started engaging in this tit-for-tat war, which we're now involved in. And that's not working, as we've just talked about. That's not working. The one thing we haven't done, by the way, we have actually reinstituted our blockade. We're back to the maritime blockade as well, which didn't work last time. But on July 14th, President Trump reinstituted the naval blockade. So we have that at play now with the tit for tat. But it looks like the tit for tat's not working out very well as we talked. So people are now talking about using land power. We've used air power, we've used naval power, that didn't work. Let's use land power. This is not a serious option. If it was a serious...
As much as I dislike Kirkyman, he didn't want the Iran war. No, I know. But it doesn't matter. He didn't like fucking Jeffrey Epstein either. But he shut the fuck up real quick when Donald Trump made the boss call. If you think Charlie Kirk wouldn't be spending every damn day if he was still alive, if you think he wouldn't be defending, being one of the, if you think he wouldn't be spending every damn day defending the Iran war, you're delusional. Okay? Charlie Kirk's primary goal was to be the regime propagandist on the independent media side. Okay?
It's an option. We would have tried it a long time ago. We didn't try it a long time ago because it doesn't stand any chance of working. The point is, Chris, we have no military option here. This is why Trump signed the June 17th MOU, because we had no option. The Iranians were winning the war. And then the question you have to ask yourself is, have the dynamics changed since then? Is there evidence that the United States has turned the tide and that we now have found a theory of victory? The answer is clearly no, unless you and I are missing something and they have some secret strategy in mind that they haven't told us about. And I don't think that's the case.
Isn't there always a temptation to go back to LBJ and the Vietnam War when it was clear, and it was clear fairly early on in the Vietnam War, that the United States in serious trouble? Then you get the heavy bombing campaign of North Vietnam. This fantasy that the escalation of force is going to solve your problem has been characteristic of these imperial adventures in Iraq, Afghanistan, and as I said earlier, in Vietnam, although it's not tethered to reality.
Well, a couple of points on Vietnam. First of all, there's no question that the Johnson administration, starting in March of 65 is when the bombing campaign began, big time. This is Rolling Thunder. And then shortly thereafter, we put combat troops. This is on March 8th, 65. We put combat troops for the first time into Vietnam. And we escalated and escalated up until March 31st of 1968. You remember very well that that's when LBJ, who was the president, said that he was not going to run for another term. He was clearly a defeated man.
Guys, I can't watch the World Cup. Are you kidding me? I can't watch the World Cup ceremony. I don't want to get fucking chatters. We cannot watch anything FIFA related. Okay? You understand that, right? You understand that, right? Like, there's nothing we can watch FIFA related. Yes, I saw that I'm in this Israel ad. Yes, Israel put me in a fucking AI ad that played during the World Cup. I know, I'm going to get to it. There's so much real news to cover that I can't. It's getting to a degree, it's getting to a point where like real politics, like John Fetterman threatening to leave the Democratic Party because of me, is now drama in comparison to like what I need to cover, which is real shit taking place. You know, America's possible military invasion of Iran. Like, and the same goes for like back in the day, a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, if there was an AI ad that a foreign adversary or a foreign country made of me, I would cover that for like an hour. There'd be a huge story for me. And it has happened already. Russia did it first. Literally, Russia did this already. Russia called me a homosexual Twitch streamer who likes posing in front of nice cars, as opposed to the brave Russian military operative who dies in the fucking front lines in the greatest village of all time. Yeah, Russia did that to me years ago. And now Israel is doing it as well. So it's not, I don't know. I just don't have the fucking bandwidth anymore, man. Yeah, they said I drink banana smoothies as a homosexual Twitch streamer who likes wearing a lot of jewelry and posing in front of nice cars.
We had failed. Now, it's very important to understand that all along the way, from March 65 up until 68, the key decision makers, including Johnson himself, did not have a lot of faith in the military option that we were pursuing. They were desperate, but they were well aware that there were tremendous limits to what we could do against the North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong with military force. They were not wildly optimistic. Nevertheless, they escalated. And I think that you see a similar situation here. I think after the initial bombing campaign failed, after about 2 weeks, we understood that we were in a very difficult position. I believe that we will eventually discover that the key policymakers inside the administration understood pretty early in this war that we did not have a good military option. Nevertheless, we've escalated. And this is exactly what happened in Vietnam. There's no question that the leaders understood that we did not have a good military option, but they escalated. And as you remember, we ended up with about 530,000 combat troops in Vietnam. Just think about that. 530,000 combat troops in Vietnam by March of 68, when Johnson decided that the war was a lost cause. And he stopped the bombing campaign. Of course, Nixon and Kissinger then came in, and they thought that maybe they could find a way to win the war. Nixon said that he had this secret plan to get out of the war, but not really. What he really wanted to do was see if he could greatly reduce the American military commitment and we could still win the war. But of course, that didn't happen. And we were forced to quit, just like that was in 72, of course, we quit. And what happened with Johnson is he quit in 68. And if you look at Trump and what happened, he quit once on June 17th. And I think what's going to happen here is he's going to be forced to quit again. Not altogether unlike what happened in Vietnam. Again, Johnson wanted to quit March 68, and Nixon was eventually forced to quit at the end of 72. We just had no military strategy for winning against Vietnam. We had no military strategy for winning in Afghanistan. We had no military strategy for winning in Iraq.
I mean, with the exception of World War II, where it became an existential threat, especially for the USSR and all of the other countries that were being dominated militarily by the Nazis, there's a reason why America has never really seen a victory since then. Because until it becomes an existential war, there's no reason for, like, America's ambitions are never going to be fully realized. And even World War II, if you look at it from that reductive approach, was existential for other countries, not necessarily the United States of America, even though the United States of America obviously was a pivotal ally. I'm not taking away from that. But I think, simply put, people fight till their last dying breath if they have something to lose. I mean, the first Gulf War was successful. I don't even bring that up because that's not real. You know, it's like saying Grenada, the Grenada invasion, you know, like America has had a lot of successful operations, especially covert ones. Like the CIA has really carried American imperialism for the last almost 100 years. I'm talking like a real war. You know what I mean? Not that doesn't like that we're attacking our own asset at that point. It just seems silly to bring that up. It's like saying Venezuela was a war that we won, you know? This, on the other hand, is a middle power, right? Iran is a middle power, but it's a regional power nonetheless. What happens to be a very important region for the rest of the world, okay? Iran controls a critical route that 20% of the world's oil and gas goes through. So, even as a middle power, Iran is capable of making America suffer, making the rest of the world suffer, and therefore making America suffer. And at some point, we have to realize that America doesn't fight wars to win them. America fights wars to continue those wars. America fights wars for key sectors in its economy. But in this circumstance, America has to win. And because it's incapable of winning, you arrive at this endless military quagmire. All of the other failed wars that were long-lasting, 20-year occupations, all of those initiatives, they did not have a compounding effect on the rest of the world. They did not end up damaging the world's energy infrastructure. They did not end up creating economic issues for the rest of the world, right? 20 years in Vietnam, sure, it has regional effects, but it doesn't impact Europe. The global war on terror has some consequence for Europe, refugee crisis, but ultimately, most of the oil fields remain intact. They exchange ownership. They're sold off to Western oil and gas companies. And it's actually decent for that. It's actually good for the American oil and gas industry. They don't even stop selling oil in Iraq to China. They continue selling oil to China. It's just now The people that are profiting are not the Iraqi people or the Iraqi government necessarily, but instead Western companies. This is different. I've been saying that from the first day onward. This is different because the rest of the world is suffering now, is suffering directly due to American intervention. And there's only so much suffering that America can get other people on board with until they start to push back.
We have no military strategy for winning here. But your point is that once you get into these things, very hard to get out, no question. And you look for ways to escalate. And it's kind of like a wing and a prayer. You know, maybe something will happen that we don't foresee. And if we just double down, maybe, you know, we'll be lucky. And I think there's just a lot of that going on. I think that's what President Trump was thinking after June 17th. He figured that memorandum of understanding I signed, it's a surrender document. I really don't like it. I'm sure the Israelis and the Israel lobby and neoconservatives and the hawks in the United States were telling him he made a mistake signing that June 17th MOU. And he probably said, let's try something else. Maybe if I go back to, you know, putting pressure on the Iranians, I can get them to cut a deal. And here we are. But again, there is no deal to be had, just as there was no deal to be had in Vietnam. If you took 5 of the smartest strategists in the United States and you could ramp back in a time machine to March of 1965, and you told those 5 strategists, it's your responsibility to come up with a brilliant strategy to win the Vietnam War, the end result would be the same. And if they were really brilliant strategists, they would have told LBJ not to go in. And if he had nevertheless gone in, they would have told him to immediately get out, because there was no way to win the Vietnam War. We had no theory of victory. And again, I think that most of the policymakers at the time understood that.
Well, who's advising Trump? That's the question. You know, he doesn't have a McNamara. Whatever you think of McNamara, he was.
Who's advising Trump? Benjamin Netanyahu. That's clear to me. I don't know if that's far-fetched to say, but Benjamin Netanyahu, Foundation for Defending Democracy, and numerous other Israel firsters that are in his immediate, that's who's advising him. It used to be Lindsey Graham, and he's dead now, but his spirit still remains in the room.
Competent, although, of course, led us into disaster in Vietnam. But that's the question. He's surrounded by sycophants and people like Stephen Miller. I don't know if Miller is involved in this, but of course he has no military training, you know, and that's that. And Trump seems to be able just to decide unilaterally. I mean, Congress did pass a resolution with Republican support saying any more strikes on Iran had to be cleared through Congress that, of course, Trump has just blithely ignored.
Well, it's very hard to say, you know, who exactly is whispering in his ear. And it's also hard to say whether he listens to anybody. It seems from the outside that the key force for restraint, the person, you know, who was sort of acting like McNamara, and just to be clear, McNamara figured out quite quickly that we had no winning strategy in Vietnam. He did not act this way when he spoke publicly. He was full of confidence when he talked publicly about the war. But it's quite clear now that behind closed doors, he understood that we just did not have a winning strategy. And I think if there's anybody in the administration who fits that bill, it's J.D. Vance. It's quite.
That's fucking wrong. No. Okay. We found it. Area of disagreement with the GOAT. Hate to see it happen like this, but I vehemently disagree with my GOAT. Goatsheimer is wrong. J.D. Vance is not a reliable advisor to Donald Trump. Okay? J.D. Vance is a non-entity in the room. J.D. Vance is a careerist. J.D. Vance is simply a placeholder so that Donald Trump can continue taking advantage of the techno-feudalist fascist billionaires that see J.D. Vance as their guy in the room, specifically Peter Thiel. Trump does not like J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is a surrogate for Peter Thiel. Trump understands that. And J.D. Vance has no capabilities of influence in the room, especially considering. Dude, what the fuck's going on with Twitter? Twitter's been going crazy.
Quite clear that Vance was hardly enthusiastic about this war to begin with. he had real doubts, and it appears that he advised against it. And he has been the point.
No. I don't agree with this. J.D. Vance is an empty suit. J.D. Vance does not have a real ideological position on this war. This is complete hokum. Sorry. That is not real. J.D. Vance is not an anti-interventionist. J.D. Vance is not anti-war with Iran. J.D. Vance is simply positioning himself as that because he has further ambitions. He has ambitions for higher office. He can read the room a little bit, but of course, he is incapable. He doesn't have a consistent stance on this. He's not. You can see it. Yeah, Chris Hedges, his response is my response. Okay, that's how I feel about this take. I mean, you can hear it with J.D. Vance's own words, with what he tries to leak to the media, presenting himself as like being in opposition to the Iran war. But clearly when he's in the room, he's like, oh, we got to go big or go home. All of this stuff is bullshit. He's a flip-flopper and he's not being serious. He's not sincere. I don't believe J.D. Vance actually has a different opinion. Most people also hate him for this reason, because he's not consistent.
Man, for dealing with the Iranians. I mean, he is the person who met with the Iranians with regard to getting the 17 June MOU in place. So it looks like Vance is the person who is telling Trump that it makes sense to cut a deal here. And as we all know,
he refused to leave again? No, that's crazy. It's especially crazy to do this to Spain, a country that he fucking hates. God, he's such a fucking loser. At least he's on the edge, so it'll be easier to fucking edit him out. You know what I mean? He's got to ruin everything, man. He's got to ruin everything. Everything he touches dies.
Vance has basically said publicly that he thinks that the Israelis and their supporters in the United States have been going to great lengths to sabotage the 17 June MOU and any future negotiations that might put an end to this conflict. So Vance looks like one person who's pushing in the right direction. I don't know what to make of Witkoff and Kushner. I wouldn't be surprised if Witkoff was telling him pretty much the same thing that Vance is. I would guess that Rubio is saying exactly the opposite. You want to remember, Chris, that what Rubio and Vance say on this issue has significant implications for their chances of being the Republican presidential candidate in 2028. I'm sure Vance understands that by being appointed the point man in dealing with the Iranians and working to negotiate a deal with the Iranians, Vance is not going to endear himself to the Israel lobby and to the hawks in the United States, and they will go to great lengths to make sure that Rubio, not Vance, is the Republican candidate in 2028. Viewers should remember that when President Trump was thinking about appointing a vice president for his 2024 run, the two choices were Rubio and Vance. And Vance barely won because there was a huge amount of pressure from people like Rupert Murdoch to make Rubio the vice presidential candidate. But Vance won out in the end. And these two individuals will surely be in a head-to-head competition for the 2028 nomination of the Republican Party.
Dude, J.D. Vance doesn't have a position. J.D. Vance does not have a real position. J.D. Vance is a surrogate for Peter Thiel. And I don't think Peter Thiel has a real commitment to ending this war anyway. The only reason why J.D. Vance is positioning himself as a advocate for isolationism is because he's positioning himself for what comes after. Okay? It's just empty. It's just empty posturing. That's all this is. So not only does he not have a real opinion, he is incapable of having a real opinion. That's not his goal. His goal is to be an empty vessel for whatever Peter Thiel wants. But also on top of that, like even if Peter Thiel was like, oh, I want you to be anti-war, I don't think he would have a lot of motion in that room. I just don't fuck one way or another what J.D. Vance thinks. Donald Trump is aware that J.D. Vance is Donald Trump is aware that J.D. Vance is a Peter Thiel blood boy. He's in the room because Donald Trump wants to maintain favorable posture with the likes of Peter Thiel and the techno-feudalists for one reason or another. I don't know if that's the smart calculation for him or whatever the fuck it is, but clearly that's his goal, right?
For the presidency. And I think how the two of them act on this whole subject of dealing with Iran and working out a memorandum of understanding really matters for that purpose. I don't think it's any surprise that you don't see Marco Rubio, deeply involved in dealing with the Iranians. He surely understands who's buttering his bread, and he's trying to stay as far away as he can from getting involved in those negotiations. And of course, from his point of view, it's advantageous that it's Vance who is involved. But I do think Vance understands that we cannot win this war, that we have to cut a deal. And that from his point of view, but I think more importantly, from Trump's point of view, I think Vance believes that from Trump's point of view, the best thing that could happen here is just to cut a deal and put an end to this, accept the fact that we've lost and walk away.
I mean, how much time do we have left before the global economy craters? It's already pretty stressed out, the shortages of cooking oil.
Because Rubio's running Venezuela. I already explained this to you. Marco Rubio's goal is to be the viceroy of all Latin American operations. It's a much cushier job. It's a much easier job. J.D. Vance is on janitorial duty over in the fucking Iran fiasco. That tells you how Donald Trump treats both of these individuals. That tells you what Donald Trump thinks of either of these guys. Donald Trump doesn't fuck with J.D. Vance. If he did, he wouldn't be holding him responsible for, his failures in Iran. He sent his ass out there to make him hold that L, the MOU, and the fact that the memorandum of understanding would not work out. He knew full well that he had no intentions of creating a permanent and resilient peace. He just sent JD out there. I mean, probably JD also understands that wasn't going to happen regardless, but it looks good for him. He can position himself as like someone who was trying to keep the peace. And unfortunately failed to do so because Iran was just not interested in negotiations or whatever, In
India, fertilizer, helium for microchips. I had read before the memorandum of understanding that some economists were saying by July that if there wasn't an opening of the strait, we could head for a global depression. And as I mentioned in the introduction, the strategic reserves have been heavily depleted, and not just in the United States, countries like Japan as well. How much more time do we have?
Let me tell you how I read the oil situation. I think what's happened is that with a set of workarounds, we have been pretty successful at minimizing the damage that has been done so far. And there are three major workarounds that I see. First, as I told you before, of the 20 million barrels that used to come out of the Gulf, 7 million are actually still coming out. So when people say that the flow of oil out of the Gulf has been completely cut off, those 20 million barrels have been completely cut off, that's not true. 7 million are coming out through Yanbu and Fujairah. That's Yanbu in Saudi Arabia and Fujairah in the UAE. And furthermore, as you know, the canal the strait has been opened up at different points. And some ships have come out when that strait was opened up, including Iranian ships. So the 20 million barrels have not completely disappeared. That's one point you want to keep in mind. The second point is, and this is quite remarkable, the Chinese have greatly reduced their demand for oil by about 5 million barrels a day. It's amazing how they've done that, and how they've done it, we're not sure.
Yes, we are. We are sure. It's because they no longer have the same reliance for oil and gas, and they just maintain the strategic petroleum reserves, partially because they want to, at the end of the day, keep the market stable, and they're using it right now. It gives them tremendous leverage as a major buyer, especially in moments like this. But also, the only reason why they're capable of doing this is because of green energy. They've electrified their grid. They use renewable energy in their infrastructure. Okay, the reason why, this is another area where of disagreement with my goat, where he is far too much of a China hawk. He's definitely gotten a lot better in like the last decade or so, but I think Goatsheimer has always been Mr. Offensive Realism, and he's always had a very negative approach to China. So I think that's clouding his perspective a little bit.
But the fact is that
yeah, they have massive oil reserves. They've been using more coal because they always had that infrastructure. But a big part of the reason why they don't have to offset that and can just like kick coal in is because most of their energy grid, they have a big chunk of their energy grid also has renewable energy.
the Chinese demand for oil has gone down 5 million barrels. So when we talk about those 20 million barrels coming out, there's 5 million, right? 5 million that are not needed because the Chinese have reduced their demand, and there's 7 million that are coming out from the UAE and Saudi Arabia. And then getting back to what you were mentioning, there's all that oil that's been released from the strategic reserve. And that adds up to another maybe 3 million barrels a day, as best I can tell. So when you add all these things together, you can see that we have been able to weather the crisis in the Gulf reasonably well up to now. Now, what scares people is that the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is running down, and we're running out of oil that's available in that strategic reserve to world oil markets. Furthermore, there is the danger, as I was talking about before, that Fujairah and Yanbu will be completely shut down, and then there'll be no oil or hardly any oil coming out of the Gulf. And then there's the Chinese demand for oil, which is the wild card. What if the Chinese all of a sudden decide that they need more oil, and the demand for oil from China begins to go back where it was on February 27th? If those three things happen, then you're in deep trouble. But it's hard at this point to say exactly how this plays itself out. I mean, for example, if President Trump continues the tit-for-tat campaign this coming week, and he doesn't go after Iranian infrastructure in the process, he doesn't go after Iranian bridges and power capabilities or power stations, then maybe the Iranians will not shut down the Red Sea, and maybe oil will start to come out of Fujairah, or will continue to come out of Fujairah. I'm not sure whether Fujairah is completely shut down at this point. And that really matters for the overall question of oil supply. And then what the Chinese do is just very hard to say. So all this is to say we're in a sense flying blind here.
I mean, really, it sounds like there are two roads that we can take. One, if the United States does continue to attack infrastructure, we are headed for a humanitarian disaster in the Gulf. If it doesn't, then it leaves open the possibility of some kind of a negotiated settlement that is even more advantageous to Iran than the Memorandum of Understanding. Are those the two kind of scenarios that face us?
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, I don't, again.
I think this is major leverage for China. It's a great opportunity for them to engage in soft power. They also kind of have to do it once again because they need stability for their development. They have their own domestic economic problems if they can't consistently produce commodities for other countries, also in the Asian market as well. And if their economies tank, then the Chinese economy is going to feel it too. And that's part of the reason why they once again bailed the United States of America out. They don't make risky plays. That's just not how they operate. And that's it. Yeah. They want the Strait of Hormuz to open, obviously. They need the same precursory chemicals that are coming out of the Gulf, right? Even if they don't have the same level of reliance on like oil and gas, maybe they can swap out their energy grid for coal, which they're, going back to, sure. And they've also reduced their reliance on fossil fuels overall with their renewable energy grid. This is a opportunity to maintain stability, generate some goodwill. And also it gives them tremendous leverage because once they fucking increase their purchases again, they could just explode the markets. Prices would skyrocket instantly. It would give hold on to.
I don't see a land invasion as feasible or as turning the tide. I don't think we have any meaningful theory of victory at this point in time. And I think what's happening here is that we have this tit-for-tat strategy or tit-for-tat campaign taking place between the United States and Iran. And the question is, how does it play itself out? And I think we'll know a lot a week from now.
Yeah. Nick Fuentes, a neo-Nazi. He wrote effort posts defending Nick Fuentes. Effort posts defending Nick Fuentes. Yeah.
Oh, and the
here it is.
Oh, and Fuentes' treatment of me is so bad. I don't understand. That's something he'll have to learn and grow. Not to sound like not to be too self-aggrandizing, but like Fuentes should be worshiping me because I am literally I was the only lifeline that he had to like being able to breach like mainstream political conversations. Like I represented a huge potential opportunity to him, and he just was so bad faith in the way that he treats me. It's unbelievable. I don't know why the fuck he would do that. Like he should have been so conciliatory towards me. And I'm not looking for that. I'm not asking him to be my bitch or anything. But for him to be like relentlessly bad faith against me all the time, I'm like, bro, who are you? Like I can put you on a stream in front of 14,000 people. Like I'm giving you your phone number to like Adam 22 so you can go to a show. Why the fuck would you like burn my shit so hard? Like you're so
yeah.
Oh, and the
this is the guy prominent liberal haters on the platform are defending because he couldn't disrupt yesterday's College Dems of America convention, by the way.
Oh, and the
yeah. Here are the clips of the stalkers yesterday. Someone was kind enough to clip the Digital Ground Game official stream from yesterday where their volunteers got ready before going to see Hasan. I'll post a thread of them for other people's convenience.
We are about to leave to go snark Hasan, guys. No. We're going to go just hang out with the Democratic Congressmen of America. The College Democrats of America. I need to go get a little bit more clothing on because I'm barely naked. Make us all look like a dumbass. Well, I'm just curious of a couple things. My first minutes away. All right.
Darius and PR Sec get ready to go snark Hasan.
You want to come out of bed? We got to go snark Hasan.
Yeah, let's go snark, bro.
Yeah, let's go snark. Come on, let's get out of here.
Yeah.
Are you guys ready to get out of here? You can get up and go to bed? And you're like, sorry, not go to bed. You guys start getting Hasan?
what time's the Hasan thing?
Did you empty your trash? I need a snack.
I don't even know who the fuck these people are, by the way. Digital Ground Game volunteers preparing their serious political topics like Hasan's dog and debunked brothel stories.
I have one question for you. Hasan. Hasan Piker. Hey, H Dog.
Mr. Piker.
Kaya. What's something you can say?
What?
What's something you can say to Hasan? Just like,
I don't blame Radiant for holding on to his manly essence. Too many succubus out these days.
brothel man.
Max is so pathetic. Imagine. Harry Kings.
The goal isn't to debate Hasan Piker. The goal is to make him look more incomprehensible as possible in front of Democrats. Digital Ground Game volunteer. Remember, this is supposed to be like a totally. This is supposed to be. God damn it, Twitter videos. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, the worst platform of all time. I swear to God. This is Digital Ground Game, DGG. It's a fan-funded operation that masquerades as like a door-knocking operation. They're actively trying to become a part of these like DNC-backed, not a think tank necessarily, but like a DNC-backed organization. That's what they want to become, right? And this is exactly what they do. This is all they do. They fight Destiny's battles. They try to defend Destiny, and it's very hard to defend him regardless. But one of the guys is this guy. Publicly available video of Destiny Orbiter Darius IRL being served a restraining order from his ex. Another video in the comments shows Darius IRL provoking a fight outside of TwitchCon and being detained by police. Pure mystery why the college Dems didn't want them at the event.
Darius Thomas Ellis.
That's
you?
Yeah.
Is that you?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Cool. You're not in trouble.
Okay.
I just got some paperwork for you.
Okay. I'm like, okay, sorry. What's up?
Didn't mean to scare you. I knocked on the door and then I heard it open. So
It's okay.
You know what this is? You know what this is about?
I'm guessing.
What do you got? Let's see what your guess is, and I'll tell you if you're right.
It's about my ex.
Probably.
Girlfriend?
Yeah, protective order.
Sounds like
So you got a
situation.
Hearing. Yeah. So, on this, it's an application for protective order, all right? You got a hearing, court date information right here for you, 1700 quad.
The person in the Hawaiian shirt is a conservative Tulamau. Darius claimed to be Stephen's bodyguard yesterday, and they were bummed that Epstein blew them off at convention.
July 30th, 2025, 8:30 a.m.
Okay.
Cool. Everything inside of a temporary ex parte order, you're now responsible for. Do not contact, stay away, all this stuff that's listed in here. If you do have any firearms, state of Texas, we assume everyone does. You need to surrender the firearms based on a policy with Travis County Sheriff's Department within 24 hours.
Okay.
So, Darius IRL provoking a fight with multiple people, including 2 black women at the beginning before being This is what he did at TwitchCon. He's like a nuisance. The N-word at people, right? This is the guy that's a part of Digital Ground Game, Destiny's Communities Operation. These are all of his little soldiers, like his little harassers. Career criminal Darius harassing and stalking Hasan at Sex Pest Destiny. Stephen Kenneth Bonnell, the second's direction, is also harassed, stalked, and assaulted Frogan and Raffi at TwitchCon.
Hey, Frogan! Free Destiny! Free Stephen Kenneth Bonnell II! He did nothing wrong! And you take that shirt? No. I just did. Oh, and you did nothing, pussy. Shut your bitch ass up, nigga.
Wait, what did you say? Someone in the chat said, what does Darius have to do with Digital Ground Game? What does Darius have to do with Digital Ground Game? What do you think this is, bro?
So I have one question for you.
What do you think this is? He's literally in a car with Digital Ground Game volunteers. They're there because Digital Ground Game is Destiny's operation. They're all in the same car. How do you think they materialize in the same car? Do all of Sex Destiny's biggest, most loyal fans also assume that everyone else is as stupid as they are? I know that you guys get away with it because most of these people are just like irrelevant weirdos that no one knows about. But there's at least like enough people in this community that are like kind of aware of who these losers are, because they are constantly trying to harass people in my community, like Morgan. So I don't know why you're still trying to make this bad faith argument while we're currently watching them go through the steps that they live streamed, mind you. That's what's so crazy about this. Like, they live streamed this entire process. It's the stupidest thing you can do. And they're still trying to continue this narrative that this happened randomly. They are just Darius viewers, I thought. Digital Ground Game literally said not to say they're a part of them. Oh, okay. They just only happen to defend Destiny, and it's named DGG after Destiny's community. It's just all totally random, right? One of the guys was saying he is on the DL.
I'm more on the DL than everyone else.
Yeah, North is live, and Orbiter Stephen Bonnell, aka Destiny, Omni-Liberal, all but admitting he and others were at College Democrats of America event to disrupt and possibly threaten a keynote speaker.
Because I don't want you to... Oh, wait. Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
It's fine. You're good.
Look, do you think
Bro, that would be hilarious.
it would be hilarious if he's like, DGGers were harassing at the event, and thus I was unable to show up for fear of my life or something?
That's crazy, guys. What do you think is going on here? What do you think they're doing? I think one of the funniest parts about this is that they're so open, like they've turned it into content, right? They've turned this kind of like stalking and being a nuisance into their only form of content. So they're very open about it. So I don't know why yet. Like, I don't know why you're over here acting as though this is like totally random. I mean, they're taking ownership over it. We're not late to the conversation. We were waiting until we could confirm that our volunteers who attended the College Democrats Summit were safe. Digital Ground Game has come a long way in a short time, and we're still learning how to navigate political spaces. Really? You were trying to figure out your guys were safe? Is that why they were parked outside of the event with hopes and a dream that they would get to see me go in and or out of the event? They felt so unsafe. You'll never believe how old this Orbiter... Okay, dude. Yeah, I saw this. D is siding with Darius over his own fans. I saw this as well. Continuing the permaban every week is DGG, well, maybe Darius shouldn't have been there. Actually, Destiny shouldn't have said he was going in advance. Holy shit, actual Twitter warriors finally appearing. Meanwhile, let's take a look at what his fans say when they're watching my stream, because this is their platform where they watch my stream every day. I'm sure they're watching right now. Genuinely pray this man gets raped like Hamas did to Israelis. This actually radicalized me. I'm going to rape the leadership org. If the Democratic Party doesn't ass rape the CDA, I will ass rape them. Literally. This is Destiny tweeting, "Don't worry, I've been informed that we've still got members still on the inside, standing back and standing by. Godspeed, brave warriors." I don't understand why these guys think that this isn't like directly being encouraged by Destiny at the top down. In a deranged rant, Destiny doubled down on stalking Hasan's live location while advocating for him to get harassed in public. His live location should be broadcasted. He should be bullied. People should scream at him, shout at him, go to the dangerous places and get shot. All of us will clap. Available at all times while he's live streaming. This is him at his cult.
I just want to clarify what I was saying here, because I'm saying that his like live location or whatever should be broadcast or whatever was at protest. That is exactly what I'm saying, and it should be. And he should be bullied. People should scream at him and shout at him and bully him the fuck out of any left-leaning protest that you see. The CCP paid agitator fuck should never be in any Democratic liberal protest ever. If he wants to go hang out with disgusting, smelly, fat fucking losers, the tanky fucks or whatever, he can go hang out with those fucking losers. That's absolutely fine. But until he has made a public statement that fully accounts for how he was compensated by the Chinese Communist Party for his little fucking paid vacation trip with him and the rest of his little streamer fucks to China, until he has publicly announced it, addressed that, and talked about it, I have no idea why the fuck you would want this guy anywhere near any of your liberal protests.
This guy got paid to go to Israel, by the way. Perhaps that's the reason why he thinks I got paid by the Chinese government.
Absolutely fucking out. One of the hugest issues that this country has right now is all of the foreign interference that is just happening openly on all of our social media platforms by the same countries that paid this fucking loser to go and do a shill who couldn't even go through with it. He couldn't even let the guy fuck rape his neck, okay, at the stupid chiropractic place because he knew how bullshit the stuff that he was promoting was. But he was getting paid too much, compensated too much by the Chinese government to say no. Okay, so fuck this guy. Fuck letting him anywhere near your protest. If you want to go hang out with Republicans, go to the dangerous places and get shot, motherfucker. Okay, all of us will clap for you, I promise. All right, go to the Republican places, go to the edgy places, go hang out with tankies or whatever, but stay the fuck away from liberal protests.
Stay the fuck away from liberal protests. I don't know why he thinks he has any ownership over this space whatsoever, but why are we watching this? Because this fucking loser yesterday openly broadcast his intent to go and harass me at one of these public events that I was at, and he was denied because they broadcast their intent ahead of time, and then they continuously broadcast the entire experience, and then now they're making it seem like it was my fault. It's very strange to behave like this. Take some fucking ownership. Take some ownership over your actions, man. It's years and years and years of this shit. It's fucking insane.
This fat loser motherfucker, this balding, graying piece of shit, to show up.
Yeah, when he isn't watching your stream on his stream, he spends time watching your stream offline and chatting about it. Literally, he's probably watching right now.
At a liberal protest for 6 hours, you can come and finger wave and virtue signal to everybody else that you do shit, that you matter. You don't matter. Nobody likes you. I didn't want to reveal this, but the reason why I've been off stream so much is I actually gained with my close personal friend. I'll just say his last name is Mamdani, and he says that him and his wife talk shit about Hasan all the time, 24/7. All we do is we queue up ARC Raiders and we run around the lobbies. And we just talk shit about Hasan constantly. They say they hate him, that he's a loser, that his hair is falling out, that he needs to up his TRT, he's small, his lifts suck, his dog isn't in the background anymore, he just everything about him is horrible, and he's a fucking loser.
Rare X defense.
Okay, apparently there's some comments. This is why apparently this guy says it. I mean, it's a pretty awful comment. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty egregious. That's like way, that's not even close to okay. That's way out of line. I mean, that'd be enough justification for me. If I was a staff at the event and somebody, if I was a staff at the event and I was unbiased when it comes down to Hasan or anybody, and somebody showed me that, I mean, I would absolutely ban the person who said that. That's like, come on, bro, really? It's an outrageous comment. What?
What's the location of
that's
your
unbiased take?
Yeah. He's saying it's egregious that Destiny fucking has said shit like this in the past. I honestly think you could perfectly justify attacking and killing Hasan IRL for statements like this, and then actively tries to stalk me in the physical world. Of course, people are going to be like, yeah, we can't let this fucking guy be anywhere near this event. And it's not even this. Like, they openly broadcast. Their Reddit is now making email templates for Congress members to cry about you. Yeah, look at this. Like, this entire community they have no real interest. They have no real interest in politics at all. The only thing they care about is this shit. Template language for emailing Congress members about the College Dems event. Subject line. Major concern about handling of 2026 College Democrats Convention. Dear insert name. I hope you're doing well. My name is Name. I'm a constituent from city zip code. I'm reaching out to express my concern about the handling of a 2026 College Democrats of America Convention, especially in respect to the invitation and presence of the controversial live streamer Hasan Piker at the event. They've literally actively doxed every single person at the top of the College Democrats of America. They're going through and like looking for their home addresses, their identities. This is completely unsustainable. It's not snark, guys. Stop using fucking childlike language. It's stalking. This is straightforward stalking. It's an entire community whose only content is bordering on the criminal. They are single-minded when it comes to this issue. It's all they do. Stop crying about this shit. Crying? I'm sorry. Are your feelings fucking hurt that we're offering a little bit of daylight to what the fuck these guys are doing? Is that what happened? Does it look like I'm crying? I'm not the one who's fucking engaging in mass harassment, organizing mass harassment campaigns and then complaining that no one ever listens to them. They always have temper tantrums when you show them what they do. Yeah. And it's not like they're doing this with any sort of secrecy. They're doing it out in the open. They're doing it in the subreddit at r/Destiny. Remember when they had to delete most of their fucking posts back in the day because they thought Reddit was going to come after them due to the mass brigading that they conducted against Twitch? What will it take for these dumb motherfuckers to just move on to something else? Like, just work on something more productive. Identify, I don't know, Republican congresspersons and send them mass emails as constituents being like, I don't like this vote that you're taking. Do you understand? I know that they're just never going to stop. I think it's just going to, I think what it's going to take, I know, he's an asshole. Yes, you hate him, but you also hate when I talk about him, I know. As a lifelong fan of Hasan, I don't really even like Destiny, but he's really cooking on this one. I know, brother. We know. We all know how you guys operate. You use numerous sock accounts. You act like you're not a fucking fan of Sex Pestiny. You only chirp whenever we're talking about Sex Pestiny for some weird reason. You LARP as though you're a long-term fan who's now, turning on me, right? That's what you're doing. Come on, guys. Yeah. The barrage of fucking vitriol that they send in the direction of anyone and everyone. Like, I know that they think I'm ontologically evil and therefore, no matter what they do, it's appropriate because I'm the most vicious, most evil villain. His community openly used to say that I'm a far more dangerous figure in American politics than Nick Fuentes. The more attention you give them, the more power they get. That's not true. No, sometimes it's important for them not to set a fucking narrative. Sometimes it's important to identify even other liberal commentators who might not know all this shit that they're engaging in that end up accidentally aligning themselves with dipshits like this. Okay? You're wrong. I'm a fucking adult. Okay? I know when it's appropriate and I know when it's inappropriate. These people are literal fascist collaborators. Okay, now I might be leaning that Hasan is worse than Asmongold. So I originally used to think Destiny is wrong, that Asmongold is better than Hasan. To be honest, in the grand scheme of things, I still kind of do. But now I'm understanding why Destiny thinks Hasan is bad. Originally, I really did view Destiny and Hasan beef as nothing more than internet noise. Yes, maybe Hasan is somewhat the reason that Destiny's banned on Twitch, but more or less Hasan seems harmless. Not anymore. This is crazy shit. Banning people from events because internet drama is insane. Like, I didn't have a good opinion of Hasan, but it was better than Asmongold. Jesus, man, what the hell? I'm telling you, they genuinely think I'm worse than every Republican, worse than neo-Nazis, worse than... They have no politics. It's just Hasan bad. It's an entire cult dedicated to... It's a cult specifically dedicated to cyber stalking and mass harassment operations against a fucking Twitch streamer who they, on the one hand, act as though they should be on the same side of. This is really the issue. If Hasan was just a commie loser fuck leading his own movement, he would still be bad because of his beliefs, but he wouldn't be as big of an issue. But he and his ilk pose as them to want to improve our lives. up to and including literally kicking out the most successful, unashamed liberal streamer with one of the most active political communities behind him. If nothing comes from this, it's officially Jover. So here's what's interesting. These guys don't understand that they're not actually engaging in a real movement. This is not a real movement, buddy. Like, even if you directed all of this enmity towards like Nick Fuentes or Asmongold, it still wouldn't be a real political movement. Okay? That's the problem. You're in a fucking cult and you're never going to see it, unfortunately. Unfortunately, you're never going to realize that you're actually in a fucking cult and that this loser, narcissistic man-child is basically duping you into believing that you're engaging in political action. Like, you, even since the midterms began, what kind of serious political output have these guys had besides taking money from some of their fans who thought they were going to engage in door-knocking operations and then setting up fucking debates for Z and Destiny and paying people like George Santos to do debates? Everything is about self-promotion. They don't even realize it, though. The fans don't fucking realize it. The only movement that they have is this. But yeah, they literally filmed every part of this process, and they're shocked that people saw it and were like, hey, your direct attempts to disrupt this event have not gone unnoticed. We don't want you to do that.
That would be fucking hysterical.
I'm worried if like you were just like, actually I might say anything. Listen, we just want to spread democracy. We love,
we want to spread democracy.
Liberalism and America. We are pro-America. We are pro-Democrats. Democratic Party.
And there are some good people here.
Yeah, like everybody here mostly agrees on stuff.
There's like normie Dems, and then there's also like I feel like there's people that are like unaware of like the larger what do you call it?
Yeah, a lot of people like they seem to be really involved with the local stuff.
Yes. Don't worry,
Yeah. You kicked us out of the event after we paid hundreds of dollars for tickets. We were extremely respectful and we followed all the rules you told us. The mere mention of omni-liberal caused to be instantly removed. I just don't understand. Like, I want to believe that there is like a level. I want to be as charitable as I can possibly be. Some of these guys are irredeemable, obviously. Some of them are like totally fucking insane. Like that Darius guy is very clearly fucking, he's nuts.
North will ask us, so North is going to ask some hard-hitting questions. I'm going to ask the questions that really make you think, but he's going to ask the ones that really hit down to the soul. I give you dome, he gives you body. Ain't that right?
Jesus. Okay, all I ask is that
he goes north, I go south.
I go first. That's all I ask.
That's good. He goes north, I go south.
If you want to do what you are going to do.
Darius asked someone to change the title of the stream from Snarking Hasan to Supporting Hasan.
Wait, can someone change my title of my stream not to Snarking Hasan? Just in case anyone does, I have to double check. Someone change it to Supporting Hasan. Supporting, someone change stream title.
Like, all of this is live, my man. It's already been fucking logged. All of this is live. Why would you film all this shit?
Someone change my stream title now, quick. Someone change my stream title quick.
Again, a very serious affair all around. Shocking what the College Dems of America wouldn't want to keep this guy at the event.
Ryan, I'm trying to like grow a small YouTube channel.
Okay.
I would love it if I had
No,
the
you're trying to
opportunity
grow a big YouTube channel.
Yes, something like that.
Stepping stones.
Yeah.
I was wondering if I could do a very quick interview.
Yeah, let's do it. I don't know, I think they're going to come into a panel right now. Yeah,
I have like...
Yeah, let's just step aside to not be busy.
Thank you so much. Delete ET's messages about saying Jew. Dude, delete negative comments and Jew messages unless it's negative towards Jews. Just for right now.
Just for right now. Delete negative comments towards Jews. Just for right now. You can keep them afterwards. That's crazy. Liberals, by the way. These guys are combating anti-Semitism, by the way. I don't think these people are going to hurt anyone, but I also think it's totally appropriate to not take them seriously or let them in. There's a transparent lack of concern about political issues here. Equally strange is digital ground game avowing this stream. Bizarre.
Minutes away. All right.
Like, what are we doing here? Back in the day, 4 years ago, his community used to fight against him for not calling Nick Fuentes a Nazi. I checked, and now that same poster has left the cult. Second image. Destiny's incorrect. Nick Fuentes does outwardly meet his definition for a Nazi. Destiny's personal definition of a Nazi, explained on stream, had 3 core elements. 1, high level of conspiratorial anti-Semitism. 2, institution or a desire to institute some sort of outward violence or state-sponsored violence, ethnic minorities, or other undesirables. 3, desire to build some form of fascist state. Destiny has said so far as definition is concerned that Nick Fuentes' positions are not on any of these 3 elements. He's triple wrong. Was this post made so commenters can make Hasan attacks? What the fuck are these comments? This is basically a Destiny sub. I will never understand the need to control every narrative everywhere. It's gotten so much worse these past 5 to 6 years. Like, I can get why Destiny would want to. He can mute all criticism, both valid and snark, but holy shit, even when I was a DGGer, it wasn't even some core part of my identity like it apparently is for so many. So I guess that guy, Junon's Hopeful, used to be a part of the cult, and he got out of the cult and is now criticizing the cult. So I guess there is hope for some of these guys. By the way, it's crazy because his orbit calls me anti-Semitic, right? But his orbit actually, like content creators in his orbit, unironically will, say heinous shit about Jews all the fucking time. So it's not really an accident why Epstein's son turned out to be a Nazi. So he's whitewashing fascists, or only Nick? I mean, he doesn't have any real consistent positions. He will change them. He, goes back and forth. He used to, he's collaborated with Sam Hyde, and I think now he doesn't like Sam Hyde. He collaborated with Lauren Southern, Nick Fuentes. It's just, they're not, these guys unironically are the liberal groypers. Okay? That's what they are. They're liberal groypers. They do the same exact shit that groypers do. They go to the same fucking harassment subreddits. They go to the same exact harassment forums in general. They dox. They serially harass everyone they can. They love using slurs all the time, too. It's a relatively unsafe place. Or rather, there's a lot of edgy commentary that goes on. There's also a huge overlap with right-wing subreddits. I think some of them are just straight up openly right-wing now too. That's why I don't think they'll ever stop. People can wake up and outgrow their space, but there's already a steady influx of new stalkers coming in from 4chan and Kick. Most of their new members probably don't even know why they hate you. Yeah. He will constantly get into trouble on his own. Like, he just can't fucking keep his dick in his pants. He's just constantly getting into fucking issues for that reason too. And then every time he gets into trouble with another like neo-Nazi e-girl or whatever, he'll then turn around and be like, but Hasan is bad. And his fucking community is so used to that they genuinely don't realize what this dude is doing to them, right? They don't realize. They're like, no, actually, as long as we can cyber stalk and try to fucking engage in mass harassment operations against Hasan, our North Star, then it's fine. We'll overlook all of the moral failings of this person whose cult we're a part of. It's very weird. It's very weird behavior. And they've done it to so many different people. They did it to like Twitch staff, and Epstein still doesn't fucking understand why, after doing this directly to Twitch staff, that like Twitch would never want to unban them ever again. Actually, just mentally ill behavior. And I do think that it is coming to a point where maybe a restraining order is in order. Honestly. Yeah. His most popular videos on his YouTube are just about you. Same fate as more Pegasus. Yeah. People in here somehow still think it's drama when a sex pest is organizing his community into multiple political operations to gain legitimacy and access to government officials to continue harassing you and potentially cause real harm. These people are trying to make a third way based on harassing you. It's ironic because third way already exists to do that. And they have a lot more emotion and a lot more clout. I'm sorry, that must be really scary to go through. I mean, whatever, dude. Like look, I've grown used to it. It's been 7 years, I think, almost at this point. How many fucking years has it been? It's been like 6 years of this shit. So, or actually 7. Literally 7 years of this shit. And back then, I wasn't as big of a content creator as I am now. So I didn't have like this massive community and support structure. But I do think that a legal action is in order at this point, because this is, it's not even for me. It's all these other people. Yeah, N-word manifesto was the summer of 19. Yeah. Dude wrote a whole manifesto about how white people should be able to say the N-word. And that was in 2019. That's when I was like, oh, this is fucking crazy. It's perfectly okay to ban this harassing doxer from your events. I've seen people posting the logs of him asking Dan to create a stalking app to harass Hasan during his IRLs. I wanted to include the context of what he was last talking about 2 to 3 hours before asking him to do that. How fucking base would it be if Hasan actually got... It was an honor fed posting. How fucking base would it be if Hasan actually got... How far off are we to someone low credentially emptying a mag into a group of ICE agents? Feel like we're not. Destiny, we call that a win-win, baby. If he did it, he should take one for the team and do it. His location should be publicly available at all times while he's live streaming. If Dan wants to do something useful and still be a Hasan hater, he should create a Track Hasan X account that posts his current location when he's out at protests. That I cannot fed post anywhere without getting a ban. It is insane. We called it a win-win, baby. Yeah. Just a heads up, I'm going to be doing some mass harassment campaigns on every single journalist who gives this guy, he's talking about me, free interviews from now on. Someone is going to die soon in this space, I'm pretty sure. I don't know who, but there is nowhere to go on. Literally anything. Every single person is a pedophile child molester. Every issue is about infinite genociding Palestinians. Every single person is so fake and virtue signally. There's literally nowhere else to go at this point. I'm not sure who, but I think it will happen soon. Like, the tankies like Hasan can do all the sex pest memes, propaganda memes, lib left, they're all, oh no, I can't touch that. That's too dramatic. And I need to be self-critical of other libs. It's actually so far beyond fucking cucked. It's all over. Civil War reset or something. I mean, this is a guy who writes school shooter manifestos on a daily fucking basis, pretty much, about me and anyone around me. And then there are so many people who are just like oblivious. There's so many people who are fucking oblivious. 7 years of defamation, mass harassment, direct cyber stalking. It's just insane. Hey, are you actually going after other people too? It's not even just about you. It's outright dangerous at this point. You got to do something. Yeah, I think we'll see. Anyway, yeah. Every part of this operation is like designed around mass harassment, slander, smearing. It's very crazy. OOPs are a lot easier to fill out than you think. You absolutely have enough evidence to support one, and I think it's a good idea to get one, especially since his behavior is so erratic. Yeah. Didn't this feud start with him wanting to say the N-word and you disagreeing? Yes. His fans will constantly rewrite history to be like, no, Hasan actually agreed with him, but that was literally the reason. He was so insane that he had a podcast with our mutual friend Trihex at the time, and Trihex was upset that he was like saying that he says the N-word all the time in private amongst friends, and he was like, dude, I'm black, you can't fucking openly admit that. And I at the time said the same thing to him. I was like, dude, even if you're doing that, which you shouldn't, you should never say it out loud that you're doing that, because you're creating a permission structure. And he lost his fucking mind. And they were so nasty that they claimed that I got in Trihex's ear. Trihex is a black man, and they were claiming I actually convinced them, a black man, that he should feel upset about his podcast co-host openly admitting to saying the N-word all the time. That was in 2019. That's when the fucking separation happened, and he's never given up ever since. It's unbelievable. And he hasn't stopped saying it since then anyway. There's new drama now. He had sex with a neo-Nazi's wife and they exchanged each other's kids' photos while sexting. The neo-Nazi is now mad at him and wants to unalive him. One of his orbiters dropped him over this. What the fuck? Gross. You were more popular by then? No, I wasn't. I was not I was more popular than him, but I wasn't a bigger content creator than him at that point. He had a far larger audience that he used to fucking viciously come after me every damn day. It was crazy. The only thing that's changed since 2019, I would say, is his Nazi son is also fed posting about you on Twitter, failure of a father. It's past due. The U.S. cuts down the tall trees. He's not using the degree because he's not the one writing any of his scripts or speeches. Foreign actors have been guiding him for several months at this point. This is fucking insane. This is such a funny schizo post. I think like the more he does shit like this, the more his audience has to be like, this is crazy, right? Anyway, the official account tried to deny they were associated with the streamers, so I went back and made another clip.
So are we up for doing more political content, or what are we just around here? Or are we just waiting for Steven, I guess, or what? So, Mr. Brunelli. Yeah. Oh, there's the vice president. Right over here.
Epstein and his freaks think no one has agency in their lives. They think everyone is either being brainwashed or paid off by foreign actors. Yeah, his son is like, you will not be surprised to know that there are 0 posts about this on LSF. I mean, even if there was any, they would downvote it. They would fucking downvote it into oblivion. they keep a fairly airtight information sphere. Like there's still, I mean, I don't know what the LSF situation is now. Obviously, very publicly, their last moderator of LSF was ritualistically humiliated on the timeline. But I don't know, like it exchanged ownership since then, but I'm sure there's still like sympathetic people. But anyway, on that note, let's get to Jake Tapper interviewing Abdul El Sayed.
A huge rally last night with Bernie and AOC.
I gotta pee.
I want to play something you said at this rally in Detroit last night.
Are we going to let 50 million in lies steal this election? Hell no. Are we going to let Trump donors, billionaires, and AIPAC lies steal this election?
Steal this election is a pretty stark term. I haven't really heard it used since 2024. To be clear, this is a close race. Congresswoman Haley Stevens is a 4-term congresswoman endorsed by outgoing Senator Gary Peters. Are you saying that if you don't win this election, it will be because it was stolen?
I believe in the rigor of the democratic process, Jake, but I also believe that the corruption of billionaire money, AIPAC money, to the tune of $50 million being spent is anti-democratic on its own terms. If you were to take all the outside spending in this race out, this would not be a close election. But it speaks to the way that, unfortunately, money from DTE, our local utility, money from Blue Cross Blue Shield, money from AIPAC has come in to try to truck this election in favor of somebody who they know is going to do their business instead of the people's. And I think that's anti-democratic on its own terms. It's why I'm running on getting money out of politics so we can put money back in people's pockets and pass Medicare for all.
So the attacks on Haley Stevens are also at issue. I know there are a lot of attack ads against you, but there are so many attacks on Haley Stevens that on Friday you posted, quote, "It's become impossible to ignore the way that people online make fun of my opponent for things that have nothing to do with her policies or politics. It's unkind and unhelpful," unquote. It's true that there are some really harsh comments about Haley Stevens that I've seen. Here's one. Quote, "She's a suit with a large AIPAC bank account. That's it. She can't string together two."
I want to point out something here with this Jake Tapper conversation that's taking place. First of all, Abdul did a fantastic job. He knows how to hold his own. Okay. In the most contentious environments. And I would go so far as to say this is probably more contentious than Fox News. It's crazy, but I think Jake Tapper is probably a tougher interview for someone like Abdul El Sayed than the average Fox News guy. Because unlike Fox News, he has prestige amongst liberals and he always will weaponize the legitimacy that he has in liberal circles to attack Muslims. Okay. And that is, I think, a more difficult conversation to have than to talk to a hostile Republican. However, one thing that I find particularly strange about this is Jake Tapper recently had the President of the United States of America on his broadcast. He's supposed to be a liberal guy. Sure, the conversation took place after Lindsey Graham's death. Having said that, the fact that Jake Tapper was far less contentious with the Republican president of the United States of America than he is with a progressive running for Senate in Michigan on a platform of universal health care and disavowing AIPAC, a platform that the overwhelming majority of Democrats agree with. The fact that he's more contentious on an interview like this shows exactly what Jake Tapper believes. Jake Tapper finds Abdul El Sayed to be a far more negative influence in American politics than even Donald Trump. It's clear. It's clear.
Coherent sentences. She's a sellout who forgot how to think for herself. Corporate money can't buy her a personality.
You said we should beat the Republicans. Are you a beater? Aren't you woke Trump?
And I want to speak to that because every single time we talk about all the outside money coming in as a crutch in this election, it seems as though we're not hearing any explanation as to why. I think we saw some of it last week when the Congresswoman voted in favor of sending $3.3 billion of our tax dollars that should be spent on our healthcare and our schools to a foreign government to buy in tanks. I would really like to hear a fulsome explanation of exactly what the trade-off has been. And unfortunately, $50 million doesn't fall off trees, doesn't come from nowhere. It comes because there's been some expectation on the back. So I want to know what was said to get that money into this election. But I'll be clear, I don't think it's kind to make fun of somebody for how they talk or how they show up. I also don't think it's kind to make insinuations about somebody's character as is being done to the tune of tens of millions of dollars. And here's the thing about it. I've known the...
I think one is far worse than the other, by the way. Because Abdul's statements against Haley Stevens are nothing in comparison to what Haley Stevens' campaign backed by $50 million of ad spend look like. They're smearing him. They're calling him a misogynist. They don't have any evidence for this other than he disagreed with powerful women at different points in his life. It's such a ridiculous. It is the lowest I've seen these go. And then besides that, of course, not so subtly, terror jacketing him, saying he is a violent, woman-hating, anti-Semitic Muslim. You know how those guys are. That's the implication, right? The implication here is Abdul al-Sayed, Abdul Rahman Muhammad al-Sayed is a dangerous, aggressive, woman-hating, anti-Semitic Muslim. Now, of course, it's the Democratic Party primary, which is precisely the reason why they can't say it to that degree, right? They can't do that. Republicans will do that because they know that if they go too hard, they'll overplay their hand and liberals will get annoyed with it. So they're trying to tactically imply without outwardly saying it. Republicans will say it with their full chest, but it won't matter at that point because obviously all the liberals are going to be on the side of Abdul al-Sayed.
Congresswoman for a very long time. In fact, she's met my daughters. My daughter, 8 years old.
Apparently, the College Democrats of America was sponsored by J Street. I know. Yeah. And J Street came out and said, look, we have our disagreements with Hasan Piker, but we have no problem. We're honored to sponsor the College Democrats of America. Because guess what? While I have my disagreements with J Street, they're not insane, okay? They're not as insane as like the AIPAC-backed Democrats are. They can read the room. And now they're yelling at J Street over it. What they don't know is like I've been trying to even have a conversation with Jeremy Ben-Ami, the president of J Street.
She told her, you should be really proud of your dad, although her allies are now running ads to say that somehow I'm disrespectful to women.
Yeah. Breaking. Jewish Insider via Haley Cohen. College Dems conference co-sponsored by J Street is featuring Hasan Piker. J Street President Jeremy Ben-Ami said his organization is proud to sponsor the event. Show up would be an abdication of our responsibility to make the case for our pro-Israel views, J Street said. Okay? Ultimately, J Street understands that there is a much wider diversity of opinion on the issue of Israel on the Democratic Party side, and if they want to continue to maintain a level of support for Israel amongst Democrats, they have to allow people like myself to be a part of this equation because I'm far closer to the average person's perspective than they are. Yeah, see, he said, we had no role in the selection of speakers, and we're sure there will be speakers, including Hasan Piker, with whom we disagree. Being in venues like this is even more important when there are participants with whom we disagree. Failing to show up would be an abdication of our responsibility to make the case for our pro-Israel views. During his speech Saturday evening at the conference, Piker distanced himself from mainstream Democratic Party, condemning Democrats who compromise, who conciliate, who betray us to loud applause. No more to the Democrats who collaborate and cooperate with us, who will fund ICE, who will fund Israel. We don't need those Democrats anymore, Piker said. The College Democrats Convention is hosting several speakers who hold extreme anti-Israel views, including Democratic Socialists of America activists and Arizona congressional candidate like Deja Fox, commentator Kat Abou-Gazaleh, gun control activist and former DNC Vice Chair David Hogg, and Democratic Socialists of America endorsed congressional nominee Mela Kiros. Wow. Georgia State Representative Ruva Rahman, a Palestinian American legislator with a long record of anti-Israel activism, will also be speaking. Lineup also includes elected officials who've been critical of Israel's policies, such as Representative Jamie Raskin, Chris Van Hollen, Jason Crow. College Democrats of America is the official collegiate arm and student outreach branch of the Democratic National Committee. Neither group responded to a request for comment from Jewish Insider about their decision to invite Piker. You know what's funny? They're an outreach branch of the DNC, and the DNC has not given them, like, the DNC's given them literally basically nothing. They were talking about it. Like, their largest donor is Cherokee Nation. DNC is like a minuscule part of their funding vehicle. To be fair, the DNC is bankrupt, so that's probably why they don't have any money in the bank. Yeah, Tom Steyer listened to my pleas and maxed out to Abdul. Tom Steyer contributes the maximum legal donation of $7,000 to Abdul al-Sayed's campaign, the Michigan Democratic primaries in August 4th in 16 days. Speaking of CNN, they're hating on Bernie there. Yeah, I know. I saw. I know. We're going to cover that in a second. There's a new CNN piece that came out. It's not even hating on Bernie necessarily because it makes Bernie look good. Anyway, let's finish this Jake Tapper conversation.
My daughter is now hearing about. So I'd like to hear the same kindness. I want to know whether or not the Congresswoman also thinks that that's right.
I hear your comments about the ads being run against you that are attacking you from a...
But I happen to agree with those ads. I happen to agree with the contents of those ads.
APAC and other organizations. But I'm specifically talking about comments you personally made about Haley Stevens.
Yeah, no,
Haley Stevens has made those comments personally about Abdul al-Sayed as well. Abdul al-Sayed, on the other hand, did not get outside. Abdul al-Sayed didn't put in a red box in his media tab on his platform to attack Haley Stevens for having a goofy voice or not knowing what she speaks of, whereas Haley Stevens did do that to Abdul al-Sayed. So campaigns right now can't directly communicate with super PACs, even though the Supreme Court just made it legal for them to do so. So what they do instead is a concept called red boxing, where they put bullet points on their media tabs for all of the friendly super PACs to get their notes from. They'll say, attack my opponent with this perspective, attack my opponent from this angle, that kind of thing, right? And Haley Stevens' media tab straight up had attack Abdul al-Sayed for, being a woman hater, basically. So technically, Abdul al-Sayed's one comment on the Dave Weigel interview is not a fucking apt comparison to the $50 million of attack ads. Yeah, here it is. Haley Stevens isn't allowed to coordinate directly with APAC, so that she does instead is put directions on her website telling them what flyers she wants to be mailed to people and when. Yeah. There's a Substack post here to interested parties memo. There were 2,500 people in Grand Rapids, by the way, plus overflow. It's insane. He's going to cook. I think Abdul's going to shock the world. Okay. This is a big battle. This is perhaps our biggest battle yet. This community has been involved with a lot of campaigns this cycle, many of which were tough, where our guys were getting outspent 5-1, 6-1, but never 12-1. Okay. I think Abdul al-Sayed, we shouldn't get confident. We should continue pushing. I think this is a tougher battle than Daria Lisa. Yes. Daria Lisa might have been the toughest battle that we partook in, but this is a tougher battle than that. Okay. $54 million. That's the amount of moneyed interest that we're fighting against. That's precisely the reason why the approach is only going to get harder, because mainstream media is also terrified, or at least the actors within mainstream outlets that are worried about an anti-Israel senator winning are going to do everything in their power to try and rat fuck this candidacy. This on top of the corporate entities that are dumping, again, $54 million. But as I always say, they have the money, but we have the people. Okay? And let's be real. The harder they focus on Michigan, the easier it gets for us in other races as well, because this is a national movement. This is a national movement. So every dollar that they spend on Abdul that we can posture defensively against is a dollar that they're not spending against Francesca Hong, is a dollar that they're not spending against Kai Newkirk. It's a dollar that they're not spending against Cori Bush, Hartzell Gray, Oliver Larkin, Elijah Manley. But it's clear to me that they are hyper-focused on this. So Abdul is, in some ways, our tank. He's drawing a lot of the aggro. So we have to offer sufficient defense. And then we can go on the offense on all these other races that are also tough battles on their own. This was a really solid piece of analysis from Dave Weigel that I'm going to get to after we cover when we get to the CNN piece. But let's finish this.
I already told you, I think she's plenty smart, plenty capable. I just want to understand why it is that she's been willing to take $50 million from organizations that have their best interests and not Michiganders' best interests at heart. I've been up and down my state. I actually did the work of traveling 110 different cities, 475 public events. And where I go, people ask me, how come I can't afford my groceries? Why is my gas so expensive? How am I going to afford healthcare? And it's crazy to me that you want to run for U.S. Senate and you want to take money from the very same people who are raising prices on everybody. So I just think we need a fulsome explanation. I would like to hear it. I think the Congresswoman has had plenty of opportunities, and I think this is one of them now.
Just to be clear, the money being spent on her behalf is not money going to her, but I understand the point you're making. It's interesting, though, because you talk about support for Israel. The New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani just this weekend was asked by the New York Times if he thinks there's room in the party for Democrats who work with AIPAC. And Mayor Mamdani said, quote, if they are Democrats and they run as Democrats and they win as Democrats, then they should be part of the Democratic Party. When you were asked by CNN if support for Israel could be about anything other than money, you told CNN, quote, not if you're a Democrat and you believe in human rights, unquote. You also said, quote, every definition of a Jewish state ends up in some articulation of illiberal values, unquote. So it sounds as though, and correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds as though you and Mayor Mamdani disagree about how big this tent should be, whether there's room for it in the tent for Israel supporters.
Dude, this conversation is so fucking annoying to me. Like, oh, is there, hey, you guys who we are treating as outsiders, who we absolutely fucking despise and don't want you to be a part of this tent, are you comfortable with having people who are pro-genocide in your coalition? Why is this always a conversation? Well, I know why. Because they're still trying to position all the anti-Zionists, all the Israel critics as outsiders that just want to destroy the party. The party must remain a pro-Israel party. That's the perspective here, right? Ridiculous framing overall.
Well, Jake, I'll tell you this. There's always room in the tent.
No, Mamdani didn't say, oh, it's great when people are pro-Israel and they're a part of the fucking coalition. They're just presenting it as such because Zoran Mamdani, at the end of the day, is a politician and he does the political speak. And he gave plenty of criticisms to AIPAC, plenty of criticisms to Israel in that conversation, but he also basically danced around the issue of is it appropriate if there are, pro-Israel candidates that you can coalesce around, right? He avoided it. He avoided giving a direct response to it. And I'm certain Abdul will do the same.
For folks. And I'm for human rights. I'm for equal rights to peace, dignity, and self-determination. Whatever you think about the right of Israel to exist, I wonder if they have a right to our tax dollars. And here's the thing about it. Every time I come on CNN, you guys ask me the same questions about these theoretical rights of existence or whether or not I agree with the mayor of New York. I'm running for Senate in Michigan. And in Michigan, people can't afford their basic needs. They don't get the healthcare they need and deserve. They're worried about the quality of their kids' school. And the question seems less to be about the interests of Michiganders than the fact of something happening 6,000 miles away. I'm running for Michigan Senate, and I want our tax dollars spent in Michigan on our schools and on our healthcare. And the idea that somebody wants to vote to send that money away, to me, seems to be an anathema. So, with all due respect to the mayor of New York, I just think my tax dollars should be spent here. And I'd rather have a conversation about Michiganders than what's happening 6,000 miles away.
The war with Iran is clearly heating up. 3 U.S. service members, 2 were killed and 1 is missing overnight. They were stationed in Jordan. 20 weeks ago, when Iran's supreme leader was killed, you told your staff, according to audio obtained by the Washington Free Beacon, quote, there are a lot of people in Dearborn who are sad today, so I just don't want to comment on Khamenei.
He's using shamelessly Washington Free Beacon opposition. I don't see liberals doing that to centrists, okay? Liberals will never take a Washington Free Beacon article that is attacking a centrist candidate and then deploy it against a centrist candidate. They would never do that shit. It's the most cynical, negatively framed interpretation of a conversation that took place. So why are you taking the framing of a psychotic right-wing outlet? Why are you legitimizing the Washington Free Beacon It's like, are you going to legitimize Steve Bannon next? Are you going to legitimize Nick Fuentes next? Like, what the fuck's going on here?
At all, unquote. I thought that quote was interesting because the Ayatollah...
Because you're Muslim. I thought that quote was interesting, and I'm bringing it up because you're Muslim and you're anti-Israel, and I fucking hate you. And I wish I could tell you how I feel openly, but I can't because you're a very popular figure in the party right now. I'm going to try to fucking knock the wind out of your sails to the best of my ability with this conversation, but obviously I have to play this game. I have to play this game where I'm being polite towards you while simultaneously serving you as many Islamophobic attacks as possible.
Ayatollah has killed tens of thousands of innocent Iranians, not to mention the proxies that Iran has funded that have killed innocent civilians all over the Middle East. Why were you worried about offending people who support?
Jake, on a day where we're mourning the loss of 2 more service members in a war we never should have fought, I think all of us ought to step back and ask whether or not everybody in Michigan, frankly, everybody in America, shouldn't be sad about the fact that this president, backed by the prime minister of a foreign government, took us to a war we had no business fighting in. So yeah, I didn't want to comment on it then because it's a ridiculous pretext. And now you're asking me about the Ayatollah, who's dead, by the way, and you're not asking me about the service members who've died. You're not asking me about whether or not this war should have ever been fought. You're not asking me about whether or not the costs that are being borne by Michiganders in the tax dollars we pay or the gas prices that are insane right now are worth it. And so, look, let's have a conversation based in Michigan. I'm running for Senate in Michigan. And I think here in Michigan, all of us are probably sad about the fact that we went to war that we never should have fought. I'd rather our money be spent here.
I was specifically asking you about comments you didn't want to make because you didn't want to offend people in Dearborn, which is in Michigan. Let's turn to immigration policy. You've been very critical of Trump's immigration policy. In his new book...
This level of follow-up, putting words in his mouth, refusing to understand the point, refusing to entertain a broader point. Yeah. Tapper, Bash, Jennings, and other CNN pundits were the biggest cheerleaders of the Iran war. No self-reflection and no accountability after the war they supported led to needless loss of life and hardened the Iranian regime, which they all thought was days away from collapsing. It's a ridiculous pretext. And now you're asking me about the Ayatollah, who's dead, by the way, and you're not asking me about the service members who've died. You're not asking me about whether or not this war should have been ever fought because Jake Tapper supported the war. You never said anything about fucking offending people? I know, he didn't.
About comments you didn't want to make because you didn't want to offend people in Dearborn, which is in Michigan. Let's turn to immigration policy. You've been very critical of Trump's immigration policy. In his new book, Democratic former Senator Ken Salazar, who served as the U.S. ambassador to Mexico under President Biden, he says basically that the Biden administration was asleep on the wheel on immigration. He calls the Biden policies on political failure. I know you object to the Trump policy, and I know there are lots of reasons you do. Do you have any criticisms of the Biden immigration policy?
I think we could have done much better. I believe in a safe and secure border, full stop. I also believe that we have to be smart about the fact that right now, ICE is being used to terrorize people on our streets. We talk about 2 more deaths in the last 2 weeks alone. At the edge of a force that should not exist, we can have immigration policy that is smart, that keeps our southern border safe, that enforces our immigration laws, but not in a way that tears apart the Constitution itself. So yes, I think we could have done a better job. I think it's important for us to be smart. Now, I just want to push back on one thing. You've got this administration. They're making a show out of ICE enforcement. And at the same time, they're making it fundamentally unlivable for people south of our southern border. How does that make sense at all? This whole point of the Trump administration is to weaponize immigration against the Constitution itself. And I think the more we're willing to talk about that, the further we go in actually getting to an immigration policy that makes sense in this country.
I say that Abdul is running a campaign.
AOC rallies with Michigan's Abdullah Syed. Fuck yeah. I mean, this brings a smile to my face, tear to my eye. This is great. This is why it's important to build a motherfucking movement, folks. It's important to build a coalition. This is, and I need you to understand, in some ways, this is the easiest it's going to get. But also, in many respects, we will have more numbers later down the line. Okay? So no matter how hard it gets, we will have more soldiers to fight centrist forces against the right-wing forces within the center of power in the Democratic Party. That's it. But make no mistake, today it's $54 million. Tomorrow it'll be 100. They're not going to stop. They're not going to stop. That much is clear to me. They're not going to stop until it's undeniable. And then I guess they'll move on to different tactics. But they'll always remain. There will always be this malign force in American politics that's constantly trying to pull voters, trying to pull politicians, trying to buy politicians to make sure that there is a reliable pro-Israel constituency in both of the parties.
The politics of the future, it's not something that is just seen on a screen. It is felt here in person, in the streets, at people's doors, the way that people are actually building community around a positive and affirmative message of a future is the way Democrats should be running. And I genuinely believe it's going to be the way that we can win back the House and win back the Senate as well. And it is absolutely electric, and I'm so proud to stand with Dr. Abdullah.
We watched and learned from the best, right? That's how you built your movement that surprised the world in 2018. You knocked doors, you did the actual work. And that's the thing about it, is that, like, you know, you can tell when something is built with love and care. And we tried to build this with love and care for the people of Michigan, by the people of Michigan, of the people of Michigan, and I'm grateful that it shows. There is no other test case of the money versus the many that is as big and profound as this one. They're pulling out all the stops. They're gonna probably set a record for how much money is spent against one candidate. And the idea that we're still in most polling winning, right, despite that, tells you what the people really want. And I'll just say, it's anti-democratic as hell to bring $50 million into an election. Like, imagine, just everybody should imagine. Imagine there was no outside spending at all. Where would this race be? Which should tell you something about electability. Turns out, if you're electable, you actually have to inspire people to want to be a part of a movement. You actually have to inspire people to want to be a part of something, to vote affirmatively for a vision of a future that they actually want to live in. And so, you know, I just think this should open up a broader conversation about how we do politics in general, in particular, how we do politics in a party that claims to be for working people.
Man, he's so fucking good. And he's gotten better. He's so good, but he was already good, but he's gotten better too. Oh my God.
Reason the UAW
Dr. Chef, dude. Dr. Chef. He's chefing it up.
Reason the AFT endorses us. There's a reason that the nurses endorsed us. There's a reason that AOC and Bernie are, because we want movements that put people first, front, center, and always deliver for them. I don't take money from those corporations, and they see me as an incredible threat to that system, and they should. But, you know, they're trying to, in effect, bring $50 million of outside cynical money, right, to corrupt this election in a way that the Democratic Party, frankly, should be bigger than.
We are going to talk about Hakeem Jeffries, Bernie blowback, ladies and gentlemen. Bernie blowback. How Sanders' primary endorsements have sparked a Democratic midterm war. Now, what's interesting about this article is that it's not written by Edward Isaac Dover. It's instead written by Sarah Ferris, Manu Raju, and Allison Main. Normally, this type of article, if it's super negative, would be written by Edward Isaac Dover. So the fact that Manu's on it gives me a little bit of confidence. Okay? Edward Isaac Dover is the designated pro-Israel, anti-Bernie, like anti-Bernie-crat guy at CNN. He's the CNN payroll hatchet man. Now, one of the best parts about this article is Hakeem Jeffries confronted Senator Bernie Sanders against meddling in House primaries, particularly one involving a black Democrat. He seemed to not care, said Greg Meeks of New York, a Jeffries ally who was also on the call, said of Sanders, recalling the previously unreported phone call. Beast mode. My goat. Bernard has had it. Bernard has had it, baby. Michigan is the front lines of Bernie versus leadership war. With Al Sayed surging, Gary Peters was so afraid he could lose the Dems. The seat that Peters came out for Haley in a must-win House seat. Sanders is pushing Will Lawrence, activist whose remarks about black leaders have infuriated the party. They're trying to do a package deal, right? They're trying to do Bernie bros are anti-black. Once again, they're trying to rehash the old meta. And I will admit, it has been very effective in the past. Okay. Especially in constituencies where the old entrenched vanguard still remains, okay? It's still a fairly reliable mechanism to thwart the left flank. I want to bring up something interesting that I saw on the timeline of an old conversation that Uncle Sam Cedar had, okay? An old conversation from 2021 about black socialism. Okay? This is from August 4th, 2021. Let's take a look.
Thing though, this is something about black politics that I think is important for particularly progressives, white or otherwise, who try to understand and ask questions like, why did black people vote for Joe Biden? I don't understand. The policies that Bernie has are so much better. Black politics is a politics of containment and capture. What does that mean? How does black politics works? When when the South Carolina primaries are about to happen, Jim Clyburn has the phone number of every black church pastor in his Rolodex. Every black membership organization, fraternity, sorority, graduate chapter, and alumni chapter, which in those chapters are the teachers, the principals, and all of the administrative officials of your black high schools. Okay, all of the historically black colleges and universities, which South Carolina a large number of students, which is going to literally have an ideological role in shaping the politics of thousands of students. What I'm trying to say is that the way in which Clyburn does this is not because black people will, if you explain the policies to them, will not understand. Oh, this stuff, federal job.
Yeah, this is Revolution podcast for those of you who don't know. If you're actually interested in hearing this perspective and further beyond it, they're a great podcast. This is Revolution is the name of the podcast.
Guarantee and universal health care is better for us. It's that the ideological infrastructure is controlled by the black political class, and they maintain that control by exacting patronage, which I call fatback and biscuits, from the Democratic Party and its corporate acolytes, and handing it out piecemeal to people who are within their constituency through public service types of policies. And that aspect of how black politics works is what, in order for anyone who's interested in having any kind of left, and I've said this and I'll say it again, you will not have a left in America with effective politics without black people, because there's never been a left in America with effective politics without black people. And if you do not do that, black politics will be used to destroy the left, like it was done in 2016 and 2020. You have to understand and find a way to puncture the ideological.
And there are certain things. Look, I've been talking to a lot of people about this kind of stuff for quite a while now, because it's something that I acknowledged, it's something that I understood fairly early on. Black people demographically are the most progressive voting bloc in this country. Okay? Straight up. Issue after issue after issue, black people are consistently, bar none, the most progressive, the most reliable progressive voting bloc in the country. Okay? This is 100% the case. Okay? But it is a policy of containment. It is a politics of containment as well. And therefore, there is a lot of understandable mistrust towards outsiders, specifically progressive outsiders. And I think Jim Clyburn weaponizes that all the time. Okay? And I think we on the left, when we speak on certain issues, like when we say stuff, especially because, look, I'm white, I'm Muslim, but I'm white, right? When we speak on certain issues, when we speak out against black people, even if they're centrist liberals, for example, right? That comes across very differently to a lot of older voters, especially, right? That comes across as unnecessarily antagonistic. That's number one. Number two, there's still no penetration into the voter turnout machine or the infrastructure. And part of that is because there aren't a lot of, and this is changing now, but there aren't a lot of visible black socialists. Okay? And part of that is also because black progressives are oftentimes sidelined, not by the progressive movement, mind you. Just if you're black, it's already harder for you to generate more goodwill within the party. Summer Lee is the example I'm thinking of. Ayanna Pressley is another example I'm thinking of. Summer Lee's a great example because, like, she is one of the congressional representatives that's closest to me ideologically, and yet many people don't know of her, right? Ayanna Pressley, I agree with on a lot of stuff. She's a very consistently progressive. Many people don't know of her. Cori Bush, obviously this community is aware, but of Cori Bush, we've campaigned with Cori as well. But like, this is in some instances by design, right? Ilhan Omar as well. So there is definitely a problem with black visibility in general, and it's doubly difficult. It's especially difficult if you're also outside of the establishment, outside of the center of power within the Congressional Black Caucus, for example. If you're not a part of this vehicle, if you want to be an agent of change, you don't even have that leg up. Now, here's the thing. Summerlee isn't DSA. DSA discarded her and she's a socialist still. Yes, Summerlee isn't DSA because of the DSA, specific DSA chapter's fault. Okay? So maybe hush. Anyway, we're not going to get into that. But the other part of it, I do think black socialists get sidelined by white progressives. I mean, I don't know if I fully, like, there's definitely an element of that. I mean, this community is one where that doesn't happen, and yet still, like, there's a broader problem, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, think about it this way. How many people have said that DSA is anti-black, DSA is taking away black power, brown power from the New York political machine? The DSA slate was all black and brown folk except for one guy. So there is this weird narrative that mainstream outlets also play a formative role in advancing that robs people of their identity, that robs people of their blackness if they're democratic socialists, that robs people of their Latina background if they're democratic socialists. And it's the same principle for Zionism, right? If you're critical of Israel, you're no longer Jewish. We saw this with Brad Lander. And Brad Lander is as pro-Israel as you can be while still being critical of Israel, right? And they made it seem like Brad Lander was actually anti-Semitically unseating Dan Goldman. All the Jews that voted for Brad Lander over Dan Goldman were no longer Jewish in the eyes of the media. This happens all the time. And it's very frustrating. Can we stop saying black and brown? That's literally the problem right there. I mean, I don't know. What do you want me to say? BIPOC? Yeah. The establishment weaponizing racial politics to defend corporate interests over the rights of all people, regardless of race, is so disgusting. 4 out of 6 people here are not white, and one of the white people is Jewish, a group that they also claim the left hate. Is so bad faith, a disgusting way that they try to turn people against each other with millions in dark money from corporations and special interest groups. Even when phenomenal left-wing candidates like Janice, Dari Liza, Milak Kuros can win black and non-white voters, they spread misinformation and slander. These progressive women of color is truly disgusting the lengths that they'll go to create a false narrative that somehow the left is more anti-black and white supremacist in the same centrist MLK warned us about. But anyway, listen. The other thing I was going to say is there is a truth to the fact that we on the left have not leaned into our black comrades as much. This is something that has to change. Okay? That's number one. Because at the end of the day, I will never be able to have the impact in a black neighborhood that the Jam Boys will in their own neighborhood in Chicago. You know what I mean? I will never understand this experience. You know, I can only empathize, but I can never understand it fully. I will never be able to live this experience. So that's one. Same with Sean the Black, right? So we have a lot of work. We have a lot of work to build a network and boost. We have a lot of work to do as far as like developing a network and boosting black voices so that they can turn around and organize in their communities so we can bring them into this larger working class movement. And part of that also means like going to HBCUs, for example. Like we don't have a presence in these spaces at all. We don't have a presence in black churches. We don't have a presence in HBCUs. You know who does though? Establishment Democrats, and not just black establishment Democrats, just establishment Democrats in general. And another part of that problem that draws at least according to, Sean's analysis on this issue. Another problem here is also the dismissive ways in which those on the left talk about DEI, affirmative action, initiatives such as that. I have always talked about it being a Band-Aid solution, and yet still one that is necessary, and talked about the broader the broader complications when you attack these sorts of things and like successfully destroy them, what that means for Black people getting a leg up. But there are definitely some people who will just say, no, fuck that. Like, we shouldn't focus on that. In order to organize in the white working class, we need to not focus on things like that. Now that comes across as too dismissive. And it's a conversation that Black people have heard many times over, right? When people hear that stuff, when people hear things like that, when Black people hear things like that, they go, oh, I know what this is. You don't give a fuck about me. Okay? That's it. So we'll never get the unks and the aunties on our side if we do that. What is this? I will be expecting to recreate this YouTube short at the next DSA event. Shut the fuck up, Oni. I mean, this shit's weird as fuck too. This is not, my policy is just, treat people like people. Don't go above and beyond. Don't go overboard. That's weird. That's no way to organize. It's far better to have Black allies in these communities that bring us into these communities to help them organize than to go to those communities and do this kind of fucking symbolic otherizing of Black people, right? Because that shit doesn't, that shit's lame and strange. And in some ways, it's also kind of racist because it's so performative. And it's also like, it still goes back to me. What am I doing as a white person? Look at me. It's white performance. Okay? Like, look at me. I'm a white guy and I'm going above and beyond with my acknowledgement. Just fucking be normal. Like, what is this performance? That's the way I read it, at least. That's why I hated the Nancy Pelosi kente cloth shtick, It's just silly. It's so transparent. It's so, maybe it works. I don't know. Maybe older voters like it. But in any case, yeah, this is the take I hear a lot. Yeah, we heard it for 200 years. Let us prioritize white people, please. Then you'll get what you want. Then we get cut out and excluded and told to be happy when we got the crumbs. Yeah. But the problem is, it's not like the establishment is giving Black people anything either. But the difference is the establishment is at least like, the establishment offers, a comforting face, lip service, and it's there. It's funding. There's a funding vehicle from the party apparatus that trickles down to these Black organizations and institutions, right? As they're talking about here, right? Dems will give money. Like, Jim Clyburn is always going to have money from the Democratic Party that he can distribute to South Carolina groups, right? To different Black organizations and institutions in South Carolina. So there is like a payment patronage system that already exists. And that creates, obviously, a lot of trust.
Superstructure that allows people like Clyburn to basically take large segments of Black voters and dump them into the neoliberal corporate section of the Democratic Party.
Yeah. Yeah, the reason DeGette got pissed off at Clyburn, he failed to get the Black vote for her. That's why she wanted him replaced as a whip. Yeah. Notice how these articles always emphasize Black and Latino leaders, not ordinary non-white voters. The divide isn't between non-white voters and the DSA. It's between non-white voters and their out-of-touch leaders who are enraged by the success DSA is having with non-white voters. And it's also having with non-white leaders. Because look, there is a generational divide here. Okay? That's the real secret. Everyone under the age of 35, every non-white person in this country under the age of 35 knows this fundamental truth. You are not getting a crumb of power or a crumb of wealth from your older relatives. Okay? That's part of the reason why. I mean, look at DSA. Look at DSA. although the media and Black and Latino leaders and organizers are claiming that like they're being written off, they're getting unseated. By who? By who? By who? By white people? Did we replace Nydia Velázquez with a white person, with a white man? No. Claire is Latina and indigenous. Claire Valdez. Did we replace Adriana Espaillat with a white man? No. Daria Liza is Afro-Latina. She's Dominican. So that's why this shit is so cynical and so frustrating. The real factional battle that takes place within the entrenched power that is the Congressional Black Caucus and the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, like the real that is frustrated and worried and fearful, is fearful that they're losing their seniority-backed positions that they waited for decades. They shut the fuck up, they played ball, and they sat around for decades hoping to finally arrive at some power within the party system. And now you got a 32-year-old activist coming in and unseating you? Are you fucking kidding me? Of course they're pissed. But that's also important to recognize. There is this generational divide taking place. That's what's going on. That's really what the anger and the resentment is all about. You're skipping the line. You're skipping the line. You're not playing the seniority game. Wait around. You need to first become a staffer. Then you need to work on campaigns. Then you need to run for local office. And then you need to be groomed by the person who has been in that seat of power for 40 years to retire and hope to God that they hand select you as their replacement. That is how it works in the Democratic Party. That's how Maylot won. Instead of waiting maybe 2 more seasons for Diana DeGette to retire and hand select her replacement, Maylot skipped the line. Where was the racial narrative then? Maylot is a black woman, a young black woman. Was there any racialized narratives from mainstream outlets? Diana DeGette is being quite the racist. After all, look, she attacked Jim Clyburn back in the day. Is there a real through line here with her anti-black behavior? When will we address Diana DeGette's anti-blackness? No one ever made that article. Now, that would be a cynical and fucked up article to write regardless. But do you really put it past if the roles were reversed? If there was an incumbent black Democrat possibly on the verge of being unseated by a young white woman, you don't think that that would be the main narrative you hear from every fucking mainstream outlet? I mean, Haley Stevens is a white woman, and the media is treating it like she's a part of the Congressional Black Caucus. Haley Stevens is a white woman, and they're making it seem like Abdul is the white guy in this race trying to go after the black woman. Literally, Haley Stevens is a white woman who's Christian, and people act like she's Jewish. The weaponization of IDPAL is out of fucking control. It's crazy. They're like, how dare you attack Haley Stevens? That's anti-Semitic. What the fuck do you mean that's anti-Semitic? Between Abdul and Haley, there's only one person that has actually unseated a Jewish person from a position of power by getting tens of millions of dollars from AIPAC, and that's Haley Stevens against Andy Levin. That current congressional seat she occupies, AIPAC paid for her to do so because they didn't want an Israel-critical Jew to be in that position of power. Okay? It's crazy. Yeah, the key or signature move here is to smear with countless allegations of sexism for manufactured microaggressions, followed by a do-nothing, throw up your arms as Hillary did in 2016. Well, breaking up the banks won't end sexism and racism. Yeah, way to be dismissive of a candidate 3-term, in parentheses, woman, congresswoman. These people are demons, man. They're fucking demonic. All they care about is power. That's all they care about. And they will stop at nothing to make sure that they eliminate all threat. Now, of course, there's a reason why they don't attack the Republicans in the same way. Because Republicans are not unseating them in their cushy, safe districts. We are doing that, right? And Republicans, no matter how evil they get, that's a good funding vehicle for the Democrats. without doing a single damn thing, you could just fundraise against how devastating the Republicans are. So it actually fits into this power structure. It's perfectly fine if Republicans are fucking dog shit fascists. That allows them to not do anything and still collect campaign funds. That's why they're way, way tougher on their fucking left flank than they are against the Republicans, right?
Sanders.
Yeah, on Andy Levin and AIPAC. Look, AIPAC spending millions to back Haley Stevens in 2022 against Andy Levin was indeed a radicalizing moment for a lot of people in Michigan. In an interview with Dave Weigel at the time, AIPAC's president said they targeted Levin precisely because, as a synagogue president, Levin had strong standing to criticize Israel's actions and defend Tlaib and Omar against attacks. So Andy Levin had to be crushed. AIPAC never saw the hypocrisy in their targeting of someone specifically because they were Jewish, or if they did, it didn't stop them. Has Levin endorsed Abdul? Day one, baby. Andy Levin endorsed Abdul, I think, day fucking one. Yeah. Anyway, is Senator Bernie Sanders hurting the Democrats' chances of winning control over Congress? Let's have a bunch of centrist neoliberals and maybe some right-wingers on a panel to discuss how, yes, it turns out the left flank that has all of the momentum, the left flank that has all of the capacity to fill up fucking crowded arenas, the left flank that has all the fucking small donors, that left flank that's breathing life back into the fucking party that doesn't deserve to have its reputation cleansed, that left flank we have to fight back against all damn day.
Has backed over 90 candidates, and according to his team, 42 of them have won their races, including 10 out of 16 federal candidates. Here's a look at some of them on your screen. There's some controversial ones that have caused some significant blowback within the Democratic ranks, including a critical Michigan House race there, Congressman in the Michigan 7th Congressional District, a battleground district. That one is William Lawrence there. That's a big fight that's happening, will happen in that August 4th primary. Hakeem Jeffries had this phone call with Bernie Sanders and along with Gregory Meeks, a New York Democrat, on it. Meeks told us Sanders seemed not to care after they were raising concerns about meddling in the primaries.
Yeah. I mean, that is Bernie Sanders. I mean, a lot of this, as I was looking at some of the rallies there from Bernie Sanders, you're reminded of 2016, this real force that Bernie Sanders was in his race against Hillary Clinton. And that is kind of the energy. A lot of these Democrats that we see running now sort of became Bernie Sanders Democrats during that race. And so you see this come to fruition here. In Michigan, one of, I think, the real worries is that Abdul El-Sayed is maybe not as a competitive a candidate against the Republican who did really well last go round. He used to be a fellow contributor here at CNN. Mike Rogers, very telegenic. I think he lost by something like 9,000 votes or something like that. And so there is real worry. But you know, this is about attitude, right? It's about passion. It's about media.
To be fair, didn't you say that the left flank were unseating Democrats in fortress seats? It makes sense for them to start fighting back if they're losing numbers. That is just politics. Yeah. But a normal party structure would actually, well, the Democrats are not a normal party. But if it was a normal party, you would have the most fucking leftist candidate on the most leftist districts. You wouldn't have annoying right-wing centrists in the most left districts. Okay? A national party that is a normal, competent, real party would literally actively put the most visible, the most popular, the most far left people into the most far left seats. Okay? And then they would run more reasonable and more sensible moderates, I guess, in districts that make sense for that kind of attitude. But we don't fucking do that in the United States of America. Democrats get entrenched power from their fucking safe, their castles, their strongholds. Okay? Party establishment want to hold on to power. Why did Trump go after Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene? Was he worried a Democrat would win the district? Of course not. It's the same thing for Clyburn endorsing Cuomo or Tandem freaking out about every lefty anywhere is job security. Electability is a genuine concern, but that's not really what motivates this crowd. And they're not really even very good at it. A perfect example of how propaganda works at the story framing level. Corporate Dems have spent a decade buying primaries for corporate candidates, and the party has seen an epic loss of power, and yet they are never There are never TV segments about them hurting Dems' chances of winning. Yeah. When is the last time you heard about how fucking angry the voters are at the centrists within the halls of power? They literally, bro, New York is a closed primary. New here, but you literally contradict yourself in the first 30 seconds. Wait, what? How? Explain yourself. New York is a closed primary system. Who's voting for these candidates? It's fucking Democrats voting for these candidates. But if you were to literally listen to the media, you would think that aliens were fucking spawned into these districts from the outside to cynically vote for these fucking candidates to get Republicans elected. It's like, no, dude, those are your own voters. They treat those seats like fiefdoms, though. He said he's scared of losing his job. No. Then you went on a rant and said, yeah, it's about job security. Wait, what? I think you misunderstood what I was talking about. Yes, that's what it is. Job security for Neera Tanden relies on her constantly fucking attacking the left flank. What's the contradiction? Even what your statement is not contradictory. I'm so confused. Yeah, the fourth most and fifth most popular active politician in the U.S. are self-identified Democratic socialists. The idea that they are responsible for broad disdain for the Democratic Party is empirically false and objectively hilarious and desperate. Possibly. I thought you were started by saying it wasn't about job security. Then you ended up saying, yes, it's job security. No, it is job security. Of course it's job security for them. I always say it's about job security. Anyway, but they never, like, Dems in the media never fucking criticize establishment Democrats, okay? Mainstream outlets never criticize establishment Democrats for creating an environment that has allowed the voters to come to terms with on their own that establishment Dems are not fucking working. Anyway, let's continue with this fucking video.
Training in some ways. I mean, if you think about somebody like Abdul El-Sayed, also a fellow CNN contributor at some point years
before he
ago.
ran for governor and lost in the gubernatorial primary.
So there is a sort of energy and polish, I think, that some.
He said the party won't lose the seat, but the centrists can lose their job. Yes, I want the centrists to lose their jobs. Why? Did y'all hear about Vladimir Putin opening the oldest vault to reveal images of biblical figures? They all black, every single one. Why are you sending me this OG meme?
These candidates are bringing that the more sort of centrist candidates aren't really bringing that, even though in this race it isn't even a generational divide in the way that we've seen some other races. It's more sort of an ideological and stylistic divide.
Yeah, and an electability argument really at the heart of it. And just look at how some of the blowback that he's getting, the responses that we got. We asked so many members about Bernie Sanders' role in all of this. Josh Gottheimer, a pro-Israel Democrat from New Jersey, said the DSA, which Bernie's a part of, is trying to hijack the Democratic Party, and people don't want that. Hillary Skolton, who's in Michigan supporting Haley Stevens, said the Graham Plattner situation should be a huge warning sign to a lot of voters about what that stamp of approval might mean. And Ro Khanna, who is a Bernie backer, said that Bernie is just as popular as, say, the Pope and Obama and Bernie. So those are three people who are perhaps the most popular when it comes to public figures. And I asked Bernie Sanders about this. Are you making things harder for the Democrats to win back power in November?
But are you making it harder in some ways to win the majority? Say what happened in Maine.
I think in fact the candidates we are supporting are candidates who are representing working people, and I think it's long time overdue for the Democratic Party to stop worrying about their wealthy campaign funders and start worrying about the needs of working people.
Was it a mistake in Maine? Was it a mistake in Maine?
I don't think people have really made the forceful case outside of his identity, to be honest with you. And I don't accept that. I don't accept
being Muslim or?
Yeah.
Yeah. I sometimes wonder if we should do that. If we should like fucking fight fire with fire a little bit. You know what I mean? Yeah, why bother having primaries at all? Let's let AIPAC choose the candidates from both parties and cut out the middleman. Scandalizing weighing in on primaries rather than letting Dem leadership handpick nominees. I love these completely manufactured stories. Not letting Jeffries and Schumer decide nominees is forcing them to divert previous precious cash to primaries instead of spending it to fight the GOP. Hey, here's a fucking idea. Don't spend any cash on your incumbents and let your incumbents run and fundraise on their own. Let your incumbents run on their record. What they do? Why are you spending any cash on defending those seats If you got a fucking reliable incumbent, you don't need to fucking fundraise for them. You don't need to divert resources to your dusty ass, old ass, calcified ass, mummified ass fucking incumbents. What are we doing? It's crazy. Oh my God. Here's another 874-year-old that we have to dump at least a couple mil in the direction of, because now they're getting unseated by a 30-year-old. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
She's referring there, of course, to Abdul al-Sayed about why she thinks that people have not made the case against him. But Bernie Sanders is totally unapologetic about his role.
He definitely is. And having covered and watched his political activity for some time, he and his people will make the argument, he kind of made it there too, that when it comes to the electability argument, he would argue that they are backing candidates who are electable because they speak to this really anger among the working class and this anger among voters about the fact that the system is not working for them. And obviously, Bernie would bristle at any comparisons to Donald Trump. But the fact is that they do both kind of speak to this really angry electorate that believes that the current system is not working for them. But of course, if you look at the general election and if you look at kind of the Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, that wing of the party, they would say, look at the candidates that have gotten us trouble, particularly Graham Plattner in Maine. And these are races where we cannot afford to have any sort of problematic candidates. I would also point out that Graham Plattner is not Abdul al-Sayed. I mean, obviously, Graham Plattner had a litany of personal problems. He is no longer a candidate. The main issue with al-Sayed right now is a lot of his policy positions, and that is obviously a debate, a substantive debate that the Democratic Party can have. But for Chuck Schumer and the broader Democratic Party, every seat matters so much in the race to regain Senate control. And for Michigan, they say this is not a good bet for us. We're going to stick with Haley Stevens because she is the better bet in the general election.
I think one of the funniest arguments that these guys are presenting is that Haley Stevens is anything without $50 million of AIPAC money. Oh, fucking Haley Stevens, we just need to let her be the candidate because she's clearly the stronger candidate. It's like, stronger how? Why is the candidate that can't fucking fundraise as well as Abdul the stronger candidate? She has no base. She has no real excitement on the ground. She has no on-the-ground mobilization at all. She literally just has $50 million in outside expenditures from super PACs. What happens when they decide Mike Rogers is the same empty suit that is easily bought and sold? What then? What happens when the corporations decide, yeah, it doesn't matter who wins this race? How do you make sure that Haley Stevens, if the cash flow diminishes, especially with AIPAC, which is the biggest donor, right? AIPAC is the biggest donor. Who do you think MAGA-backed AIPAC is going to go for? Who do you think AIPAC is going to fund in the general? Let's say something unbelievably unfortunate happens that Haley Stevens wins the primary. It's not going to happen. We're going to make sure that it's not going to happen. But let's say that takes place. Haley Stevens just voted against cutting aid to Israel against the wishes of her constituents. What makes you think she'll fight for Michiganders in the Senate or even be able to defeat Mike Rogers when she can't stand on her own without $34 million of AIPAC money? What fucking happens when AIPAC goes, yeah, Mike Rogers is probably a more reliable pro-Israel vote for us. So we're taking $34 million, chopping more than half of her direct campaign fundraising, which she hasn't even fundraised for. She just fundraises for that by going,
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
What then? And where's Dave Weigel's assessment? I've lost it. Because I had the Dave Weigel. Does anyone have the Dave Weigel link? I really wanted to read that because that was a good readout. Okay, so here it is. The long Democratic story since 2016 is that the party leadership getting weaker and less popular. Sanders and his movement get among Dems get more popular. The most successful period for the anti-left faction, AIPAC, DMFI, etc., was 2021 to 2023. When Biden had won and was doing a lot of stuff and the left liked it and Bernie supported it as well. So anti-left faction could beat Nina Turner with ads about her trashing Biden in 2020. They could beat Aaron Regenberg with a candidate who highlighted all of his work for Biden, etc. The 2024 election discredited the anti-left faction. The centrist faction lost all of its gusto because they lost. They were moderate. They campaigned with Liz Cheney. They refused to talk about Israel in terms that the public demanded. They dropped their anti-ICE sentiment. They were pro-ICE, objectively pro-ICE, openly. They never talked about like trans people or anything like that. They moderated to the center and it didn't fucking work and they lost. This was huge. The electability argument only works if you fucking win elections. If you lose elections twice to Donald Trump in spectacular fashion as the moderate, as the centrist, as the reasonable centrist, all of a sudden, all those people that were leaning into you because they believe the electability argument, they're not going to believe you anymore. They fumbled the ball against Trump again, as Dave reports, and no one in that faction is as strong, popular, or good at building crowds as Sanders. Add to this that Obama could be, but he doesn't want to engage in primaries, and that a lot of New York Dems specifically wrecked their credibility by endorsing Cuomo in 2025. They look like retreat losers who should just let Sanders et al. Run the ball. Yeah, when you see Neera Tanden depict herself as an expert on electability, please remember that Tanden was one of the architects of the Hillary Clinton 2008 campaign that explicitly insisted that Barack Obama could not win a general election. Yep. What's especially that Stevens is actually trying to run on the establishment Dem record. Auto rescue, Obamacare. Hey, it wasn't just a decade of not delivering for the working class. And the rebuttal is, look, where the money's come from her to say that, not she's, oh yeah. And the rebuttal is, look at where the money's coming from for her to say that, not that she's wrong and Obama sucked. Yeah. This person says, also, AIPAC and other super PACs are basically how our campaign is funded, and there's zero guarantee in the general she will have that money spout, which is a huge concern about electability. Yeah, that's been an interesting discourse. If AIPAC wins her the primary and then sits out the general, how many Democrats are going to want to be everything on AIPAC? Here.
Think there should be conditions on the aid the United States sends to Jerusalem and Tel Aviv?
Absolutely not. I'm not for
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
Conditions, particularly in this circumstance. That's what detractors of Israel are pushing for. And we have a country,
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
A very close ally.
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
Of the United States, the only democracy in the Middle East.
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
That has been attacked, that's in the middle of a war, that is reckoning with their own civilians being taken hostage and put into terrible, terrible situations.
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
We have Iran knocking on the door, chomping at the bits here to see this destruction.
By the way, notice how she's not presenting herself as this fucking yokel with this like aggressive, quote unquote, fake Michigan accent that no Michigander I've ever encountered says is authentic to Michigan. I've been thinking about this a lot. And I think Haley Stevens is very intelligent. Okay. I think Haley Stevens is specifically beefing up the I'm a yokel who loves Michigan for one reason and one reason only. Her accent and her entire outfit, her entire persona is a love letter to Michigan. This is her own assessment, right? This is the way she wants to present herself. So whenever she's asked hard questions, not this, by the way, because back then this wasn't a hard answer for her. But if she were to be asked the same exact question now, which she was a couple days ago, she just goes, oh, yeah, well, I love Michigan. You already know. I'm just, there's a lot of great people in Michigan who, in our communities. I love our communities in Michigan. And then she never answers the fucking question. And we haven't noticed this. She is such a fucking politician, dude. I think she hasn't been hit on this as much because we're so focused on her like weird like yokel sensibilities, right? The way she presents herself as like a real hardworking Michigan or a little bit of stick it to him, right? Like she does that as a deflection. She does that as a fucking deflection, dude. Straight up. She talks like she's a Youper, but she's from Rochester. I do not get it. Yeah, she's doing it on purpose. I think I think she's doing it on purpose where they're like, oh, everyone's clowning on her because she says, Maddie Maroon. Okay? Here, look at this question. This, and then the other question about aid to Israel. Mil Hayes actually cooked her ass. Okay? Mil Hayes had 2 very good questions for her, and both of these questions were not fucking answered, and I don't think people are paying close attention. We're dropping the ball a little bit. I think more people, Mills Hayes, sorry. I think more people should pay attention to what Haley Stevens doesn't say, not how she says it. She wants you to pay attention to how she speaks. She doesn't want you to pay attention to the fact that she's not answering any fucking questions. Okay? Listen to this. Representative Haley Stevens responds to concerns over continued U.S. aid to Israel. In contrast, her position with Democratic primary opponent Dr. Abdullah Sayed, who has called for ending military aid to Israel.
Those people who are concerned about continued U.S. aid to Israel, what would you want them to know?
Well, I'm very proud that my constituent just recognized my support for Jewish Americans who feel very...
Boom, immediate deflection. Oh, well, well, Jewish Americans really like my position on this issue. What's your position on this issue? Didn't answer. Didn't answer what her position is. Didn't answer the question. What do you have to say to your constituents that are not supportive of your position on Israel, but actually have a very negative attitude about your position on Israel, considering that the overwhelming majority of your constituents want you to stop aid to Israel, which you voted against. You voted against the Massey Amendment this past week against the interest of your constituents who are overwhelmingly demanding you cut aid to Israel. What do you have to say to that? That's the question. And immediately she goes back to, oh, well, Jewish Americans feel some type of way. It's like, no, that's not true. That's not true either. Jewish Americans also want to cut aid to Israel. That's a fucking lie.
Very targeted right now, that anti-Semitism is rising. I didn't get a chance to ask him.
What the fuck does that have to do with conditioning aid to Israel? What the fuck does that have to do with conditioning aid to Israel? You still have not answered the question.
How he is doing. I'm going to go back and do that. We had a temple that was blown up by a terrorist.
What does conditioning aid to Israel? Again, 3 talking points. None of it has addressed. What do you say to your constituents? What do you say to your constituents who want you to cut aid to Israel?
Actor, and it's a tough time. And here in Michigan, we've got robust and incredible diversity. And my heart has gone out, and I've spoken out for the people of Lebanon, innocent people.
This question is not about what are your feelings about the victims of Israel. This question is, what are you going to fucking say to your constituents who don't want you to send aid to Israel, who are worried about your allegiance to the state of Israel? There's no answer here. And she does this all the time. And even I didn't realize that she was just constantly fucking avoiding these direct questions. She never answers direct questions. The first journalist, free ball for all the reporters out here. I know some of you are local, you're watching. I know some of you and your producers are in here right now. Free money for you, free ball for you. Get her on a single fucking issue. Get her on one thing. Okay? One thing. It doesn't matter what it is. If you can get her on Israel, excellent. Okay? One thing. Free money for you. Free ball for you. It will be great in your resume. Okay? She never answers questions. She never answers direct questions with a direct answer.
In Lebanon, our incredible Lebanese American community here in Michigan. We've got remarkable business leaders, small businesses, several Lebanese American chambers here in Michigan, Lebanese restaurants who were standing.
I love eating at Lebanese restaurants. Like, what the fuck? Why is she not answering the question? Answer the fucking question. I don't care if you love labneh and you prefer it to hummus. Why do we give a shit? The question is not about that.
Standing up alongside congregants of that temple, making sure that families had food. And I'm in the business.
Yeah, and the more she refuses to answer the questions, the more she fucking puts the twang in there, okay? Yeah, we've had Michigan food. Lebanon. The more she fucking runs away. You saw that TikTok? I know who you are. What TikTok? The more she fucking gets asked a direct question that she doesn't want to answer, the more she fucking goes, it's the Michigan way. Vladimir Putin.
Of bringing people together. The difference between me and my Democratic primary opponent, Abdul, refuses to acknowledge the two-state solution.
Yeah, and then he turns around and goes, Abdul, my opponent, Abdul. Yeah, she is. Brother, it just hit me. She's the Wisconsin woman, Boris Johnson. Yeah, she's doing the same technique that Boris Johnson expertly rode to victory. Boris Johnson went to the best schools in London, but he expertly presented himself. Admit you saw the TikTok. What is the what TikTok? What fucking TikTok? I don't know what you're saying. Just send me the fucking TikTok. Maybe I saw it.
Not only do I want safety in Lebanon and dignity for the people of Lebanon, I want that for Palestine. I want that for Gaza. I do not believe a one-state solution gets us anywhere closer to long-term peace. It is very clear that Mr. Net.
Are you saying Haley Stevens is akin to Boris Johnson? I think Haley Stevens is a lot smarter than she lets on. And this is an expert strategy for her to be like, I'm just a dumb yokel. Wow, look at me. Like, she literally uses this as a way, to never answer the question. And then people don't even fucking realize that she just danced around the subject. If she was like Pete Buttigieg, if she spoke like Pete Buttigieg, people will go, oh, I know what you're doing. You're fucking phony. Okay? This is a style. Okay? This is something that a lot of politicians deploy. Kennedy in Louisiana does this. Boris Johnson in England did this. George Bush II did this as well. I don't know. I'm kind of dumb. I don't know. Whatever. Like, this is a classic technique. Pete Buttigieg, on the other hand, cannot do it, right? Because his academic pedigree renders him unable to present himself like a fucking yokel. J.D. Vance is the same thing. He tries to do it and he fails to do it. J.D. Vance can't present himself like that because he's too Yale coded. Okay? So when J.D. Vance gets in there and goes, yeah, you know me. Oh, my wife, sure. When he does that, when J.D. Vance does that, everybody goes, bitch, shut the fuck up. You went to Yale. You sound like you went to Yale. Stop doing this shit. Okay? Haley Stevens, on the other hand, is a very good politician. And I don't mean that that's a good thing for us, and that's not a good thing for Michiganders. Okay? She is capable of dancing around these issues, but people, when people watch her speak, okay? When people watch her speak, when people hear her talk, they're too focused on the accent, and it develops. It's a speech pattern that she deploys, in my opinion, to create this facade that she's just like the average person.
Across Michigan. I am trying to lead. I am trying to lead with consistency.
Like 2 minutes and 10 seconds, no answer to the fucking question. Here, let's look at this one. Again, Haley Stevens on Senator Bernie Sanders, Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez campaigning in Michigan this weekend for her Democratic primary opponent, Dr. Abdul Sayed, in the U.S. Senate race. What do you have to say to the supporters? If you win, what do you have to say to the supporters of Abdul al-Sayed? Look at what she says here.
This rally tomorrow with Sanders and AOC for your opponent. There are a lot of people in the Democratic Party that are looking for that progressive kind of movement.
Yeah.
How would you try to bring those people in?
I'm just curious if, Mr. Sanders is willing to acknowledge the great work that I did.
How are you going to bring the progressives into your movement? If you win, how are you going to bring in the progressives to your movement? That's not an answer to that question. This is a real concern. This is precisely how Hillary lost Michigan. This is precisely how Kamala lost Michigan, right? By avoiding the progressive flank in Michigan, right? This is how Joe Biden won Michigan, by leaning in to the progressive forces. So it's a real concern. There have been numerous instances where Michigan is now, there have been numerous failures in the last decade that Michigan is now seen as a purple state when it's not supposed to be. It's part of the fucking blue safe haven, right? It's supposed to be a part of the blue wall. It's no longer a part of the blue wall because of this exact problem. So the question that was asked is very specific. What do you say? How are you going to bring in the progressives into your movement if you win? Her answer is, I'm just curious. Bernie never. What do you mean?
I'm just curious if, Mr. Sanders is willing to acknowledge the great work that I did alongside President Obama on the auto rescue. He had just himself gotten into the United States Senate, and I don't remember him being around for the auto rescue, but I certainly remember our sleeves being rolled up to save the.
That's not the question. That's your pitch. That's your campaign pitch. That's you attacking Bernie Sanders. The question is, how are you going to win over their fans if you win the fucking primary? Biden won Michigan? Yeah, I said Biden won Michigan by leaning into the progressives. Listen to my words. Hillary lost the progressive wing and lost Michigan. Kamala Harris never actually made an attempt to win over the progressives and lost Michigan. Joe Biden, on the other hand, what did Joe Biden do? Joe Biden ran a fairly progressive campaign. Pay attention to what I'm saying. Joe Biden ran a progressive campaign. He hugged Bernie. He hugged and kissed Bernie Sanders. So much so that Bernie fucking, rode for Joe Biden endlessly.
200,000 Michigan jobs to stand up for working people and to do the right thing. And I'm also really proud of the record that I have. I have been recognized as the most effective lawmaker for Michigan because I write laws and I pass laws and I make a difference.
This is not an answer. Do you want her to win? Stop giving her tips. Wait, what? I'm not giving her tips. The fuck? I'm unloading. I'm giving the journalist tips on how to ask better questions. Nail her on an answer. Ask her to actually give a clear-cut answer. Treat her like you would Abdul. Reporters never let their subjects get away with this level of deflection when it's someone who's an insurgent left candidate.
I'm not in the complaining class of pointing fingers. I'm in the class of winning tough elections, of making sure someone like Mike Rogers in the state of Michigan here, this is a toss-up race. It is not a guarantee. And this is why it's frankly been so important that, we go through a rigorous Democratic nominating process. We haven't seen Mike Rogers campaigning, but we have heard him saying that he wants to go to the U.S. Senate to rubber.
Yeah, there's nothing. No answer.
Of course, we do have this rally tomorrow with.
I've noticed that what gets lost in the yokel shtick is how much Haley Stevens actually avoids answering direct questions, whether it be Israel or even about winning over the progressives or even about court the progressives if she wins the primary. Yeah, something that Kamala and anyway, what the fuck? It bricked my. She's Sarah Palin maxing like an expert politician. Centrists should know that Mike Rogers thinks Haley and Abdul are the same anyway. No, that's not a good talking point. That's actually a bad talking point. You don't want to fucking even bring up any similarities, whether it be from the opposition or anything at all. And it's not even true. Mike Rogers doesn't think Abdul and Haley are the same. Mike Rogers knows that Haley is easier to beat. Mike Rogers knows he has most likely no real shot at defeating any Democrat. But if it's between Abdul and Haley Stevens, I think there are some Republicans who do sincerely think that Abdul is like too radical because they're dumb fucking boomers and they don't know how to read the room in the same way that our dumb fucking boomers and the establishment Democrats don't know how to read the room. However, I would go so far as to say the smart ones, the smart money is that they actually do know that Haley Stevens is a easier candidate to defeat. But that's it.